This guy shows up to the military entrance exam just to prove he's different, and as soon as he gets there, they slap a huge red glass in front of him. Now, this thing is ridiculously hard as nails. The instructors are basically waiting for this rookie to break his arm, but Kim Min-jun approaches, smirks, and completely shatters the crystal with a single hit, not just cracking or damaging it. The guy turns the whole glass into top shelf powder. The instructors are staring at the wreckage like they've had their brains pulled out. No one can wrap their head around how this random recruit managed to pull that off. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. Next up is the real competition against the other recruits. And honestly, there's only one person who can even pretend to keep up with him, Sun Yoon-seo, the general's daughter. This girl has spent her entire life striving to reach the top. Years of training, years of suffering, and years of being told she's a genius. Then Min-jun shows up and starts crushing her dreams. The recruits dodge foam bullets, she stands out, but he blows her away. Then they sprint down a rocky alley. She's straining to keep up, but Min-jun blows her away without breaking a sweat. At this point, a CEO is probably already whining to reality itself. It's all pointless. Every challenge she's supposed to conquer, he crushes without breaking a sweat and comes out on top. So how is he so ridiculously overpowered? Well, there's a small detail that nobody knows. Kim Min-jun didn't come from Earth. Michiko just got back from another world. And unlike all the isekai protagonists who lose everything when they return, he managed to keep his dark magic powers intact. He spent years purging the land of Icegird from evil and finally brought the well-deserved peace to this world. But he doesn't get any recognition for the favor he did. After all, he's a cursed wizard who's messed with the dark arts. With the mission accomplished, he finally runs into the goddess who's been responsible for bringing him to this world. He fulfilled his end of the deal by wiping out the threat. Now, it's the goddess's turn to return the favor and give him a ticket back to his planet, Earth. The goddess insists he stay a bit longer, but Min-jun has already wrapped up the dirty work. Finally, it's time to enjoy the crispy Korean fried chicken he's been missing. Since the goddess knows almost nothing about the crispy fried chicken or this thing called the internet, she can't offer him that. So she finally decides to send him back. With the teleportation circle activated, she removes the saint's protection that always prevented Min-jun from using his powers on her. Once that's gone, the final step is to strip Min-jun of his dark powers before sending him back. But Min-jun had been prepping for this day and did exactly what he was supposed to do. He betrayed the goddess to keep all her dark powers for himself. Before disappearing through the dimensional portal he created with his own dark magic, he gave her the finger, and with that, he vanished, leaving behind the blonde, defenseless and furious, gnashing her teeth. Then, Min-jun reappears in her room and immediately checks her phone. He missed the rush of having him in his hand after escaping what he thought was the dungeon power fighter hell, so he's stoked to be back. But he quickly notices something's off. No Wi-Fi or internet. Meanwhile, a military unit gears up for a raid. The team asks Sergeant Choi and Ho why regular troops were being sent on a mission like that. And Ho, equally perplexed, told them to ask the administrative officers, reminding them that a sergeant major isn't privy to all the ultra-classified intel. Tuning in, the soldiers move in sync to strike. It's been 2 years since Min-jun got the call, a memory that still clearly gets under his skin. His synced phone still works, but he has no contacts. Walking around, the lack of Wi-Fi and shops in the neighborhood is starting to get to him. Suddenly, the military unit spots a man walking calmly, which catches them off guard, especially since Min-jun is busy complaining that Eastgard is a terrible place. The soldiers, confident that this is a restricted area, wonder why the guards aren't doing their job. They call out to Min-jun, who at first is taken aback, but then assumes they must be recruits. He's just passing through. But then the soldiers freak out when they see some freaky creature jumping towards him. Min-jun turns his head with a shrug, only to see a terrifying wolf charging at him. Min-jun barely blinks when the soldiers yell at him to get out of the way. That terrifying beast charges straight at him, ready to tear him apart. He's genuinely steamed, wondering why this clueless Chucho, who can't even take a single hit, shows up now, but just as he tries to tap into his demonic energy, that carefree attitude disappears in a flash. He can't even muster a spark of his demonic energy, so he resorts to the only option left and takes down the wolf with his bare hands, slamming it to the ground with raw, unbridled force, like he's completely unfazed. The soldier's jaws drop to the floor in surprise as Minjun's punch leaves a dent on the ground. Their faces pale at the sheer brute force. Minjun locks eyes with the wolf and asserts he's no pushover, not even without his dark powers. Even weakened, he won't let a mere monster scum take him down. Suddenly, he recalls that warrior putting him through a killer workout, lifting boulders like his life depended on it. That memory makes him feel a weird nostalgia for the brutal Eastguard training. Still, he can't fathom why a beast like this is even in this world. Just as he's about to ask the soldiers, he realizes they're already scared out of their wits. Back in the Jeep, the soldiers are clueless as to why he went all out on that wolf. He could have ended up in jail, but the commander ordered him to keep it under wraps and let it slide. So, he turns to Minjun and asks if he's really clueless about what's been going down lately. The world wanderer feigns ignorance of the region, concealing his origin from another world. He even doubts if it's the Korea he remembers, and ignores what's happened over the past 2 years. He recalls that at the age of 7, the dungeons and their ferocious monsters emerged. He recalls the soldiers fighting desperately against them, but alongside all that horror, something more emerged, the superhumans known as the Awakened. Their powers weren't just human, they were on a whole other level. The Awakened had allied themselves with the Hunter Corps, a newly formed military unit, and together they managed to wipe out the monster wave in no time. So, before that notorious goddess, Minjun was invoked, Korea hadn't faced anything too perilous that could threaten the civilian zones. Suddenly, he feels something's off in Dungeon Power Fighter and double-checks his signal. That's when he realizes the server still hasn't fully gone dark. The revelation infuriates him, all the hell he went through just to end up in this disaster again. Not only is Sparky itching to play, or at least check if the server's still online, but he ends up cursing the net in frustration. Meanwhile, one of the soldiers can't believe the loser's story that he knows nothing, when it's clear the world's turned upside down. Despite witnessing Minjun's brute force, he starts to get really spooked, thinking this guy might have a story behind him that explains a whole lot more than meets the eye. At that point, Sparky catches the soldier's attention and asks if there are still video game developers in the world. Then, out of nowhere, he asks if people are still able to poop safely and get a job in the gaming industry, or whatever. And this slacker demands to know if all buildings were destroyed, including server storage systems. He's digging for details, wondering why everything's such a mess. The soldier says he'll break it down, proudly mentioning he aced theory of monsters and dungeonology in college. Minjun's surprised that a university would teach that stuff now, but the soldier confirms it's pretty rare to find good profs in that field. He starts explaining that the real problem began about 2 years ago with the bizarre phenomenon of the dungeons. One day, these underground dungeons just started popping up more often, no rhyme or reason, and they began to spread like wildfire. The worst part is that the number of giant monsters started to skyrocket, forcing their way into the human world with brute force. Eventually, the army couldn't keep the situation under control, and some civilian areas had to be shut down. Since then, the army has been throwing everything it has at the problem with all sorts of methods, but they're seriously short-staffed. Throughout history, nothing's ever mattered less to Minju than this. One thing's been bugging him. The soldier still hasn't confirmed if the video game companies are still operational or not. All he's itching for is to get his game on with Dungeon Power Fighter. When asked his age, Minjun claims to be 21. That reminds the soldier he needs to enlist soon, warning him that his 20s will fly by. Sparky is surprised when he says that hunters serve 5 years and troops 3. The soldier corrects his kid, saying that under the current disaster, all troops serve 5 years, no exceptions. If Minjun's 21, he should have gotten his draft notice by now. The slacker's mind is blown thinking about playing Dungeon Power Fighter for a bit, but life threw him into the mud. Honestly, the kid's brain is literally melting thinking about giving up 5 years of his life when he still can't even get online yet. Out of nowhere, Minjun gets a notification from the military service assigning him Kim Minjun to report to the recruit training center. Sparky's totally freaked out seeing how serious they're taking it, especially since his enlistment date is literally tomorrow. He questions if the army sends mass messages for the exact timing. The soldier laughs and says Gangwon's famous for that. Min-jun, desperate, yells, "How's it possible without a physical exam?" The soldier replies that there's a shortage of men and the physical exams are now being held at the training center. As for the warning, he figures Min-jun probably just saw it late, but still suggests he checks the cyber cafe near the evacuation center just in case. Suddenly, something clicks in his mind. He filled the void in his life with video games for a long time, ever since his parents disappeared. Then, as a socially awkward high school senior, he got summoned to Eastgard, the long-forgotten paradise of humanity. Now, back in the present, Min-jun's sitting in a cyber cafe, geeking out in joy as he plays Dungeon Power Fighter again. He's loving the comfort of these gaming pods, stoked that the game's still running exactly like he remembered it. Spark is practically ready to lean in and give props to the owner for keeping his joint open, even during a total meltdown. Out of nowhere, he orders a hot dog and the waitress is completely flabbergasted, wondering how much this guy can eat. After enjoying the ride to his heart's content, Min-jun snaps back to reality, wondering if all this is even real. He opens up the internet to check news articles and tries to wrap his head around the situation. That's when he reads that the damage caused by monsters this year is a 48% higher than last year. On top of that, the Hunters Guild is prioritizing citizen safety as the number of attacks keeps rising and the government is scrambling to find solutions. Min-jun starts to believe every word the soldier said, including the part about being recruited by the Military Personnel Administration. Now, the message had clearly stated that his induction was scheduled for tomorrow. Min-jun can't help but think that if he still had his Eastgard powers, he could have cleared all the dungeons himself without breaking a sweat. But for some reason, his demonic energy is completely drained, leaving him feeling like they've sucked out his primary source of dark magic. Despite the dwindling dark energy, he thinks he might still be able to take care of those dungeons on his own somehow. His intense aura sweeps the room, leaving everyone bewildered as they stare at this lunatic. With a wicked grin, Min-jun decides to take care of it himself. The next day, this intergalactic traveler walks calmly into the training center with a sandwich in hand. He's strangely thrilled to see so many people signing up today, despite everyone else looking down, hugging their loved ones to say goodbye. Suddenly, a voice announces that all new recruits need to assemble in the auditorium. Min-jun raises an eyebrow, wondering if this will be tougher than life in Eastgard. Inside the auditorium, the soldiers are straight up hostile, yelling at the new recruits to stand up and screaming at them to stop slouching like snails. One yells to keep their posture straight and not look back, while another demands they push the person ahead like their lives depend on it. Min-jun looks at these oddly refined instructors in front of the idiot he trained with in Eastgard. The commander then asks for attention, inquiring who wasn't selected for the hunting unit and asks them to raise their hand. He explains that the treatment is very different between the hunting corps and regular troops. The hunters start with the base salary of 3 million won, which leaves some of them looking utterly stunned. When nobody's moving, the commander says there's no issue until he spots a volunteer. They call out Min-jun to step forward, and he decides this is his moment to shine. Without hesitation, he leaps into the air, leaving a crater on the ground from the force of his takeoff. He lands right next to the commander, as suave as ever, leaving everyone speechless, practically with their jaw on the floor. That's when he shows up with confidence, saying, "Kim Min-jun," applying for the Hunter Corps. Back in Eastgard, deep in the forgotten gorge of the northern region, the mountains are full of caves, each darker and more twisted than the last. That's where Min-jun fully comes to terms with the brutal reality of being a dark mage, a never-ending job that's a living hell, and he's the worst of the bunch. Yeah, dark mages come with some serious skills, but once they're out of juice, they're toast. All that's left is a body barely holding on, stuck in a role that wears you down until there's nothing left. It's not like the mana would naturally replenish itself over time, like it does with regular mages. For dark mages, the only way to recover it is by defeating monsters with demonic energy. But even then, replenishing dark energy while actively using it is a total nightmare, super inefficient, and hardly worth a hassle. To make matters worse, Min-jun could never find reliable teammates, since the dark mage's rep was straight trash. So if Min-jun ever runs out of dark energy, he's basically as good as dead down there. Now he's asking what's the best way for a dark wizard to recharge his demonic energy. But unfortunately, this guy is so doomed to be alone that there's no one around to pass his surprise test or listen to his tragic monologue. Except for a bunch of monster corpses. He's wondering if everyone else is already dead. Suddenly, he hears something approaching from behind. It turns out it's the Forgotten Canyon Dungeon's hidden big cheese, Erach Nez. This giant spider appears as Min Jun thinks the boss might have answered his question. He should have gotten out before. I was bored. Upon seeing her dead offspring, the giant spider lets out a blood-curdling scream. Min Yu's joking about his bad breath, saying he's already got a response covered. Then, without hesitation, he lands a solid punch to her face and tells her the answer is wrong. With demonic energy overflowing, Min Jun says the answer is a no-brainer and is just maxing out the beast with brute force. That day, Minot, who was actually Kim Min Jun, was at the peak of dark magic and Icegird, with 645 days to go before he'd be back on Earth. Back in the present, the commander confirms his name, Kim Min Jun, and tells him to stick around until the hunter unit arrives. Min Jun's just chilling, secretly stoked to see a top-notch commander brewing him a cup of joe like it's no big deal. The commander then asks him why he wants to join the hunter unit. This kid is weird, considering many desert the regular army despite their powers and the external danger. With a faint smile, Min Jun says he has unfinished business in the dungeons, leaving him speechless. A second later, the commander bursts into laughter, thinking it's a joke, even assuring him that they won't charge him for trashing the auditorium floor. What he didn't know was that this world walker wasn't messing around at all. In Korea, all dungeons are managed by the military, and the hunter unit, a highly trained elite force, has top priority to investigate those dungeons and take care of monster subjugation. Members of this unit rise through skill, so they climb ranks without limits if they've got the juice. Upon joining the Hunters Guild, Min Jun receives his dungeon license to purge the internal scum with his demonic energy. From there, he dreams of rising quickly and reclaiming his lost powers. The mere thought of it makes this manic calculator crack up, imagining himself reaching 10 stars in 5 years and cleaning out all the dungeons in sight. That would give him just enough time for Dungeon Power Fighter to finally unleash his fourth awakening, while he basks in the glory and the big paycheck of a public hero. Just then, Sergeant Lee's son, Ho, from the Hunter Corps, steps up to the commander. The commander greets him warmly and introduces Min Jun as the new recruit. Min Jun is taken aback by the commander's formal demeanor with the sergeant. Son Joe asks if he's got any special sauce. As a natural-born hunter, he should have a status window, so the sergeant asks him to read his stats out loud. Min Jun wonders if all hunters are this persistent and gives in, doing what they ask. Thinking about it, he recalls that he also had a status window in Icegird, but he barely used it because it only showed numerical values and stats. Now the kid feels curious to see how the status window works in this world, but as soon as it appears, he's completely stumped. Soon Ho immediately presses him, asking what he's looking at, but Min Jun just gives him a nervous smile. He's got a forced laugh, saying the window's throwing up a red flag. Soon Ho's expression tightens up, like his brain just short-circuited trying to process what he just heard. In some place in Gyeonggi province at the Hunter Body's training ground, the commander starts with a trivial talk, saying he last saw her in Hwachin. 10 years have passed. He never thought he'd run into Son, a CEO, of all people, here. She quickly corrects him, saying she's not a seasoned hunter, just a new recruit who enlisted today. Still, she wants to know if they're calling her out just because of her dad's status, making it clear that she doesn't want any special treatment during training. The commander takes it with a smile and assures her that it has nothing to do with General Song and that she won't be getting any special treatment either. He also reminds her that the Hunter Corps isn't a cakewalk, something her dad has probably already warned her about. With the recruit as well known as this one enlisting, the commander thought it'd be good to exchange some words of encouragement before the girl gets too busy. He's aware it wasn't a cakewalk for her to enlist as a grunt instead of getting a high-ranking executive position, and he's grateful to have her on board as a citizen and a soldier. Meanwhile, Yoon Seo is clearly mortified, but politely thanks the commander. Just then, a van arrives and the commander warns her that she might meet an interesting fellow on board, suggesting she go to greet him, surprising her. Meanwhile, Min-jun bursts into the massive training facility, stoked. As he looks at the building, he asks if there's a computer lab. Sun-ho mocks the oddball, telling him not to get his hopes up, since he's not even an official member yet. Just because he's a special case, they've given Sun-ho the job of assessing him. That smug tone infuriates Sparky, and he's itching to insult this idiot. According to Sun-ho, he would have already returned Min-jun to Yunchang if the central office hadn't specifically requested him to evaluate him. Moreover, Sun-ho adds that as soon as he proves Min-jun's a total scam, he'll hand him over to the military police without batting an eye. He's got a major chip on his shoulder, too stingy and full of himself, but he's got a handle on it and wants the specifics of the test. That's when Sun-ho breaks out a massive crimson crystal and tells him that if he can budget even an inch in 10 minutes, he'll pass. The soldier is ready to see if this supposed talent is worth joining the hunting corps. The red rock isn't just any ordinary boulder. It's a heavy, dense crap from the depths of the dungeons, making it a real pain in the neck for a regular recruit to move. Min-jun walks by Sun-ho, nonchalantly saying it's a relief the test is so straightforward, which is sure to bruise Sun-ho's ego. Sun-ho knows this is a lame way to gauge someone's state, but he gets it. There've probably been plenty of wannabe hunters with mediocre skills trying to sneak in, so this test weeds out the phonies. Meanwhile, Sun-ho had heard rumors about this guy jumping a 5-meter straight shot to the podium, but the whole issue of the state window error still doesn't add up. Others are watching Min-jun's test, like Choi and Yoon Seo. Choi thinks this guy shows some serious physical skills and training to get here in a flash. He also tells Yoon Seo that Min-jun's state gave a false reading. The old man had never heard of anything like this before, but he's pinning all his hopes on this new recruit. Min-jun fixes his gaze intently on the crimson boulder. He instantly recalls his time in Icegird. That heavy rock was in every dungeon, but a piece of this size, he could move it with ease. He gets pumped up, readies himself to swing, wondering if this thing might be storing some demonic energy. So the brute readies himself and smashes the whole rock into pieces. With demonic energy, so the brute prepares and shatters the entire stone into one blow. Too bad, it's a total bust. Commander Choi and Yoon Seo are left speechless, completely shell-shocked. Even the sergeant's son, Ho, looks like he's about to pop out of his eyes, calling Min-jun a completely psycho freak. Later, Na-min-hyuk is completely out of breath, drenched in sweat as he drags himself up the stairs alongside the other recruits. Even before joining the Hunter Corps, he knew the training wouldn't be normal, but now he's really feeling like something's off. Once the training period is over, they'll face a real battle, but before that, they've got 4 weeks of pure hell to go through. That means they'll be carrying sandbags from day one and running up the infamous 6,000 stairs. Like things weren't already brutal enough, there's this demonic instructor, Sergeant Lee Sungo, who's always breathing down their necks. He's checking their arrival times. That was to be expected. But this brutal physical training is only boosting their stats by a little and pushing most of the recruits to the edge. Na-min-hyuk always thought that the recruits of the Hunter Corps had to tough it out, but now he's not so sure with this wild card in charge. Meanwhile, Min-jun's living it up, running like a wild child. And Kyung starts wondering if the problem is them, Noel. Min-jun feels his body floating in the air, and if he still had his demonic energy, he swears he'd be flying. To Sparky, it's actually pretty chill, this supposed hellish body hunting boot camp. Military uniforms look classy compared to the rags I wore in Icegird, and the grub is way better than I expected. Even the schedule is a plus. Once the evening roll call is over, they've got real downtime and can actually get some rest at night. On top of that, he heard they've got a top-notch computer lab right on site, and it's apparently just as good as any in the city. As long as he follows the rules, no one will bother him during his downtime. Although Min-jun had every intention of bailing if it got dull, the Hunting Corps has everything he could ask for. Grueling training, great chow, a fat paycheck, and even downtime to play. He's sprinting up the stairs, yelling that the Hunter Corps is the best thing that exists. And Kayak, still trying to catch his breath, he can't wrap his head around what kind of fuel this beast is running on to move like that. In a flash, Sungo is left speechless as Min-jun reaches the summit at an unprecedented pace. Normally, it takes a regular recruit around an hour to summit, but this guy crushed it in record time. Minjun rubs it in Sungo's face, reminding him that anyone who finishes in under 30 minutes gets a get-out-of-jail free pass. Sungo hands it over, and Minjun is already planning how to use it. Sungo smirks, doubting another recruit's gotten a pass like that. He knows that brute force isn't enough because the real test is reacting fast to the monsters. That's what really matters in the Hunter Corps, and for that reason, he swears to keep a close eye on Kim Minjun. Meanwhile, the rest of the recruits are complaining, mumbling about how impossible it is to keep up with this kind of training every day. Suddenly, In-hyuk yells that his stats went up by 1, and the others quickly gather to congratulate him as if it's the biggest achievement of the day. Now everyone's busy checking their stats, and Minjun's blown away by how stoked the recruits are, just because they bumped up 1 stat point. This guy can't help but recall his brutal training in Ice Girt under that crazy warrior who forced him to gain 10 stats a day like it was no big deal. Meanwhile, one of the kids asks Minjun if he plans to use his exit pass, but Sparky is still unsure. The others look at him with envy, saying they heard from another instructor that no one has managed to get a pass from Sergeant Sungo until now. Suddenly, they all start to surround him, firing off questions about his workout routine and how he got so jacked. Minjun's blown away by the whole scene, realizing people are actually chatting and laughing with him. It's a total game changer. In Eastgard, when I was a dark wizard, people avoided me like the plague. Just being near me was considered bad luck. But here it's different. On the communication isn't as bad as I thought. These kids are already making plans to head to the cyber cafe later, and that really gets Minjun pumped. He's even more stoked to hear the cyber cafe is open at this hour. That's a major win. As he enjoys his time at the cyber cafe, the clock strikes 9, and Minjun thinks it's time to catch some Z's 2 hours early. In Eastgard, even getting a single hour of sleep was a luxury, so 2 hours felt like a deep slumber in truth. With that kind of R&R, he's dead sure he can power through and keep gaming every day. The rest of the room are in a daze, watching this total psycho keep gaming like a maniac. Next, the recruits face another brutal exercise, this time with no extra distance. But they must maintain a constant speed. Anyone who doesn't hit 40 kilometers in 2 hours gets left hangry. Later, Minjun nonchalantly boasts about hitting 10 max levels yesterday, which really gets under In-kyung's skin, who's still trying to catch her breath after the exercise. It's pissing her off that Minjun isn't even sweating. What really gets under her skin is that the guy played video games all night and only got 2 hours of sleep in the last 4 weeks. When someone asks how he's still standing, Minjun just smirks and steals the show, saying he brought enough water to share with all his teammates. The guy's going crazy, raving about his insane endurance and calling him his dear comrade. They are practically dying to take a sip of what now seems like a mythical elixir. The kids line up like ducklings waiting for Minjun to serve them a sip of water in their mouths. In the middle of their conversation, someone suddenly catches their attention, and it's Lee, dropping the bombshell that the lieutenant is seriously disappointed in all of them. It's the last week of training, and only half of the recruits have managed to meet the standard, and he straight up calls them the most pathetic squad of all time. Minjun can't help but wonder why this old dude is speaking in third person, like he's some ancient sage. But Lee doesn't stop there, throwing shade at everyone, saying that if they get deployed after the training ends, half of them will be signing their own death warrant. According to him, that mindset is basically a one-way ticket to the afterlife. He's dead set on saying that none of them will make it through the final evaluation training in the dungeon, which he calls the evaluation hell. Normally, once all the monsters inside a dungeon are wiped out, the dungeon disappears, but some don't. They become what they call transformation dungeons. These dungeons constantly change their internal layout, modifying designs and environments on a regular basis. They're perfect for apprentices to gain real-world experience in what they call the dungeon evaluation. The name strikes fear into the new recruits, knowing it'll be brutal, red, enjoy the attention, and says they should be treated like horses. You need a strong whip to crack them and a carrot afterwards. He's telling them they'll get it done if they just use their heads. To sweeten the deal, he announces that the recruit with the highest score will win a 2-night, 3-day vacation pass. The old man thinks that this small reward will motivate them and make them try harder, asking if that news doesn't make their blood boil, but the recruits just stare at him with empty eyes. watching him slap the stage as if he's lost his marbles, but no one responds. He's really trying to pump them up, but it's like he's talking to a brick wall. That is, until he sees this one guy who's actually stoked about the news, and that just ratchets up the tension for the others. The next day, the whole squad appears agog, stunned by just how massive the dungeon really is. Minjun, on the other hand, couldn't care less. On the day of the evaluation training in the dungeon, the recruits are filled with nerves, wondering what kind of nightmare awaits them inside. Suddenly, a military jeep appears on the scene, freaking everyone out. Everyone's thinking, what's a military truck doing here, in the middle of nowhere? Their panic intensifies when they realize the jeep is loaded with cages, and inside those cages are real monsters with terrifying sounds coming out of the cages. The recruits quickly realize they're filled with bloodhounds that give them the heebie-jeebies. One of them even faints from the shock, while another is already looking for an escape route. Meanwhile, Minjun just sees them as giant puppies, mentally comparing them to Chihuahuas or Maltese. He's furious as he watches the recruits shaking their boots at the sight of the monsters they're supposed to be taking down. He orders them to form teams of 4 and enter the shifting dungeon, where they must defeat a hellhound in an hour and return, with the warning that if they get hurt, they'd better be working on their core strength. And if they're scared, they should use their heads and fight with spirit. He gives them the orders: if they get hurt, they better be working on their core strength. If they're scared, they should use their heads and fight with spirit. Sungo announces they'll be coming in one by one, so gear up. Show off the exclusive Hunter Corpse outfit, the mid-2, which shields the body in combat. Once they're all geared up, they start shaking like a bunch of spooked chickens, wondering if there's anything tougher out there than his armor. Meanwhile, Minjun silently judges the armor, thinking it's ridiculously uncomfortable and clearly made for defense alone. He can't believe something so rigid and clumsy costs around 50 million bucks. Just by the smell, he realizes these suits have been worn to death, soaked in passion and sweat from everyone. That's when Sparky asks a cheeky question, inquiring if they managed to take down the hounds, which would mean they can finally get rid of these rags. At first, Lieutenant Lee seems taken aback by the idea, but when he sees his Minjun, the #1 recruit in the rankings, he caves and gives them the green light. Still, Lee isn't making it a cakewalk for him. He's gotta remember Minjun, no solo ser el numero uno. You gotta earn it, show some real teamwork, and now everyone's gonna be watching how the top recruit handles taking care of the team. When it comes to taking down a top dog, Sparky acts like it's a cakewalk, saying all he needs to do is tell his teammates what to do. Out of nowhere, Minjun yells that he's got the perfect plan. 2 guys lean in, curious to hear what he's got to say. But then this weirdo drops the most brutal advice of all, like it's no big deal. Just grab the bloodhound by the legs and snap his back in 2. If the beast manages to survive that, they should break his back and destroy it. After spewing out that chilling strategy, Sparky demands to know if they got it. The recruits just stand there staring at it in stunned silence, completely speechless. At that moment, Lee yells at the sergeants to let the bloodhounds loose, and Sungo opens the cage doors, letting the beasts out. But instead of attacking the recruits, the menacing creatures make a beeline straight back to the dungeon. Minjun nonchalantly points out that the wolves probably saw the door to their home and headed straight for it. Surprisingly, his logic makes sense to everyone, and the recruits start praising his mental acuity for understanding the psychology of the bloodhounds so quickly. Out of nowhere, Lee storms up, furious, and demands to know if they've got the guts to stay there, laughing on these hallowed training grounds. That roar leaves everyone breathless. Then, Lee drops the bombshell that they've been chosen as the first team to enter. Minjun doesn't care, but the other 3 are totally freaked out, completely shell-shocked to be dropped in first. Before they can even process it, they're marching towards the dungeon entrance. Among them, Sparky's only real motivation is to get out of this annoying suit as soon as the bloodbath is over. With that, Lee announces the start of training, alerting the instructors to be on high alert and keep a close eye on everything. His job is to keep the situation under control if things get out of hand and the recruits end up in real danger. The instructors, hidden from view, keep a close eye on the recruits from their hiding spot. One of them quietly briefs Sergeant Kim Ho-jun that only a 4-man team is entering, no extras. That's when he spots a familiar face, none other than Kim Minjun, the recruit who's been flagged for special attention. He's been showing some seriously promising skills lately, with top-notch scores in the last 4 weeks. But the real question is whether this kid can cut the mustard in the chaos of a dungeon. No doubt, the top team is itching to get out, already showing signs of restlessness as they get ready. Minjun thinks this is a cakewalk, thinking he could knock out the hounds with a headshot. But on the other hand, if he takes them all down, the others won't gain any experience, and that wouldn't be fair. He's being super considerate. At that moment, he alerts the group that the bloodhounds are on their way, and indeed, a pack appears. His teammates are starting to freak out, but Minjun tells them to chill since they're wearing some seriously durable protective gear. He decides to take the initiative, maybe to set an example. As soon as a bloodhound charges at him, he lands a crushing punch that takes the beast down instantly. Another hound goes straight for one of the other recruits, biting him on the arm as he cries out for help. Without missing a beat, Minjun boots the saber-tooth off him, taking it down too. Then, like a coach in the middle of the game, he starts instructing them, telling them to counterattack when they get bitten. If they show any signs of fear, the monsters will take advantage and treat them like low-hanging fruit. He also tells them to cut the formalities, since they're comrades now. Honestly, he knows 2 of them would have been dead if this wasn't just a training exercise, but since there are multiple, they should use that to their advantage and counterattack with force. That'll throw the hounds off and put the fight in their favor. Now, the team takes the initiative with Minjun in charge, telling them to corner the hound and wait for it to drop his guard. Meanwhile, the instructor team watches this with utter disbelief, wondering if this guy is just a rookie. They never expected to see greenhorns taking on bloodhounds and strangling beasts like they're in a Sunday stroll. Thanks to Minjun, the squad is overcoming their fear and really counterattacking. The instructors are even wondering if this wild card could be one of those rare cases, like a hunter sergeant who shows up a day before enlistment, of those rumors you hear. But what stands out more than his strength is how Minjun leads the team, animates his squad, keeps them focused, and coordinates the fight with a real strategy. That leadership gives him the top grade in the group, while the rest settle for mediocre marks. Kabo Kim Ho-jun appears with his assistant, officially declaring that the first team has passed the test. As they exit, Minjun continues to bug Hajin about whether he won the vacation pass, but Hajin shuts him down quick. Minjun jokes that they were probably sweating bullets over the team, calling in the sundries, which gets under Ho-jun's skin. At that moment, something feels off. The ground starts to rumble. Ho-jun feels it too and orders them to contact the exterior team immediately, but Minjun remains unfazed. He nods nonchalantly, insisting it's not an earthquake, but the very dungeon itself is warping. That's when the others realize the exit is closing in right on them. Now that the exit is sealing itself, the recruits are terrified, screaming, and asking what's happening. Even Ho-jun's face says it all. They're in deep trouble, but Minjun knows it's way too late to bail now. The exit portal completely dissolves, leaving Ho-jun in a state of shock. They'd made sure the transition process was monthly, so the sudden twist doesn't add up. The entire internal structure of the dungeon is starting to shift. To add insult to injury, the radio isn't working, cutting off all communication. It looks like the dungeon changed way too fast. For now, the instructors have decided to focus on getting the recruits to safety. After finding a safe corner, Hajin gathers everyone and explains that there was an unexpected incident in the dungeon, while his partner keeps watch around them. He tells the group not to worry. They'll wait there an hour to see if the entrance reopens. Just like the manual says, the recruits buy into Ho-jun's speech, relieved that this will be over soon. They're just relieved they won't be stuck there forever. To ease their minds, Ho-jun adds that they're already assessing the situation and gearing up to send aid from outside. He's also reassuring them that the lieutenant will take the necessary precautions, so they should just calm down and wait instead of panicking. But Minjun silently judges the sergeant, not buying it for a second. He's positive they chose this spot after confirming there wouldn't be any surprises like this one. What's fishy is how the dungeon entrance, which is always open, just slammed shut out of nowhere. Suddenly, Kim Ho-jun gives a discreet signal to talk in private, and Minjun realizes they're well aware the situation is about to take a turn for the worse. There's no playbook for this, and if the dungeon has turned into a locked one, it'll be a whole lot tougher to get out of. This kid without a lifeline remembers seeing something like this in Eastgard, but it's not that bad, especially considering he's here. Meanwhile, Ho-jun admits this is the worst-case scenario. They're definitely trapped in a closed dungeon. His partner has no idea and is clearly spooked, not trained for this mess. Then, Hejun explains the two special cases where the entrance to the dungeon disappears. The first is when it disappears after being surpassed, and the second is when it becomes a closed dungeon where the portal vanishes as someone enters. That's it, it's sealed, which means multiple monsters will appear. The only way to escape now is by defeating each monster trapped inside. Also, Hojun lets his teammate know that they're on their own. No outside help is coming, and they need to get through this mess together. With 4 green horns and only 2 instructors, they'll have to clear the dungeon on their own. After briefing Hojun on the current situation, the recruits are visibly on edge, as expected. Not to mention, Hojun has no idea what kind of monsters are lurking around here, so things could get ugly fast. Still, they can't afford to stand still. They've got to keep moving while they've got juice. I'm bummed the coaches didn't gear up before heading in. They just rolled in sweats to keep an eye on the kids. At this rate, a few goblins could take them down, since it takes Hajin 10 minutes to kill one. Then he looks back and remembers that the recruits are still wearing the body armor of the Hunter Corps. He thinks they can use the body armor as a more realistic part of their strategy right now. Put the newbies up front to take the hits while the instructors come at them from behind. It's a solid plan, but the idea of using these kids as human shields is making Hojun's stomach turn. They've endured a brutal training and trusted that the instructors would have their backs, and now their pride and self-respect won't let them betray those same kids. Meanwhile, Minjun's acting like it's no big deal, but his teammates are freaking out, especially since this disaster is happening right in the middle of their final week of training. Out of nowhere, the oddball feels something's off, and the instructor asks him what's going on. That's when Hojun starts freaking out, like he's being choked from the inside out. His teammate rushes towards him, ignoring Minjun's warning to back off, saying there's nothing he can do now, but he's gonna go anyway, thinking he's got nothing to lose. He rushes over to Hojun, only to feel the same thing happening to him and collapses to the ground. From there, Minjun takes charge, telling the rest of the team to back off or they'll end up like the instructors. Upon checking on the two, he realizes they've just fainted and aren't in immediate mortal danger. Alright. Sparky had a hunch that he caught a whiff of something familiar before. At that moment, Minjun sends the instructors after the recruits, telling them to grab them and keep them safe near the exit. He tells them firmly they're not going in under any circumstances. One of the recruits tries to reason with him, asking what he plans to do if even the instructors have fainted, clearly agitated, and begging him not to go alone. But Minjun ventures deeper into the dungeon without hesitation, aware that the risk of dying excites him, especially since this time is real on Earth. Despite that, he's dead sure the real reason the instructors face-planted is the demonic energy presence. Not even that surprises him, knowing that even awakened instructors could pass out from exposure to something like that. Even in Icegird, people are always shielded with special shields before facing demons. But this thing is way deadlier to regular humans. It's like a phone battery to dark mages. It's their lifeblood. Special shields before facing off against demonic energy-charged monsters. That's because this thing is way deadlier for common humans, but for dark mages, dark energy is like trying to charge a phone with a dead battery. Is their lifeblood. After sprinting through the dungeon for a while, Min-yun finally reaches the source of this overwhelming demonic energy. The place is dead silent and there's no monster in sight, but that just cracks him up. He looks up at the ceiling, knowing full well that something as vile and drenched in darkness could never go unnoticed. Knowing full well that something so foul and drenched in darkness couldn't hide from the senses of a dark mage. And there it is, he can feel it. He never thought he'd run into a dark hound like this one in the middle of all these places, but don't be fooled, this isn't just another version of the regular hounds. Despite the similar names, the dark hound is a completely different and much more deadly breed. The first time Minjun crossed paths with it in Eastgard was a year after it was summoned. Back then, it barely managed to escape alive, and even the monster guides on Earth wouldn't dare approach this thing. It's that brutal. The Darkhound launches itself straight from the ceiling, but Minjun doesn't even flinch. He stands there frozen, almost relieved to see a familiar face. With a mocking grin, he thanks the beast for the meal, and the next second unleashes a devastating punch to the face, sending the monster flying back like a rag doll. The Dark Hound crashes heavily, with Min Yoon's eyes gleaming with demonic hunger as his face is bloodied and his teeth shattered. Even with the satisfying hit, the bloodlust in the air is thick and sickening, but he's not fazed. It's just a sign that the recharge is about to kick in. Despite the stench of blood still being repulsive, the massive demonic energy released after the Dark Hound's death is what matters. That's why taking down a beast like this isn't a cakewalk. Its toxic blood isn't something to be taken lightly. If a common human touched it, their skin would rot instantly. But that doesn't faze a dark wizard at all. As the demoniac energy emanates from the Hellhound, Minjin absorbs it all with a smug grin. As he absorbs that demonic energy essence, he knows the side effects don't touch a dark mage at all. He's stoked to be absorbing demon energy after so long, feeling like he's got a 5% demon load. Still, he can't fathom why a dark hound from Ethan would show up in a place like this. He figured earth monsters might have some demon energy, but the instructor's fainting raises more questions. He's got doubts they've ever run into something like that, and never mentioned the dark energy or the dark hounds at the training center, and it's impossible for a hound to travel between dimensions. Only someone like him, who reached the pinnacle of dark magic, could pull off something like this. Or maybe only a god-sent saint with divine power could pull it off, since it's not a skill within anyone's grasp. Minjun wonders if he's overreacting, or if it's really the first time a dark hound has appeared in Korea. Whatever, he decides to go for the core and file a report, and finally does so. Meanwhile, Ho-jun slowly opens his eyes, and the recruits breathe a sigh of relief as he regains consciousness. They approach to check if he's okay, but both instructors suddenly jump up, freaking out all the newbies. Go-jun demands a report ASAP, asking if anyone's hurt or if anything went down while they were out cold. The newbies admit they thought they turned into undead, but they swear everyone's good. Then they mention that Minjun ventured solo into the dungeon. That news unsettles Ho-jun, and when the newbies explain what happened after his fainting spell, his face contorts with rage. He's livid that Minjun went rogue in a situation that's a recipe for disaster, gritting his teeth at the thought. That kind of recklessness is grounds enough to get kicked out of the program. Well, he feels like he can't call anyone out, especially after face planting, instead of watching out for the newbies. But he snaps back to reality and realizes he needs to go after Kim Minjun to bring him back. Just as he's about to move, one of the newbies suddenly yells, pointing forward. To everyone's surprise, Minjun appears out of nowhere, carrying the dark beast's corpse on his back. He even asks if everyone's good, like it's just another day. The instructors are left speechless, with their minds blocked by the monster's enormous size, unable to process how in the world this kid managed to take it down alone. Without hesitation, Minjun unleashes the massive hound on them and tells them to take a closer look. The instructors take a closer look and notice that this beast is the reason they fainted. The recruits realize the dogs they faced were pups and that this one was the real threat. No one can believe Minjun took down a beast of that magnitude on his own. Then, like nothing, the dungeon portal flickers and reappears in the same spot. Still trying to wrap his head around what just happened, Ho-jun turns to Minjun and asks if he's for real. He took down that massive creature solo. Minjun just nods with that infuriatingly calm smile. Ho-jun tells his buddy to escort the new recruits out first, promising to follow right behind. Then, pulling Minjun aside, he demands that he give a detailed report to the lieutenant, including how both instructors passed out and left the recruits completely on their own. That includes how both instructors face-planted and left the recruits completely high and dry. Ho-jun knows they're not getting off scot-free, but thanks to Minjun, everyone's alive and unscathed. Sparky smirks, calling Ho-jun a total embarrassment now, but Ho-jun insists that a real man owns up to his mistakes. Said that, he says it's time to bail on this cursed dump. Still, Ho-jun can't figure out what made him lose his train of thought, and now he's dreading a sleepless night trying to figure it out. Meanwhile, Minjun still riding high on the epic praise he got during his last training cycle. Just as he's about to leave, a system window pops up with the message that the error has been resolved. Minjun stares at the screen, utterly bewildered, mumbling that he has no idea what this means, cursing under his breath, calling it a piece of junk, just like the one he had at Eastgard. But then the screen updates, officially dubbing him the founder of Lumen Una, my favorite character, followed by his stats. Vitality, agility, and endurance are at 60 and demonic energy is at 10. His only skill is corruption, rank E. The numbers don't bother him much, but something about all this feels really off. Especially the Luminuna thing in his status window. Lumin is a character from Dungeon Power Fighter, the same game he plays to kill time. In Eastgarth, when he reached the peak of his dark magic and got fed up with the fanatics following him, he created this joke cult about Lumin, just to get rid of them. Now, somehow, the joke's on him, following him all the way here. Everyone had once begged Minjun to rule the world, but to get rid of them, he ended up forming the Lumi fan club. The plan backfired, only creating more crazies who worshipped him. Now that he sees his current stats, Minjun realizes just how much he's lost his edge. When he returned without demonic energy, he figured there'd be a dimensional travel penalty. Despite the endless list of skills he used to have, he's down to just one, and that's a super low level corruption. At this point, he's convinced that the skill's effect could be a stomachache. This isn't a third grade novel, but the absurdity of it all makes him want to puke. There's no way he can achieve any of his objectives like this. But, on the other hand, once he reached the pinnacle of dark magic and Icegird, if he did it before, he can do it again. This time, he's got a valid reason. He needs to get his power back ASAP to help the game dev company that's stuck in a development hell thanks to the monsters. But one thing's for sure, this ain't no Icegird, where he had to suck it up with no backup. Now he's got the game dev team waiting on him. That day, the entire training center descended into chaos when they found out that a training dungeon had been sealed off during a session. And to make matters worse, the lieutenant hadn't given clear orders, and some greenhorn had just taken down a newly discovered beast, while the instructors were caught off guard by a series of unexpected events. The recruits, who were supposed to get their ranks and enjoy some freedom until the briefing, suddenly found themselves in the eye of the storm. The newbies feel cursed, with no idea when their waiting game will end, and all this during the last week of training. At this point, they'd even be cool with just sitting on the couch watching TV. Lee Ho-chan approaches Park Yeon-won and asks if Minjun really took down that giant hound by himself. Yeon-won's still stoked, saying he thought it was a goner at first because of its size, but yeah, Minjun totally took it down. They start wondering if Kim Minjun could make it to sergeant in 2 years, but someone points out that the advanced body hunter exams are no joke. Apparently, most of them drop out as privates, even after 5 full years. Well, some of them even get out with the rank of private first class. After that, Kim Minjun greets Commander Choi and notices that Lieutenant Lee Mayong is in an awkward position. Choi tells Lee to back off, and as soon as he's gone, Choi bursts out laughing, saying they're punishing the lieutenant for not doing a thorough sweep of the dungeons. But let's cut to the chase. Choi says they need to discuss something important. Since Minjun got the top score, he's got a special proposal lined up and asks if he's interested in hearing it. A peacock in a henhouse is a common saying used to describe someone who stands out from the rest. Commander Choi firmly believes that Kim Minjun is anything but ordinary, and is genuinely grateful to have seen someone like him, a real standout among the rest. He never imagined finding a bird so exceptional that even those above the curve seemed like mere chickens in comparison. Choi says it'd be a national loss to waste such talent on regular ranks when they're desperate for trained personnel. He also mentions having heard that Minjun wants to get promoted fast, like a bird that makes even the top dogs look like chickens. Normally, there's a rule that prevents regular soldiers from taking the promotion exam for at least a year. But when it comes to exceptions, that's a whole different story, and that part leaves Minjun a bit stunned. It's then that Commander Choi drops the bombshell. He's got the juice as the training commander to give Minjun that exception, but there's a catch. He wants Minjun to volunteer for the Chiwon, Kangwon-do, hunter unit on a voluntary basis. The old man even slams his fist on the table, bellowing that Minjun shouldn't have to wait a whole year for a promotion to Sibaji. An awkward silence falls between them. Choi starts wondering if Cheer-won is even worth it, even for someone desperate for a promotion. Maybe this exception won't be enough of a motivator. Meanwhile, Minjun shows zero concern or interest, lost in his own thoughts. Remember, Cheer-won is the home turf of the 104th Division of the Invincible Hunters, a place that his comrades warned him to steer clear of. The weather is brutal, the snow piles up endlessly, and the dungeons, along with the monsters, pop up whenever they feel like it. It's classified as one of the most extreme posts, but Minjin doesn't care where he ends up as long as he rises fast. That's a golden ticket for a promotion. Besides, the place reeks of dungeons, which is perfect. To make your plan a success, you need to level up ASAP. The higher the rank, the wider his sphere of influence will be. Moreover, there's no better way to earn a promotion than proving what you're worth in the dungeons. With that, Kim Min-jun gives a resounding and unbreakable yes, accepts it. The commander is stunned that this guy would accept a one-way ticket to Chiron, the land of brutal cold, and do it with that bold spirit. Then, in the parking lot, a group of people show some serious guts. After that, in the parking lot, a group of people gathers near the trucks. Commander Choi is getting all teary-eyed as he's saying goodbye to Kim Min-jun, begging him to check in the moment he reaches his base. Min-jun thinks this old guy is a drama queen. Assuming he'll be the one getting ignored, Choi swears he won't. But clearly Min-jun doesn't care. Despite that, the commander asks if he's really going to share one, wanting to know why he chose the one place everyone avoids. Min-jun says it's a plan too big for the old man to grasp, adding that his goal is a wild card he's aiming for. Choi jokes if it's about maxing out 100 times. But Min-jun casually says he hit level 30 yesterday, so 100 isn't even a challenge. Choi thinks this kid is certifiably insane, and Min-jun's ride pulls away. On his way, Min-jun spots the loudmouthed guy heading back to his own base, and starts wondering why he's suddenly solo. Out of nowhere, a military jeep appears, calling out to Kim Min-jun, completely catching him off guard. Behind the wheel is some bespectacled dude, Kim Min-ji, casually asking if the kid's been waiting long, saying the snow held him up. Min-jun is stunned. He hadn't even realized he started to get snowed in. Min-jun is stunned. He hadn't even noticed it had started snowing. Min-ji tells him to get back in so they can ride with the squad. The kid thinks this gorilla-looking dude loves to flex his muscles. As he heads back, he's hit with the harsh reality of officially becoming a soldier. But there's something that's got him on edge, and it's the hazing. Remember all those TV shows where the boss forces the new guy to do crazy stuff? Like searching for Dragon Balls or running errands for nothing? Min-jun knows he lacks the patience to deal with that nonsense, but figures he'll have to put up with it somehow. On the way there, Min-jun realizes how reckless it would be if he loses his temper and slaps a superior. That'd be the end of his career, and they'd ship him off to a military prison like some low-ranking grunt. As he approaches his destination, a light snowfall begins to settle on the invincible hunter's truck. Upon arriving at Gangwon-do, Chiron, to the 2nd Battalion of the 104th Division of the Invincible Hunters, Minji and Minjin check in. Minji bursts in, shoving the rookie inside, ordering the locals to feed him and show him the ropes. The soldiers inside are stunned, having received no warning, but when they see the newcomer, they erupt in laughter and cheer, excited to have fresh meat nearby. As Min-jun introduces himself, the squad realizes he's the same psycho who took down the giant hound solo. Some dude tosses Minjin's backpack to the bald guy, making him responsible for unpacking his gear. Minjin quickly identifies the two loudmouthed idiots as the dorm room alphas, standing there with their stupid wide grins. It's like they just discovered a new toy or something, and they're dying to know why he chose this spot when his high grades could have gotten him a spot in the back. Min-jun just thinks the front offers a better real experience and the fastest route to the top. They're looking at him like he's crazy, calling him a lunatic. They ask him if he's got a sister or a girlfriend, but Min-jun says he's been single since birth. The curious ones want to see what he's capable of, so they bug him to show off his talent, and Min-jun thinks it's worth bragging about. He gets down to do finger push-ups, but this ruffles one of the alphas, who thinks they could do that all day. The other tells the sergeant to relax and let the kids show off. So Min-jun changes tactics and starts doing vertical push-ups on his fingers, leaving everyone speechless. No one thought they'd see something so crazy in real life, and they start wondering if anyone in their unit can pull it off. That's when they remember there's a certain sergeant who might be able to. Suddenly, a fierce-looking soldier steps in and tells Sparky to get out of his way. The alpha males pale and point to Min-jun, revealing he's the one doing the vertical push-ups. That voice slams into Min-jun like a shockwave, and he recognizes him instantly. That's Lee Soon-ho. Sergeant Lee Soon-ho almost chokes on his words when he sees Kim Min-jun standing there, from out of nowhere. Right here. Minjun's equally stunned. He didn't expect to run into this guy either. The Sergeant Cho immediately starts mocking Sun Ho, asking him why he looks so exhausted if he just got sent as an instructor. The other guy chimes in, bringing up his supposed vacation for harassing newbies, asking how many days off he managed to scrounge up this time. Song Ho just shrugs it off, giving him a lazy stare and says he got 4 days off. That just fuels the fire, and the two start complaining about how he ruined their execution time. He gives him a dirty look and calls him a major buzzkill. Meanwhile, Minjun is clueless, stuck in the background, watching this chaos unfold. Sun Ho, fed up with him, flops down as if he's finished his shift and starts watching a live feed of a volcanic dungeon. The feed shows a scorching terrain with naturally high temperatures that cause non-stop damage. Now, Minjun is crystal clear that there's a huge gap in rank and experience between them. Out of nowhere, Sun Ho calls up First Lieutenant Lee Dongjin and tells him to whip his direct subordinate, who turns out to be Minjun, into shape. Dongjin approaches, presents himself with a friendly air, and suggests they chat more while they eat, as he has a special pass for the barrack store. Minjun is taken aback, and to be honest, he had no idea they weren't allowed to just swing by on their own. As soon as they arrive, Dongjin tells Minjun to go in and grab whatever he wants. Sparky admits he's a big eater, but Dongjin downplays it and tells him to grab whatever he wants to fill up. Minjun thinks this guy is pretty cool, but when Dongjin goes to pay and sees the bill hits 3,001, he starts sweating bullets like he's watching his bank statement cry. Even the cashier jokes, asking if he's losing his nerve. As Minjun's indulgence is underway, he asks why they need VIP passes first of all. That's when Dongjin explains that only low-ranking soldiers and privates can shop here on weekends. He's got to be at least a first-class soldier to hit the gym and a corporal to get into the computer labs. Minjun almost choked on his Doritos when he found out they have computer rooms here. Still, Dongjin adds that that's just how things are and he can't expect a private to chill in a computer lab, so he better get used to it. Minjun gets excited about changing the system, but Dongjin makes it clear that he's got to earn his stripes before even thinking about it. He adds his opinion, saying that for him, you should at least be a sergeant before trying to be a corporal. And honestly, that's no joke. Minjun quickly realizes he can't just break the rules here to suit himself. He's pretty bummed about the rank restriction and wonders if there's a shortcut to get promoted. He's got his wings clipped in the computing world and wonders if there's a shortcut to get promoted. Dongjin, speaking from his own bad experience, admits he's failed the promotion exams so many times he's been stuck as a first-class soldier for 3 years. He calls himself pathetic, but Minjun tells him he'll make it next time. The truth is, Minjun's vibing with Dongjin, and he wants them to level up together so they can hit the cyber cafe as a team. Just then, a big guy, Sergeant Kim Gwang-shik, walks in and catches them eating, staring at their sandwiches. He asks casually if they're having something good to eat. Dongjin invites him to join in, but of course, the big shot can't pass up the free grub. He sits down with them, takes a handful of fries, cracks open a soda, and between bites, assures them he won't say a word about their conversation. However, Wang-shik warns them that if they're not up for the shooting drill tomorrow, they might as well kiss their lives goodbye. He makes it clear he won't let Minjun get complacent and asks point blank if the kid even knows how to shoot. Dongjin interrupts, saying he was going to explain that the shooting training here is a whole different ballgame, but Wang-shik won't have it. He raises an eyebrow and asks if Dongjin is overstepping by implying the kid's skills are lacking, even though he's supposedly doing well. So Gwang-shik comes at him hard, trash-talking him. If he's so good, why is he still stuck as a first-rate soldier? That hit gets under Minjun's skin, so he unleashes a little demonic energy, just enough to rile the guy up. Gwang-shik suddenly jumps up as if something's gotten his goat and starts accusing the snacks of being past their prime. Minjun tries not to burst out laughing as the guy rummages through the bag of fries, probably checking the expiration date. Wang-shik, regretting his food choice, gives them the finger and tells the two to scram. At that moment, Minjun realizes that, hey, maybe the corruption skill is more useful than he thought. Meanwhile, Gwang-shik remains clueless, thinking his stomach just gave out on him for no reason. Then, Min Jun catches Dong Jin's attention and asks him to break down the shooting training details. The good guy, always willing to lend a hand, asks if Min Jun's ever fired the KX-2 with ICM rounds before. He explains that they use even more powerful rounds than ICMs. Those are like ponies in comparison. Those used by the hunting corps are on a whole different level. They're like wild stallions, with a kickback and cannon sound. Given the frequency of monsters, firepower is the top priority in this unit. Dongjin warns Min Jun that at first it might be weird and even painful, and yeah, they'll be yelling at him during training, but he'll get used to it in no time. The kid nods, liking the metaphor of the pony and the stallion. It's a perfect fit. Although he recalls long-range arms in Eastgard on the level of an elephant, the idea of a wild stallion excites him. That elephant gun couldn't even be called a firearm. It was practically a siege weapon, so now, with the stallion in mind. Min Jun is psyched for tomorrow's training. Meanwhile, Dong Jin's wondering what's up with Sergeant Wang Shik and if his stomach's back to normal. The next day, at the firing range, the explosions ring out nonstop as the soldiers take aim at moving targets. When it's Min Jun's turn, he misses once, but still manages 19 clean hits. The announcer loses his cool and describes him like he's a shooting machine. Everyone looks on in awe as this soldier delivers a masterclass in marksmanship, with whispers spreading that he's some kind of shooting monster. Even Sergeant Cho, who boasts a record 14 hits, an excellent mark in the squadron, is stunned. Meanwhile, two big shots are watching from the sidelines. The commander of the 2nd Platoon, Lieutenant Kim Min Chil, is stunned to see this kid hit 19 bullseyes. And next to him, Sergeant First Class Yoo Tae-suk, the battalion's admin and supply officer, nods slowly. Confirming the rumors about this elite soldier weren't exaggerated, they were dead on. Now, the dorm room alpha is demanding to know how Min Jun pulled it off, but the kid just shrugs and says he followed the instructions. That nonchalant response just riled them up more. Out of nowhere, Kim Minji jumps in, giving Min Jun props and telling him to keep bringing the heat. Minji even mentions she's itching to see Min Jun's performance this afternoon in the special firearms training session. Sergeant Cho is fuming at the idea of this rookie trying out the elite training, while his buddy accuses Minji of playing favorites. The others start whispering that Min Jun is so good he probably would have gotten the other vacation if he'd hit 20. Meanwhile, the group's heavy hitter turns to Dongjin, demanding to know what makes this elite training so special. Dongjin is still blown away by how this supposed rookie turned out to be a top-notch marksman. He explains that new recruits usually aren't cleared for that training, as it involves upgraded conventional ammo, basically heavy artillery. Nice guy assures them he'll explain it better later, and Min Jun will get a proper briefing either way. The program consists of two-person teams that enter a facility filled with monsters that need to be eliminated en route to the final destination. Although the monsters aren't high-level threats, the twist is they're fast targets and will put up a fight. Plus, civilians pop up unexpectedly and you're gonna get smashed. Even if you hit a single target, it's a total fail. Dongjin adds that everything is being supervised and controlled by the executives, so there's no real danger, but it simulates a real combat scenario. The mention of real monstrous objectives makes Min Jun's heart race. This is exactly the kind of action I've been looking for. In the dining hall, the feast begins, and all the soldiers dive in like they haven't eaten in days. While eating, Min Jun congratulates Dongjin on hitting 13 shots in a row, but Dongjin still can't believe the rookie managed 19. Nice guy blushes a bit, downplaying it by saying he's not that great, just has a little experience under his belt. He points out that Sergeant Lee Seong-ho is the real beast here, with a constant average of 17 shots, making him the squadron's top shooter. That little detail hits Min Jun. If the numbers are right, he's officially the top gun of the unit. Dongjun's got no doubt that Min Jun's officially the top gun in the unit. If the numbers are right, he's officially the top shooter in the unit. Dongjun has no doubt that Min Jun is also going to dominate the special firearms training. Curious about the upcoming two-person team formations, Min Jun asks if Dongjun will be his partner, but Dongjun explains that the executives make the team picks, so it's anyone's guess who'll take out who. When they asked, the criteria for assigning members were handled through a crapshoot. In the Special Forces firing range, they have 5 minutes to gear up before the drill starts. Out of nowhere, Wang Shik blows up, claiming he got stuck with the rookie. arguing is gonna be a huge mismatch because a sergeant and a grunt are worlds apart. Minjun looks at this buffoon as his partner now, and it's clear he hasn't learned a thing, still in rookie mode. This slacker tells Minjun with an air of superiority that the average time in their squad is 3 minutes. Then, this weirdo issues a warning, saying that if Minjun doesn't finish in that time, he'll live to regret it. Minjun doesn't even crack a smile, leading Quan Chi to assume the rookie's confidence is shot to hell. He even mocks him, saying his 19 previous successes were just a fluke. Minjun calls him a lost cause, but still claims he'll do his best. Washik doesn't back down, saying the rookie's gonna get roasted if he's slower than him. After that, he tells Minjun to keep an eye on the team ahead and learn how everything works. Kim Minji confirms the first round shooters, including Sergeant Kim Munji from Lane 1 and Sergeant Young Han Hyun from Lane 2. Both are ready. They enter their individual elevators and head down to the underground facility, officially starting the training. The objective is to tactically take out monsters while protecting civilian plates in a closed area. But let's be real, it's basically become a competition among the troops. The main goal is to complete the main route as fast as possible and hit the red button before the other guy does. The monster icons vary in size according to how deadly the creature is. The scarier the monster, the bigger the icon will be. Wang Shik casually tells Minjun that this should give him a pretty solid idea of what he's getting himself into. Each lane has 2 monsters, and since the encounters are completely random, nobody knows what they're up against until face to face. Inside, a massive toad is charging at Munji, trying to swallow him whole. Minjun notices Munji's head start in lane 1, but with that kind of beast in his way, the poor guy could lose his edge. Meanwhile, in lane 2, Han Hyun starts eliminating a monstrous rodent thinking it's gonna be a cakewalk, but just as he hits the gas, a massive worm slithers in and blocks him dead in his tracks. Munji's losing his cool in total rage mode and is slaughtering both the razor toads like a beast. He thinks the other guy is done, since those toads caused a lot of chaos, but it's the opposite. Munji sprints to the red button and smashes it, declaring victory with a time of 2 minutes and 24 seconds. The whole crowd erupts in cheers as they start talking about Han Hyun's terrible luck for pulling the desert worm. Munji doesn't even flinch before trash-talking Han Hyun, saying he's better off not defending the nation at all. He also reminds him that now is his turn to invite in the store. Han Hyun grits through clenched teeth that Munji was just lucky, but Munji sees it all and points out that Han Hyun would have been disqualified anyway after he took out a civilian plate. While those two keep going at it, Wang Shik catches wind of the bet they had, which sparks an idea in Minjun's head. He suggests making a bet where the loser has to do the winner's bidding like a man. Wang Shik smirks, thinking this rookie's gotten cocky just because the veterans have been a bit soft on him. Despite that, the big gorilla agrees, but says he doesn't have any real desire that a soldier like Minjun can fulfill. Instead, he jokes that he'd rather get paid for the next 3 months. Minjun sees him as just a broke dude looking for a payday, but he accepts the bet anyway. Dongjin's getting increasingly spooked, Kim Minji's calling the next team, and Minjun's gearing up to take on Wang Shik as they head down to the facilities. Minjun's already regretting taking the bait, knowing it's usually better to fly under the radar. Still, he can't stay put when someone's pushing his buttons. Outside, the crowd is on the edge of their seats, excited to see a sergeant bed against a soldier during training. Some even joke about whether Wang Shik will have to step in and bail the rookie out from a monster. Then, out of nowhere, a sudden jolt shakes everyone to their core. Everyone's looking around, but nobody has a clue what's going on. Down below, Minjun freezes in shock for a second, confused by the quake. His eyes widen at the sight of a one-eyed monstrosity devouring a rat like popcorn, and the scene instantly turns his stomach. The Cyclops tosses the half-eaten rat like trash and fixes his hungry gaze on his next meal, Minjun. The kid lets out a silent groan, thinking this is a real pain in the neck. Remember, his dinner plan was fried chicken, so he better wrap this up quickly. Still, he hesitates for a second, thinking it'd be a disaster to fire at the wrong target and hit a civilian by accident. Just as the beast charges, Minjun wonders why this cranky bug is going off the deep end like that. The real fight begins, and Minjun gets serious, channeling his demonic energy into every attack. A solid punch to the gut knocks the monster out long enough for Min-jun to think he's got it in the bag. But a single shot should be all it takes to finish it off. But then, before his eyes, he sees something unbelievable. The monster's mangled hand regenerates in seconds. Meanwhile, the others are losing their cool, wondering if the rookie is fighting something. They're trying to figure out if there was a crash. Kim Minji's head is about to explode as she realizes what's going on. The rookie's in a world of hurt, fighting off a Cyclops that managed to break free from the second lane. And it's not just any Cyclops, that thing is a devouring demon. After absorbing energy, the Cyclops' regeneration and attack powers surge rapidly until the digestion phase ends. But something feels totally off. This kind of monster doesn't usually attack unless it's cornered. The weirdest part is how it went nuts after devouring another monster. This whole thing makes no sense. This empty-headed moron shouldn't be losing control like this. Meanwhile, Min-jun's in a full-blown brawl, trading blows with the beast like it's just another Tuesday. He knows this should be a standard training session, not a real battle against a boss. Still, he doesn't hold back. He unleashes a hail of bullets straight into the monster's skull, relentless with his aim. A few well-placed shots pierce his eye, and Min-jun notices something. The eye regenerates much slower than the rest. That's their chance. He's still moving like a ghost, dodging every hit with razor-sharp reflexes. But even blind, the Cyclops' attack speed doesn't slow down. That's the weirdest part. Min-jun dodges like a pro, but the monster still tracks him, and it's not just the sight. He's starting to think it might be picking up on the sound or the smell, or worse, reacting to his demonic energy. That could be the trigger. Back to the sidelines, Kim Minji, fully geared up and armed, watches the chaos unfold with a growing sense of guilt. He has no idea how things escalated like this, but he's blaming himself for the screw-up. No soldier in their right mind should take on a cyborg fueled by energy. Even armed, that's a death wish. At the end of the day, all Min-jun can do is hope Min-jun makes it out alive. Racing against the clock, Min-jun takes off, throwing everything he's got to back him up. Meanwhile, Sergeant Kim Wong-shik sprints towards the button, confident he'll make it in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. He's got it bad, thinking Min-jun would never be able to keep up the pace and would have probably already blown it, just as he expected. He even joked to himself about blowing his paycheck on a vacation with the kid. This idiot's laughing it up here. But when Sergeant Kim Wong-shik arrives at his destination, he turns white as a ghost, seeing the young punk standing calmly next to the button. Min-jun smirks at Sergeant Wong-shik, pressing the red button with a calm smirk, leaving Wong-shik sweating bullets over a bed against a kid. That move left Wong-shik seeing red, sweating bullets for losing a bet to a punk. Minji's jaw drops when she finally arrives on the scene. The Cyclops is dead, and he can't wrap his head around how Min-jun managed to take him down like that. Back there, everyone's gone wild hearing that the rookie took him down in under 2 minutes. They can't wrap their heads around the fact that Min-jun took down a well-fed Cyclops solo, especially since everyone thought it was just a fluke. Dong-jin looks at him with concern, asking if he's hurt or feeling off, but Min-jun responds calmly, saying he's good to go. With that, Dong-jin's tension eases up a bit, and he asks Min-jun how he managed to take down the Cyclops. Min-jun flashes a smile and says it's all thanks to his training. Meanwhile, Sergeant Kim Wong-shik watches the whole scene unfold with a burning frustration. One of the kids suddenly brings up the bet they made, pointing out that the rookie actually won. Wong-shik slams the kid from behind and growls, asking if he wants to die. He screams that the situation wasn't fair, so the bet doesn't count. There's no way the rookie could have wrapped it up faster than him. Wong-shik insists that during the special firearms training, every soldier must take down 2 monsters before reaching the end, and he did just that. According to him, the rookie only took down 1, so it doesn't even count as a win. Wong-shik continues to whine about how unfair it is, claiming that if he'd only faced 1 monster like Min-jun, he'd have finished way sooner. Start yelling at Dong-jin, demanding to know if this isn't a total setup. Come on, press harder, and even threaten him to talk. Dong-jin pauses, clearly irritated, as Min-jun watches the whole scene unfold. For him, Kwon-shik seems like the worst nightmare for Min-jun. Of course, the whole situation was unpredictable, and even though Min-jun took down the monster with his own hands, He wasn't about to gloat over his win or rub it in anyone's face. He was willing to let the bet slide, but now that he's seen Kwang Shik's behavior, he's appalled and thoroughly disgusted. The kid had plans to forget about the bet too, but he didn't get why this punk was beefing with Private Dongjin instead of him. As the tension escalates, Sergeant Lee Soon-ho steps in and puts a stop to everything. He tells Cabo Kwang Shik he should be ashamed, pointing out that the rookie took the biggest risk of all. Sun-go explains that cyclones are usually passive, but when they get enraged, their danger level is a whole different story. He clarifies that everyone saw Min-jun dealing with something way more intense than what Kwang Shik faced. He then confronts him for bragging when everyone already knows the truth, catching the entire crowd off guard. Nobody expected Sun-go to get himself into this mess. Kwang Shik responds by asking if Sun-go is just trying to show off in front of his subordinates, but Sun-go shuts him down by saying that Kwang Shik is the one who looks desperate. Kwang Shik tries to downplay the situation, telling Sun-go to stop embarrassing him in front of the new recruits and saying he was just joking. But Sergeant Sun-go retorts, asking if everything that doesn't go Kwang Shik's way is always a joke. He adds with an air of superiority that it's interesting how getting promoted turns the stubborn mules that bossed you around into obedient ones. Those words cut deep. Kwang Shik looks visibly embarrassed, unable to respond, which undoubtedly satisfies Min-jun. As the embarrassed Corporal Kim Kwang Shik stands there, Sergeant Sun-go asks if he's got anything else to spit out. Like a bundle of nerves, Kwang Shik mutters that is nothing. Sun-go just nods, saying it's for the best. Later, during their nighttime stroll, Kim Min-jun and Dongjin discuss how Sergeant Lee Sun-go once got a rare to rank promotion, a special case for acing his exams. It used to be a legitimate route, but the system got axed after a sergeant with a similar rapid promotion caused a major incident in the dungeon. Sergeant Soon-ho was one of the last to get that kind of jump. Min-jun asks if there's no way to get a special promotion anymore, and Dongjin responds that although there are exceptions, like rescuing a civilian or pulling off something notable while monster hunting, those situations are pretty subjective. He says it's better to assume the rule doesn't exist. Since almost no hunters have gotten a promotion that way, Min-jun takes it as a sign that, in the end, the commander probably calls the shots. The kid's clearly desperate to get promoted, but he's not exactly thrilled about civilians being put in harm's way. Still, what really spooks him is how weirdly chill this place is, considering it should be crawling with monsters wreaking havoc, the kind that took out the North Korean army. Min-jun still thinks 2 days are more than enough. He's already itching to get promoted, even as a low-ranking soldier. Dongjin tells him he's doing great and will get promoted soon, then asks if he's paying attention. In that moment, Min-jun wishes a portal would just materialize out of thin air. Suddenly, an announcement booms through the command center speakers. It's a code red. A swarm of medium bats is closing in on the oil reserve, and all hunters are ordered to report and deploy the shield ASAP. The announcement is repeated, grabbing the attention of both Dongjin and Min-jun. Min-jun's eyes light up with excitement as Dongjin tells him to hurry up. Medium bats are like bat monsters the size of kids that live in colonies, though not super threatening one-on-one. They're as fast as the devil, and they can spit fireballs. That makes them especially hazardous near something like an oil reserve. If they don't get a handle on it fast, the whole military base could end up engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, 2 hunters already stationed in the reserve are ready to fire, keeping an eye on the sky and counting the bats, wondering how the hell they showed up here. One of the hunters warns the other not to fire near the oil reserve, asking him what they'd do if the bats got out of hand and caused a blast. The other hunter argues they can't just sit back and do nothing, but his partner insists they should wait and keep a close eye on the situation for now. The report's already been sent, and someone should be showing up soon to install the protective shield. Despite this, both are visibly on edge, uneasy about the risk. Just imagining what would happen if those bats started spitting fireballs before activating the shield is enough to give them cold sweat. They're still at a loss, still trying to figure out why those bats showed up at the oil reserve in the first place. At that moment, Min-jun shows up and nonchalantly announces that he'll draw the bats' attention. Both hunters are left frozen, knowing he's a rookie from the second squad. and has no clue what he's planning to do without any gear. But Min-jun ignores them, saying he doesn't have time for gear when his precious guests, the monsters that will help him advance, are already here. He's ready to earn the title of soldier who single-handedly takes down an emergency that could have wiped out the entire military camp. And the best part is, he's getting all the experience for free. As expected, this self-absorbed brat realizes that the bats are reacting to his demonic energy, and now they're all under his control. On the other hand, the nearby hunters rush to gear up and make sure nothing gets damaged, but as soon as they spot Min-jun out in the open, they're left stunned. The sergeant spots them slacking off and yells at them to get moving and finish setting up the shield. The distracted ones, and he yells at them to get moving and finish setting up the shield. The stuttering hunters nod, pointing out that Min-jun is already out there getting his hands dirty. That just fuels Song-ho's anger even more. He's got respect for Min-jun, putting in the heavy lifting, while they're just standing around watching. The hunters are beating around the bush while they just stand there watching. The hunters apologize heavy and get back to the grind. Min-jun thinks he's taking too long, since he has to take down the bats one by one. Sergeant Song-ho bursts in, yelling at him to drop his guard and fall back, demanding to know what he's doing out there without even a flak jacket. But Min-jun's not backing down. He's dead set on winning this fight and isn't backing down. So, his eyes land on the stun gun in Seung-ho's hand and light up with excitement. Just then, Song-ho drops to his knees suddenly, clutching his stomach as it starts to ache. Min-jun asks if he's okay, and the sergeant barely manages to respond that he is. Min-jun takes advantage of the moment to ask for the taser, but Song-ho refuses, telling him to back off again. Min-jun just smiles and tells him not to worry, promising to be back in a jiffy after taking care of the bats. Min-jun just smiles and tells him not to worry, promising to be back in a flash after taking care of the bats. The moment he gets his hands on the fly swatter, his face lights up like a kid on Christmas and he's back in the fray. Seung-ho watches in awe as Min-jun takes to the bats with ease, wielding the fly swatter like a legendary weapon. Suddenly, one of the bats spits out a fireball and everyone present is frozen in terror. Without hesitation, Sergeant Seung-ho orders everyone to open fire, saying he'll take full responsibility for whatever happens. But Min-jun just stares down the bat and roasts it, saying, if the bat doesn't know what happens when it plays with fire, it's about to get burned. Everyone's stunned by how high Min-jun just jumped, wondering how the hell he managed that. The hunters announce that the protective shield's online and remind everyone to secure all loose ends. They're still wondering how long it'll take to collect all the bodies of those medium-sized bats. Sergeant Seung-ho gives a nod to his superior, who acknowledges with a thumbs up, saying they've done a solid job. He then asks if they figured out where the bats came from, mainly because none of them showed up on the radar. The commander looks around and asks who managed to take out the bats so thoroughly and how many there were. Song-ho responds that there were 30 in total and admits that he too wonders where the commander was during the chaos. The operations officer, Captain Sun Jun-shik, explains that the battalion commander is supposed to arrive soon. Although the guy's not a combat pro, it's not cool that some corporate suit is MIA during a total emergency and only shows up when the coast is clear. Seung-ho imagines he was probably just chilling in the control room, radar binging on those monsters all day. Jun-shik asks Sergeant Seung-ho if he's the one who bat processed all the bats and says he'll brief the battalion commander on it. Song-ho quickly responds that it wasn't him, and when Jun-shik presses him, he explains it's not just about the ones taken down with the stun baton, but the same person took down all 30 of them. When Jun-shik presses him, asking if there's anyone else in the battalion capable of pulling that off with the taser, Song-ho explains it's not just about the ones taken down with the taser. Each of the 30 bats was taken down by the same person. He tells Jun-shik to make sure that's what gets reported, word for word. Jun-shik is stunned, asking for clarification again, as all the other executives are out of commission. If it wasn't Song-ho, then who the hell else could it be? At that moment, Min-jun approaches, gives a nod to Song-ho, and nonchalantly returns the electric ball he had borrowed. Then he asks with a smile if that thing is going to be expensive. The next day, at the battalion commander's office, Sergeant Song-ho interrogates Min-jun, asking if he's a reformed guy. Min-jun shakes his head and says he's not. Then Song-ho asks if he's a re-up or something, and again, Min-jun denies it. Song-ho lets out a deep breath and tells him to never pull off another reckless stunt like that again. He warns him that although he's gotten away with it this time, a hunter can never predict what will happen next. Min-jun decides to keep his mouth shut, thinking to himself that he got lucky, but it was no such luck. Seung-ho explains that, as he probably knows, the hunter unit is a special unit and everything, and it is different, starting with the battalion size, which consists of only 4 companies. Even those battalions have a hell of a lot fewer troops than regular military units. Min-jun thinks to himself that it's obvious not all awakened rejoin, but he still can't figure out why Song-ho brings it up. That's when Song-ho asks him if he has any idea how all this is possible, and Min-jun stares back at him, clueless. Sergeant Seung-ho says each member of the hunter unit is awoken, though not all of them are out there fighting. Many officials specialize in areas like administration, monster theory, tactics, and weapon research, but all of them are also awakened. The guy explains that in the Hunter Corps, promotion is purely based on achievements and talent. Meanwhile, Min-jun thinks he was summoned to the battalion commander's office at 1 a.m., so he figured it'd be good news, but now he's just bummed. It's more of a briefing, and he should have known not to get his hopes up. Seung-ho looks at him and asks if he expected something just because he was called. Then he tells the kid to stay focused, adding that today, the top hunter who took down the most monsters in Division 104 will be visiting his unit. A rugged-looking car full of guys pulls up to the 2nd Battalion's base, and Colonel Lee Junbyum, the 2nd Battalion's commander, steps forward to greet the arriving guests. Alongside him are Captain Seo Yin-won, the 2nd in command of the 2nd Battalion, Captain Sun Jun-shik, Operations Officer, Lieutenant Kim Cho-man, commander of the 2nd Section, and Sergeant Lee Soon-ho, leader of the 2nd Squad. They stand tall, immaculate, and completely focused. Mr. Du approaches and shakes Sergeant Soon-ho's hand, saying he's heard he handled yesterday's incident like a pro. He's giving Soon-ho props, and he's thanking him with a respectful nod. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun is sizing up Mr. Du, thinking he's definitely got a commanding presence, and now he's dying to know just how much juice a 2-star Hunter Corps officer packs. The director then turns his attention to Min-jun and asks if he's the one they're looking for. Min-jun confirms, and as Mr. Du shakes his hand, Min-jun's instantly floored by the demigod's strength of his grip, leaving him gobsmacked. Then, the big guy starts slapping Min-jun on the back like he's his favorite pup, telling everyone to relax and calm down. Mr. Du tells everyone to take it easy and asks if they found the entrance where the medium bats came from. Sergeant Soon-ho reports he's on a hill about 1.2 kilometers north of the battalion. He's telling you that the area is currently off limits and they are working to pinpoint the gate's range. Mr. Du orders them to report directly to the division commander's office once they get confirmation. Next, this guy asks if there were any issues with the radar. Captain Yun-shik responds that the alarm didn't trigger until the bats were practically on top of the battalion. He added that it doesn't look like a mechanical glitch, but they're checking for blind spots. Sir, if it's not a mechanical failure, then the problem could have been the massive influx of creatures that breached our perimeter. And I'm ordering the artillery division to report in and install 2 additional radar units. The officer responds with a resounding yes, while the atmosphere remains tense and silent. From there, Mr. Du addresses Min-jun, acknowledging his valor and quick reaction during the incident, but reminds him to be more careful next time and, at least, not to forget his gear. Min-jun apologizes politely, but in his head, he's thinking that if he'd had gear, the whole battalion could have gone up in flames. But Mr. Du tells him not to apologize, saying he's just joking, and then asks if it's true that Min-jun took down 30 medium-sized bats on his own. Min-jun nods and confirms that's a fact. The commander praises him, saying that if he hadn't acted so fast, the oil reserve could have gone up in flames. The room is on edge, waiting to see what's next. So Mr. Du announces that Min-jun's got a gift from the division commander and gives him props for getting promoted. He explains that normally there's a ton of paperwork to get through, but when a soldier pulls off something exceptional, they deserve a reward right away. Sparky thanks him genuinely. The major then orders Soon-ho to grant Min-jun an immediate 3-day, 2-night R&R. Soon Ho accepts without hesitation. The kid's face lights up. He was expecting a promotion sooner or later, but never thought it'd happen this fast, and now he's even getting a break. Suddenly, military life doesn't seem so bad. As they walk together, Kim congratulates Min-jun on his outstanding performance, mentioning they haven't even had a decent chat since his recent transfer, but Min-jun's already made a huge impact. He adds that thanks to Min-jun's actions, he even received an honorary mention himself. Min-jun thanks him, and Kim asks if it's his first time back home since enlisting and what he plans to do outside. Min-jun's face lights up with excitement as he says, "Of course, I'm heading straight to the gaming room to play Dungeon Power Fighter." He's thinking that even though he's heading home, he'll end up in a dead zone with no internet, so he's better off spending the next 3 days and 2 nights gaming instead of wasting time traveling. He arrives at the computer room where 2 nearby dudes are totally absorbed in a conversation. The big guy asks the grump if he went back there, and the grump growls, telling him not to even mention it. He's complaining that the soldiers are super stingy. "It's not like I was planning to crash the cave. I just wanted to pick some pine mushrooms in the area." He already got permission from the mountain owner and even paid the fee, so he doesn't get why they're detaining him. The big guy responds that Chang Sung was there before the area was completely restricted and came back saying the whole mountain reeked of something toxic. He's saying that if this kid plans on going back, he's definitely looking for trouble. The green hat moron says he'll just go there with a mask or something like that. Suddenly, Min-jun asks where that place is, catching both of them off guard. They end up taking him to Hwachin, and Min-jun thanks them. They tell him they can't go any further or the soldiers will stop them, and ask if he can handle whatever else going down in that mountain. Min-jun tells them not to worry, the restriction will be lifted tomorrow, so they'll be able to head back to the mountain soon. Those guys tell him to watch his back, and not to mention their names if someone asks. Min-jun assures them he won't. As he walks, he's thinking about how he ended up in Hwachin instead of spending his vacation in a computer lab. That's when he catches a whiff of something that smells like pure evil. Min-jun notices the security near the mountain entrance is pretty tight, but surprisingly loose, closer to the actual dungeon. In that case, he thinks it's best to keep a low profile, especially since he's still just a grunt. The soldiers at the cave entrance suddenly start cramping up from the purple smoke Min-jun's letting off, which is enough to corrupt them. One of them says he'll try to hold out, but quickly caves, apologizing and admitting he can't handle it. He tells the other soldier that no one's going to be showing up around here anyway, so you can take care of your business and be back in a few minutes. He's cool. The other guy is on board. Kim Min-jun sees the perfect opportunity and slips into the cave. The kid doesn't feel any monster inside, but the demonic energy feels unusually dense. Still, he doesn't care, so he sprints in. His demonic energy stat starts ticking up by 1 point in. He's stoked as leveling up so consistently. The guy is still crawling towards this toxic place. Once he crosses the threshold, his corruption ability improves automatically, and even unlocks a new ability called Nightwalker. Min-jun feels like the luckiest guy alive. Finally, he starts to look like Lumen Una, his favorite character, and the cult leader who once inspired him. With 60 strength, 60 agility, 60 endurance, and 15 demonic energy, things are looking up. Now, equipped with 2 skills, Corruption and Nightwalker, the kid is genuinely stoked to get free demon energy and a practical skill. Shadowcaller summons a shadowy familiar, something he's been counting on. That little slippery rat's a pro at taking lives, thrives in the dark, and hides in the shadows. Of course, it constantly drains his demonic energy, but is worth the price. But when he activates it with the simple emerge, disappointment appears. The familiar looks pathetic, like it would fall apart if the sun even glanced at it. Min-jun wonders if it's a side effect of dimensional travel, or if his low demonic energy is just holding him back. Still, after a moment, he reconsiders it. That shriveled up little thing isn't useless. In fact, its size is ideal for slipping into the shadows and going unnoticed. It may not be flashy, but is already making a living in stealth mode. Kim Min-jun greets and says he's back from his vacation. Everyone's staring at him in shock, asking if he's the fastest climber in history. Someone else chimes in, asking if the division commander gave him R&R and his pen. Min-jun nods in confirmation, sealing the deal. So this crew starts giving him props, clearly blown away. The kid doesn't make a big deal out of it. heads over to Dongjin and gives him a moisturizer he brought for him. Dongjin smiles and responds that he didn't have to go to the trouble, but thanks him anyway. So, Kim Wong-shik approaches with a smile and jokes about their super close friendship, saying Min-jun didn't actually leave for abroad. Does Min-jun have the maxim he asked for? And Sparky tosses it without hesitation. Second, Min-jun and Dongjin keep chatting, and Dongjin jokes that he'll have to use honorifics if Min-jun actually makes it. Sparky confidently shoots back with a smile, saying there's no question about it. Then, Sergeant Cho, the redhead mouthy, says he saw the list for the promotion exam while passing by the admin office, and Min-jun was on it. Sergeant Kim, the blue-jacketed one, is stunned, pointing out that the deadline ended before Min-jun even arrived. Cho doubts if the division commander pulled strings to make it happen, because there's no other explanation for the timing. The sergeant says it's impossible because it's only been a year since Min-jun enlisted, so technically, he doesn't qualify. The guys around her are murmuring, surprised that the unit's rookie is going to take the promotion exams. They wonder if that's allowed, but someone points out that since Sparky is now a first-class soldier, technically, he's no longer the youngest. Min-jun calmly tells them that the training commander made him a special offer. That leaves the whole group speechless. The Sergeant Cho looks at him and asks if he came a year early just to take a promotion exam, calling him a total nutcase. The redhead isn't even joking around. Sergeant Kim adds that since Min-jun has already been promoted to private first class, now he's got his sights set on becoming a corporal. He's shaking his head and says if the kid passes, then he's 100% off his rocker. The room erupts in laughter. Sergeant Kim mentions that the test candidates for this Saturday have a firearms orientation and training tomorrow, so Sparky's in for it. Sergeant Cho cracks a smile as he exits, telling the kids to have fun. He and Sergeant Kim are heading out together, chatting and laughing as they walk away. Sergeant Cho asks Sergeant Kim if he's not going to take the promotion exam, and Kim shrugs, saying he no longer has a reason to stay in the army. Meanwhile, Sparky's lost in thought, wondering what the special ops training's all about. He's wondering if it covers anything beyond standard issue firearms. During the Hunter's promotion exam orientation, the lead officer asks everyone to pipe down and pay attention. He says they're going to do a quick briefing for the exam scheduled for tomorrow. He warns those who've done it before not to get complacent just because they know the drill. He wants everyone to stay focused for the benefit of those doing it for the first time. The officer then explains that the ascent exam of the Hunter's Corps consists of two main parts, a written test and a practical one. He assures them that the written part is basic, even easier than a driving test. Min-jun immediately zones out on that part. His eyes are fixed on the practical section, which includes a stats test, special weapons proficiency, and monster handling skills. He's already counting on acing it, but now he's thinking that if he gets a perfect score, maybe there's some perk or something. Just that thought has him standing up straight. It's time to stop coasting and bring the intensity. The instructor announces they're about to start training with specialized firearms. Everyone gathers and stands at attention in the field as he orders the privates and first-class soldiers to choose only swords. Next, he tells the sergeants to grab their personal gear and head to the back of the field for a separate training session, warning them that if they catch anyone slacking off, they're dead meat. He'll teach you the basics of swordplay, straight from the Hunter's Guild Combat Manual, but don't expect to get far just by following the book. Instead, he encourages them to use the body's techniques as a foundation and to develop their own one-of-a-kind fighting style from there. Everyone yells in agreement. He stresses that the fundamentals are more important than anything else, so it's better they don't take their eyes off him and stay focused. Min-jun gets it right away why this is called special ops training, because going into battle with just rifles would be plain dumb. As everyone starts brandishing their swords, he silently compares their movements to what he learned in Icegird. Honestly, the fencing there could be on point, depending on how it's executed. Min-jun starts practicing, and suddenly everyone's jaws drop. His movements are razor sharp, fluid, and precise, to the point where the others can't believe what they're seeing with their own eyes. The instructor tells everyone to freeze and calls out Kim Min-jun to the front. In front of the group, he points out that most of their sword movements still look stiff and uncoordinated. He wants you all to take note of the top-notch soldier, Kim Min-jun. The entire squad is on edge, eyes fixed on. As Min-jun takes a step forward and repeats the sword forms, each strike is cleaner and more precise than the last. Finally, Min-jun exhausts himself and collapses into a seat, wondering why he's the one giving the presentation when he's not even the training officer. He wipes the sweat from his brow, mumbling to himself about how hot it is and wondering if the forecast was right about the snow. Mr. Ha approaches him, congratulating him on executing the routine flawlessly and nonchalantly hands him a sealed package, telling him to chow down on it when he's alone. Min-jun looks at him, perplexed, wondering what kind of weirdo is carrying this stuff in their pocket. Just as he's saying that, Dong-jin approaches, praising Min-jun's form and asking if he can get a closer look during the break. Min-jun looks taken aback, not expecting that kind of request. Dong-jin adds that he knows it's his first official training session with him, and that it's obvious the sword is his special weapon, but for him, fighting monsters with it has never felt natural. May I take a closer look at your technique for a bit? Min-jun responds that if Dong-jin needs to check his moves for a bit. Min-jun responds that if Dong-jin needs a hand, he can take a gander as many times as he wants. As he watches Dong-jin execute the sword forms, Min-jun immediately realizes this guy has been training seriously. His technique's solid, following the letter of the hunter's body fencing standard. His technique is solid, following the letter the standard form of the bodyguard's fencing style. He's following the form to the letter, a true marksman's technique. The problem isn't his movements, it's his confidence, and that, well, is Min-jun's specialty. He thinks to himself that it's not the right time yet, but when it is, he'll turn Dong-jin into a top-tier hunter. It's Saturday, the day of the promotion exam. The area is still pretty chill, business as usual. Two weirdos are glued to watching a music video by a girl group, like it's the highlight of their week. A group of guys are in an intense basketball game, and to the side, a dude is completely focused, laser-like on a game of pool. Suddenly, the school speakers spring to life with an urgent announcement from the admin office. Our scheduled cadets for the promotion exams are to report directly to the military training field. The message is repeated with urgency, paralyzing everyone. Eyes wide open, hearts racing. It's finally happening. They know what it means. It's time to level up. It's time to level up and become a corporal, and Min-jun's smiling because it's finally here. On a bright and sunny day, the hunters gathered at the training field, and shortly after, Lieutenant Second Class Kim Chul-min from the 2nd Battalion stepped forward. He stepped forward as their guide for the day, dryly adding that he hoped they'd at least bother to listen to him. Without wasting time, he asked for a head count and ordered each company to report their roster size. Just as he was about to get down to business, a bus pulled up and Kim Chul-min told everyone to get on in an orderly fashion. Once everyone was on board, he reminded them of what they already knew. The promotion exams would take place in the 5th Division, which meant they'd be heading to Gapyeong, where the division was stationed. Before settling in, he threw in one last piece of advice to review the practice questions on the way. The bus is a total madhouse, packed wall to wall with weirdos and high-strung hunters. Some of them were discussing how the 4th Battalion would be joining the promotion exams today, and one guy immediately piped up asking if that meant there'd be girls. His mood completely shifted as he started talking about how he was finally going to show off his years of practice and skill with the guns just to impress them. Both of them got hyped and motivated by the idea of getting phone numbers. One of them was all set with cheesy tricks to impress the girls, but getting their number was going to be a real challenge. Kim Min-jun is psyched and ready to give it his all. After a trip filled with pointless chatter and cloud gazing, they finally arrived at the 5th Division's 100th base in Gapyeong, Gyeonggi-do. Once there, they were taken to exam room 7, where the hunters sat down and prepared to face the written test. Supervisor Kang stepped forward and announced the results, stating that all had passed the written exam, except for Cho Jyo-jun Wak, a 2nd squad member of the 104th Division, who was clearly freaking out. The other hunters were told to head straight to the practical exam room immediately. Cho Jun-wak was frozen, clearly stressed out as the others walked out around him. As soon as the room cleared, Kang blew off steam, yelling at him for flunking the test that's supposed to be a cakewalk, easier than getting a driver's license. He called him a moron, and his voice echoed loudly enough to reverberate down the hallway. Outside, the hunters burst out laughing at the brutal dressing down. Minjin stood there with a satisfied smile as the others couldn't stop laughing. And among them, the woman named Sun Hyun Seo silently watched as the group walked away. In the practical exam room, Lieutenant Colonel Lee Chill-yu, the officer in charge of the entire promotion process, addressed the gathered hunters. He got a warm welcome from both the test takers and the evaluators on behalf of the 105th Division, acknowledging the hard work everyone put in to get here, setting a serious tone for what's to come. The Lieutenant Colonel Lee Chill-yu continued explaining that the purpose of the exam wasn't just to determine who deserved a promotion, but also to foster a friendly and fair competitive spirit among the three divisions. As he spoke, the hunters started to shift in their seats, some already distracted or fighting sleep. But the moment he mentioned that this year's promotion exams included participants under a special exception, the room perked up. He promoted Soldier Kim Min-jun, a first-class soldier, and 2 privates from the 104th Division, all of whom had enlisted less than a year ago. Kim Min-jun blinked, wondering if anyone else was around him, just to double-check. The colonel then asked if they were all familiar with the 104th Division, warning them not to stir up unnecessary misunderstandings. One of the hunters muttered that it was true, that one could get special exceptions, and asked to go to the front with a first-level clearance. Some kids from his enlistment year had been offered the chance, but as far as he knew, they'd all turned it down. Then, when he realized they were talking about the 104th Division, his words just stopped dead in their tracks, and his face turned to one of shock. Everyone around him seemed just as gobsmacked when they clocked that Kim Min-jun had already made it to first-class soldier rank. Among the growing whispers and side-eyed glances, one of the kids couldn't help but notice that Kim Min-jun didn't seem to give a flying fudge about being the center of attention, while everyone else was curious or shocked. Min-jun was only briefly, but just for a hot second. The air was thick, but nobody around him seemed to give a damn. So the colonel reminded everyone to bring their A game. Next, Captain Jiang Song-sil stepped forward, took charge of the group, and announced that they'd be moving on to the stats tests, starting with strength, agility, and endurance. Captain Jiang San-sil explained that the first test would be the strength test, and it was pretty straightforward. All they had to do was push the examiner in front of them. Lee continued, saying they had a minute to complete the task and would be graded on a 100-point scale, with the highest score going to whoever could move the rock 10 meters. The room's tension started to escalate when he called out the first participant, Soldier Kim Jin-hyuk from the 103rd Division. Jin-hyuk stepped up and gave it his all, but the examiner wasn't budging an inch. He couldn't even budge the rock, and with that, he immediately scored a 0 and got disqualified on the spot. He made it clear to everyone that anyone scoring less than 40 would be completely out of the promotion exam. That sparked a full-blown panic among the rest of the group, and suddenly everyone realized just how tough this test was going to be. They then called up Jung Wong-ho, who gave it a shot, but only managed to score 10 points, thus getting disqualified. Lee Mi-yu was next in, also scored 20 points off. Jang Yu-na followed with 0, and Jang Do-won wasn't far behind, finishing with 15, both disqualified. Then came Sonunzia from the 4th Division, 100th. She approached calmly and pushed with steady force, racking up 50 points and acing the test. Everyone around her was left stunned, not just because she passed, but also because she was a total knockout. It all made sense once they realized she was the commander's daughter. It had to run in her veins. Some even whispered that getting too close to her could be hazardous to her pride and ribs. Kim Min-jun also noticed her, thinking she was just like him, someone who has slipped in through a special exception. Then they called out his name, Kim Min-jun, from the 104th Division. As he moved forward, he reminded himself not to repeat his previous mistake with the red rock. This time, he had a plan. If he could push the examiner past the 10-meter mark, he might even score some extra points. He positioned himself with a silent confidence, eyes fixed on the target, and then launched forward with raw brute force. The examiner flew out like a rag doll, crossing the full 10 meters without a chance to resist. The score was a perfect 100. Even the examiner was left gobsmacked, like he'd been run over by a truck. The room fell silent. Everyone was speechless. Even Sonunzia, who rarely showed emotions, looked visibly stunned. Soldier Yu Yanghua gets disqualified with a paltry 20 points and breaks down in tears. The air is electric. Everyone's on edge, wondering why this test is so brutal. Mr. Young steps forward and asks everyone to remain silent. He's announcing that the strength test is over, and they're moving straight into agility, no breaks. Tell those who've been disqualified to exit in an orderly fashion through the rear under the supervision of the examiner. Meanwhile, 2 goons dragging a net. A few more bring in a paintball gun, and the recruits start freaking out thinking they're gonna get lit up. Mr. Young reassures them, saying it's not live ammo, but rubber bullets. Still, he warns them that if they get hit, it'll hurt. He tells everyone to get ready to dodge for dear life. Kim Min-jun finds all this pretty thrilling. Mr. Jang explains that a perfect score in the agility test is awarded to those who can last a full minute. Now, Seo is ready to fire up the machine. You've got to stay within a zone, or it's curtains. The whole squad is on edge. So, Mr. Young adds that as this is a speed test, they'll also recognize who takes the full hits, but manages to stay in for a minute. As for the disqualification criteria, Mr. Young explains that anyone who leaves the area in under 30 seconds or suffers a severe injury will be immediately disqualified from the promotion exam. With that, he announces the start of the agility test. At that moment, Dong Jin approaches and calls out to Min-jun. The kid looks completely stunned, and Dong Jin smirks, asking if Min-jun really thought they'd get disqualified during the strength test. Min-jun awkwardly chuckles and says, "Of course not," like he's trying to save face. Dong Jin explains that all the top-tier private classes, except for Min-jung, have already taken the promotion exam at least once, so it's unlikely they'll get cut during the stats test. However, he adds that the grades are still the same. It's just that the overall scoring standard has gone up compared to when they were still greenhorns. That's why Dongjin flunked his exams. He warns Min-jun that rubber bullets are just as fast as real ones, so just looking at them won't get you out of the way. Instead, he should focus on the subtlest movements of the gun to predict the bullet's trajectory. Suddenly, Mr. Jong announces that Soldier Jun Kitty has been disqualified and orders the examiners to escort him to the infirmary. Min-jun starts thinking about how brutal the stats tests are. So many people are getting cut out before they even get to the real combat. It's no surprise the pass rate is so low, but it actually makes sense how tough it is. Next, first-class soldier Ji Jong-do is also disqualified, and Mr. Jiang, clearly unimpressed, remarks on how unimpressive this hunting party is. He's reminding them that this is nothing compared to the sergeant's exam going on in the next room, and he's wondering out loud how someone's supposed to advance like this. They call out the soldier, Yoon-se next, and the entire crowd falls silent. Everyone's jaws drop in awe as she dodges the foam bullets with uncanny precision. Mr. Young raises his voice, telling the rest that that's exactly how it's done. When she wraps it up with a perfect score, everyone around her is left speechless, clearly blown away. But instead of basking in the praise, he suddenly freezes and locks eyes with Kim Min-jun. Now, standing still and silent, Sparky is completely bewildered. They all start whispering, wondering if they are breaking up or something like that. Sparky furrows his brow, trying to figure out what she's after. He's overthinking, assuming she's looking for a compliment on her performance. Well, if that's the case, she should be asking for a standing ovation from her family back home. When they call out first-class soldier Kim Min-jun, he steps forward with confidence, still feeling the weight of Sun Jun-seo's glare on him, which only adds to his frustration. But once the bullets start flying, Sparky transforms into a whole different animal. Instead of just dodging in place, he's advancing, dodging rubber bullets like he's out for a stroll. The crowd goes wild, laughing and screaming in disbelief as he keeps advancing, even cracking jokes at Sun Junseo's expense as he dodges and weaves through the flames. She's frozen in shock, utterly stunned by what she's witnessing. The timer ticks over a minute, and Mr. Young, completely blown away, finally yells, "High five." Even someone like him didn't expect a move this flawless from a rookie, so he proudly announces that Kim Min-jun has scored a perfect score in the agility test. They all gather again in the field, standing tall, firm, and focused, and Mr. Young congratulates them on their solid performance. Later, Young announces the start of the endurance test as the final part of the statistics exam. The rules are simple. They have to enter a dungeon and march down a vacant corridor that transforms within a strict 40-minute time limit. The instructions are broadcast over the PA system. All participants need to get the examiner, located at the checkpoint inside the dungeon, to stamp their hand and return before time runs out. The only trap is that nobody tells them how far the checkpoint is, so they just keep moving without stopping. Kim Min-jun wonders if they're all really getting into the rhythm yet, when they've barely even started. This group is moving with such caution that it's starting to feel suffocating. He's thinking if it'd be too much of a hassle to just take off. It's then that Sun Jun Seo suddenly sprints ahead of him. Min-jun blinked, wondering, what's she after now? But then, a rush of emotion sweeps over him. It's clear she's pushing him, and nothing gets Min-jun moving faster than a sudden sprint. Excited, he gets a move on and tries to match her speed, determined to catch up. Everyone around him is left scratching their heads, wondering what's gotten into this dude, but in an instant, Min-jun finally catches up to young Seo and flashes her a confident smile, leaving her completely gobsmacked. Min-jun nonchalantly says it's no big deal while keeping pace with her, but Yun Seo has no idea what he's talking about. He just lets it slide, saying he's just talking to himself. So without warning, the kid takes off and sprints ahead, leaving her in the dust. Yun Seo slows down and stops, catching her breath. That's when a memory suddenly flashes through her mind. She recalls the moment when her friends freaked out upon hearing that she had a meeting with the battalion commander. Just after arriving at the training center, the blonde had confirmed that the rumors were true. Yuseo was the real deal, being the general's daughter and a total newbie with stats through the roof. Everyone was talking about her. At that point, Yoon Seo had blushed, and the girls were surprised to see that behind her tough exterior was someone who was actually shy. They had assumed she'd be a snobby brat being the daughter of a 2-star general, but it turned out she wasn't like that at all. Still, all the girls couldn't help but feel a little envy towards Yoon Seo. Her military life seems as smooth as silk, and it's obvious she'll be the top recruit of her enlistment year. In a corner, Yoon Seo quietly sheds her jacket, her mind drifting back to the moment when Min-jun shattered the whole red stone. That moment just refuses to fade from her memory. Later, the white team emerges victorious, with Yoon Seo hoisting the blue flag in triumph. The announcer proudly declares that the white team takes the flag in a record-breaking 3 minutes and 34 seconds. They snag the flag in record time, 3 minutes and 34 seconds. As a reward, they get a 10-minute break, while the blue team is ordered to assemble in front of the coach. The white team is immediately praised for setting a new record at the training center, and they're told to chill and take a break. They're told to relax and take a break, having set a new record at the training center. So Blondie jumps in, giving all the credit to her star player, Jun Seo, saying the rest barely did anything. Later, just as everyone is unwinding, Blondie bursts in and drops the bombshell that someone broke her morning record for capturing the flag in the afternoon. What really gets under her skin is that the new record time is just 1 minute and 2 seconds. She's left speechless, wondering if anyone's actually capable of pulling off a time like that. Blondie's totally freaked out while young Seo's soaking it all in, but the minute they mention Kim Min-jun's name, she's all ears, especially when Blondie yells that this kid, Min-jun from the 4th squad, broke the record solo. Young Seo's eyes lock in, instantly recognizing the name. The other girls aren't far behind, saying Kim Min-jun aced the shooting range with the near. Perfect score, and even crushed the ICM training. The news spreads fast, and now all eyes are on this rising star. Junsia doesn't say a word, but something about hearing his name again has it etched in his memory. Then Blondie keeps fueling the rumors, saying Min-jun supposedly ran like a bullet without breaking a sweat. Even asleep, she's still yapping about how Min-jun supposedly hunted down a bloodhound the size of an elephant. Finally, someone yells at young Aaron to get some sleep. Meanwhile, Yun Seo delves into a childhood memory, when her father gently stroked her head before leaving the house. From that moment on, she made it her goal to become as strong as he was. Later, Commander Cho calls her to congratulate her on her performance over the last 4 weeks. He says he wants to have a word with his old boss's daughter for a minute. Cho asks Yun Seo if she's bothered, and if not, he inquires which division she's planning to apply to with such exceptional qualifications, saying any division would be lucky to have her. He wonders if she's eyeing the 107th 7th Division, where General Song, her father, is currently serving. It's then that young Seo finally asks with calm intonation which division Kim Min-jun belongs to. Back to the present, she knows she didn't get posted to this division just because of childish reasons. She still managed to ruffle Minjun's feathers, though, because she was annoyed, but now she gets why he's all fired up. Young Seo's face turns beet red, recalling all the crazy antics of Minjun. Unsure if she's jealous or just plain ticked off. It's then that she realizes her true goal isn't being number one, but becoming her own strength, not relying on her dad. She decides she probably should apologize to him later. After all, when someone as talented as him shows up right in front of her, she should be learning from him instead of acting like a child. With that, Yoon Seo hits top speed, marching with force until reaching the turn, only to find that rare slacker, cooling off with another guy. At that exact moment, Minjun smugly shows off his bandaged hand right in front of her face, mocking her for almost dozing off waiting for her. That really gets under his skin. She yells at the commander to get her hand sealed, and the old man has no idea why she's so worked up. It's safe to say that the apology is officially off the table for now. Yoon Seo's inner demon has officially been unleashed. She's completely fired up, sprinting to catch up while the others are barely crawling to the finish line. Later, the commander announces that first-class soldier Kim Minjun broke the record with the time of 29 minutes, taking the top spot. He's naming Yoon CEO as the runner-up with the time of 32 minutes. Young bursts out laughing, pointing out how Minjun pulled off a perfect stats game again, which is just plain crazy. After that, Young tells the hunters who got approved to go eat in, then meet up at the training field at 1 o'clock sharp. Later, Yoon Seo goes to grab her jacket, only to find Minjun making a total goofball face, leaving her utterly bewildered. Sparky then sprints ahead to catch up with Dongjin. Yoon Seo can't help but crack a smile to herself, realizing she totally fell for the bait and lost this round. Without another word, he puts his uniform back on and keeps walking. In the 5th Division's 100th base, within the 2nd Practical Exam Center, a bunch of goblin types with side-like arms are freaking out at Dongjin, but he's not even fazed. The guy's totally sweating bullets, but he's wiping the floor with those goblins. Just as one goblin charges at him, Dongjin draws his sword, but another sneaks up on him from behind. He dodges the first goblin's blow with ease, then spins around and kicks the one behind him, sending it flying. However, that second goblin doesn't back down and charges again, but Dongjin drops like a pro and takes him down with the chest-cutting strike in mid-motion. Despite that, the damn thing is still alive and clearly fuming. Now, the two of them are on top of him without giving him a second to breathe. From the platform, Minjun observes the scene unfolding below in silence. He realizes the second part of the practical exam, the Special Forces competition, is a whole lot easier than he thought it'd be. All they gotta do is show the examiners how well they've applied the techniques they've learned so far in the hunting unit. They just need to follow the manual, and that's enough to pass. Minjun thinks he's a shoo-in, and as expected, most of the applicants chose fencing for their test. Among them, Dongjin scored the highest mark. Still, Minjun can't help but notice how badly this kid is doing, stuck in a tough spot with those two bloodthirsty goblins. In the final part of the practical exam, known as Monster Confrontation, the privates have to take down 4 bloodhounds, while the first-class soldiers have to take out 3 goblins with their chosen special arm. This field definitely reflects a real battle, as Dongjin manages to take down the blue goblin with the chest stab, and that wraps up his round. At that moment, the commander announces that Dongjin took 7 minutes and 52 seconds to complete the monster fighting test. The kid soaked in sweat, barely catching his breath, but he's still walking on sheer willpower. Meanwhile, Minjun wonders if the kid's lack of confidence in his own skills is what's holding him back from taking down the goblins when he had the chance. Later, Dongjin steps out and stands beside Minjun, his head hung low and clearly bummed out. When the commander calls Minjun for his turn, he doesn't want Dongjin to feel down. On top of that, Minjun can't help but throw some shade, knowing he's about to get promoted to sergeant. From now on, he's gonna sport a cocky attitude, knowing he's gonna get promoted to sergeant today. From now on, he's planning to dismantle Dongjin's bad habits and start from scratch. Everyone's jaw drops when Minjun walks in wielding a bat. The commander can't fathom why the kid, who's been on top of his game, chose such a basic weapon, and he knows this time it won't be a cakewalk. Minjun thinks the only real requirement for this test is to land a solid hit, nothing too complicated. Just as that happened, 3 goblins burst into the field, growling and ready to tear him apart. Just as the goblins charge, Min-jun grips his bat tightly, and in an instant, he takes down all three with a single crushing blow. The swing is so clean and brutal that they're completely dismantled, taken out in a blistering 4 seconds. Everyone watching is frozen in shock, mouths agape, with their minds blown by the sheer absurdity of what just went down. No one can believe that a regular soldier managed to pull this off, especially one who already got a perfect score on the practical exam. Min-jun turns calmly to face Yoon Seo, locks eyes with her, and gives her that smug look of his just to ruffle her feathers. Yoon Seo shoots him a furious glare, thinking this guy's completely off his rocker. The commander then congratulates everyone on their effort in the exam, especially Kim Min-jun, now officially a corporal. The commander Young chuckles, admitting that this kid's rapid advancement is so frequent that they always forget how to call him. Young mentions he was a bit worried because Min-jun was the only one from his platoon to advance this time. But the battalion commander is absolutely stoked with the report. With that, he gives Min-jun a high five full of pride, knowing for a fact that the battalion commander has never seen a low-ranking soldier pull off a score that perfect before. Meanwhile, the whole squad erupts in cheers for Min-jun, the guy who basically saved their lives, because without him, their squad would have been wiped out before they even got back. They're joking around, telling him they'll never let him become a bully if he ever makes it to sergeant. But deep down, Min-jun's curious to see how they'll treat him before he decides what kind of deal he'll get from them. Meanwhile, he pats Dong-jin on the back while he's already scheming ways to get his buddy to level up no matter what it takes. As soon as they get back, Min-jun plans to start training with his special gear right away. So, he feels like someone's standing behind him and turns around to see Yoon Seo. He knows she took down the monster solo and thinks she'll ace the test. As they're loading the bus, Yoon Seo stays outside and Min-jun gets his wires crossed. She's thinking of apologizing for her attitude on the test, but just then, Min-jun slams his face into the glass and says something that leaves her stunned. He tells her she's toast if she pushes him again, and with that, the bus takes off, leaving Yoon Seo frozen with a storm of mixed thoughts, convinced that this guy is totally off his rocker. On the bus, the whole crew of hunters is still asking Min-jun if there's something between him and Yoon Seo. She's been checking him out all day, even during the stats test, like she's totally into him. The guys are giving Min-jun a hard time about having a groupie and are dying to hear the tea, but Min-jun couldn't care less and isn't even remotely interested, saying a CEO's provocation is what got him. That's why he gave her a little hard time. Everyone's laughing at her provocative look, but there's more to it, and the guys want to know what's up. They're dying to know what Min-jun did with the division's hottest recruit. Meanwhile, Han-jun is dying to know if he just stepped on the girl of his dreams. Min-jun finds this super annoying group, confessing that Yoon Seo isn't the girl of his dreams. Han-jun, totally bummed, demands to know who's the dream girl, and Min-jun spills that it's Lumi. Everyone's wondering if that name rings a bell, but they've never seen her anywhere. He heard she's a K-pop star. Min-jun says Lumi is the biggest catch among the powerhouses of the dungeons. When they ask if anyone knows her, the whole squad of hunters looks at Min-jun with disgust. Later that night, the squad dives into the fried chicken like there's no tomorrow, and more boxes from Lieutenant are still arriving. Sergeant Cho is convinced it's the first time Kim Min-jun looks this happy, and Min-jun doesn't deny it. The Sarge gives it up for Cho, saying it's all thanks to him, no question. He's stoked because the kid's just one promotion away from being a sergeant, with 3 stripes to his name. Min-jun nods, munching on chicken and sipping on a Pepsi. At that moment, Sergeant Seon-ho rolls in with the cart, calling out the second squad in the break room already. Everyone knows something's up, and Seung-ho confirms it's about the report he just handed over to the admin office about the second screw-up in their squad. But what really matters is they scored a beer run thanks to a perfect score on the promotion exam. Sergeant Cho and Kim are jumping out of their seats with joy, refusing to let Min-jun hog it all to himself. Seung-ho chimes in, saying the beer's actually a gift from the company commander to Min-jun, so technically, it's not even about the rest of them. That instantly gets the whole squad's goat and everyone's complaining that Song-ho's driving them up the wall. The Sergeant Cho confronts him, saying that Song-ho probably knew all this from the start in, That's why he kept Minjun in his squad from day one. That night, Minjun patrols solo and calls up his night walker, asking him if he's good to go. The first time he showed up, he was thrown off, but now Sparky's got a clear plan. He doesn't need a hitman. Instead, he's got the perfect gig in mind. From now on, he assigns the little one the task of gathering intel. Specifically, Minjun wants him to keep a close eye on the higher-ranking officials, tell them discreetly, and report back immediately on anything suspicious, especially if it's related to demonic energy. Suddenly, the nighttime stroller raises his little hand, leaving Minjun momentarily perplexed until he realizes the kid is asking for a snack. With a sigh, Minjun hurls a demonic energy orb at the little guy. The moment she grabs it, the little shadow looks absolutely stoked, drifting off like she's on a holy mission. Minjun warns him not to get caught, though he's secretly stoked to see the Nightwalker so amped. He knows if anyone from the squad saw him right now, they'd probably go full on code red. Out of nowhere, Sergeant Kim appears and asks Minjun what he's doing out here, looking like he's about to have a major freakout. The guy almost loses his cool from the shock, but he recovers quickly, laughs it off, and says he just needed a breath of fresh air. Plus, it's been ages since he's had a drink. When Kim asks if he's got a short fuse, Minjun explains with a straight face that he's not like that. Apparently, dark mages don't get wasted like normal people. Whether it's poison or booze, their bodies naturally detox in a snap. He also congratulates Minjun on making progress, but warns him not to get too complacent. He also tells Minjun not to be late again, even with a high tolerance, because by then, the rest of the squad will have polished off all the bottles. After that, Minjun finally catches his breath, relieved that Si-Yoon Ho didn't see anything. He's got to be more on his toes around here. Despite that, the more he gets to know Si-Yoon Ho, the more he feels this guy is a by-the-book soldier, though he's not bothered by that kind of personality. The next day, the commander comments that Kim Minjun was practically born ready to roll. He's joking that he's ready to take out the whole squad if nobody passes, but one guy managed it with a perfect score. Another officer chimes in, saying Kim Minjun just set a new record of 4 seconds in the monster handling aptitude test. That cracks up the commander, recalling how he once thought Training Center Commander Choi was crazy for praising this kid so much. But Minjun has exceeded all expectations, even handling the whole bat situation by himself. Sayo mentions how Minjun was the first to respond during the oil reserve emergency, and Lee notes that this kid got promoted to corporal in just a month, which is unheard of. Everyone's on the same page. This kid not only meets expectations, he blows them away. The whole hunting unit will soon be focused on him. Sayo notes that Lee is hinting at the special forces and doubts if Minjun can handle something like that, but Lee is confident, saying that Minjun is the real deal. He can feel it. He's seen a lot of hunters in his time, some even called legends in the hunter's corps, but this kid could be something entirely off the charts. Maybe a new beast is about to be born in there. Later, in the desert, a swarm of lizard monsters, goblins, and orcs fills the horizon. Right in the middle of all that chaos, Minjun's chillin', grip his bat tight, waiting for them to close in, cause that's when the real show starts. Inside the dormitory, the guys are drinking hard, as if there's still no tomorrow. One of them can barely stay on his feet. That's when Minjun walks in on his squad completely trashed in the corner. One of the kids, clearly on the verge of a hangover, slurs a question asking if Minjun is okay. Sparky just gives him a smug grin and says he's good to go, leaving the kid gobsmacked. He can't believe Minjun's still standing upright after drinking so much, and just tells him he's a real monster. Just then, Sergeant Lee walks in behind him and Minjun asks him casually if he's okay. The drunk kid tries to give a sloppy salute to Sergeant Lee, who says he's good after working up a sweat. Minjun flashes a smile while checking out Song-ho's athletic build, thinking that this guy is the real deal, a true soldier through and through. Besides that, Song-ho asks the kid if he's hit the gym yet, and Min replies he hasn't had the chance. Now that you're a corporal, start hitting the gym, kid. He's saying their squad's got a solid VR rig, so Minjun should give it a shot. As soon as he hears there's a virtual device, Minjun gets a rush of excitement. Finally, it's time to test the virtual reality room of the Hunter Corps. As he arrives at Gym 2, everything looks super real, hyping him up even more. First, he has to choose a monster, check the options, and select the orc monster. But when it comes to the number of orcs, Minjun goes completely crazy. He cranks it up to the max, around 30. For him, it still seems like a drop in the bucket. He's trying to get that total gaming vibe, like he's in the Warrior series. Then comes the moment to choose his weapon, and Sparky is totally freaked out to see how incredible the options are. After confirming all his picks, he steps into the VR chamber, fully geared up, clutching a jockey in hand, ready to unleash chaos. It's time to kick off the battle, and Minjun finds himself in a desert setting, stoked and ready to take on some monsters. He's totally stoked by the CGI and graphics, which look almost freakishly real. The orcs start popping out of nowhere, all geared up to wreak havoc, but Sparky's unfazed. He swings his bat and hits his first home run, sending a goblin flying through the air. The impact is incredible, and Minjun is hooked from the first swing. He's cranking up the pace, annihilating orcs like they're nothing, completely locked in. The feel of the bat in his hands has him grinning, and he's yelling at the monsters to bring it on. In mere seconds, it's all over with just one survivor, Minjun, but that was way too easy. Not even 30 orcs dare approach him. So he ups the ante and selects 30 goblins, 30 golems, and 30 lizardmen to crank up the intensity. Now, there are 90 monsters of 3 different types ready to take him down, but Minjun is just getting started. With bat in hand and a savage grin on his face, he asks if they're all in one place already. Once they're on him, he calmly counts back from 3 and unleashes like a beast, ready to smash each one of them to the ground with raw brute force. This psycho is taking down monsters left on right, not missing a beat, leaving them in a pulp. The battle ends after he takes out all the monsters and the simulation wraps up. As he logs off, Minjun is blown away by the virtual Hall of Fame, ranking only below Dungeon Power Fighter. Then, a notification window pops up with his new skill, Basic Bludgeoning. Stunned, he reads that this upgrade boosts his hand-to-hand skills with mass. Minjun's stoked to see this, especially since he didn't expect to get such heavy-hitting skills so easily. This means he doesn't even need to grind in dungeons to level up, so he decides to spend more time in the VR room, trying out different guns to boost his skills. Suddenly, he finds Dongjin, who looks absolutely terrified. When he asks her, Dongjin points to the results. She doesn't believe he's taken down 30 goblins, orcs, and lizardmen by himself. Minjun is bugged that the virtual room shows them like that. Dongjin demands to know if he really took them all down. Sparky is at a loss for words at first, but then a thought suddenly strikes him, with a serious expression, like he's the big cheese. Minjun tells Dongjin they need to have a chat in the gym. Dongjin, drenched in sweat, nervously asks why, and Minjun gives him a sly grin, saying it's time to get in a sweat session. Without waiting for an answer, he pushes the poor kid to the gym, even as Dongjin complains about the hangover. Minjun says it's perfect, since sweating a bit will help him out. As they enter, Kim walks in and is completely blown away by the results Minjun just pulled off. Kim Wong-shik walks in asking where everyone is, and specifically where Kim Minjun is at. One of the soldiers quickly explains that most of the team went to the storage room to get tools to clear the snow, but accidentally calls Kim Minjun Sergeant, which he shouldn't have done in front of Wong-shik, since Minjun hasn't been officially promoted yet. After his slip-up, he freaks out and calls for Minjun, because the commander is looking for him. Meanwhile, Wong-shik runs into a group of soldiers huddled together, clearly relaxed and having a good time. Confused, he asks what's going on, and they receive him casually, explaining they're betting the monthly salary over how long it'll take Kim Minjun to get promoted to sergeant. Each one has their own prediction: 6 months, 8 months, more than a year. Wong-shik is left speechless at how seriously they're taking it in, asks why they're always making bets like that. Kim Munji laughs at Jong Han Hyunk's 6-month prediction, calling it crazy and impossible, while the others join in, joking and enjoying the moment. Jong's eyes light up as he yells that Minjun's not some ordinary guy. He's on a whole different level. Kim Munji's got him fired up, and Young shoots back, saying he's not regretting a thing and warning everyone not to back down. The group cracks up and seals the bet with their prediction. Then Wong-shik bets on just 1 month, catching everyone off guard. Meanwhile, Minjun's at the gym, feeling down in the dumps because he's been grinding for days, but hasn't seen any progress in his stats. He starts wondering if all that effort hasn't been a total waste of time. So, remember, even something as annoying as the East Guard incident ended up giving him a passive skill. One of her abilities boosts her strength by 150%, and she starts craving something like the Returned Hero's Strength, an ability that scales with stat growth. Just as that, a notification pops up saying he's unlocked a new ability. It's a basic ability called Power, giving him a 5-point boost to his strength stat. Though it's simple, he's stoked and knows he can upgrade it later. After catching his breath, a fellow soldier tells Minjin that the commander is looking for him. He thanks him and heads towards him. The soldier watches him leave, puzzled by the calm and focus of everyone today, as if something was off. When Min Jun arrives at the administrative office, he greets and reports as ordered. Kim Min Chil greets him and takes him to the counseling office for a casual chat, asking him how life is treating him as a corporal, since it's been almost a week. Min Jun responds that everything's been going great. Kim Min Jun congratulates him on the promotion and thanks him again for resolving the battalion's half-baked incident. Min Jun downplays it, saying it was nothing. So Kim Min, the real reason he called him out, he hands Min Jun an official certificate. A special commendation from the battalion commander. It's for handling the incident and acing the promotion exam. Kim Min Chil jokes that Min Jun shouldn't be disappointed by the informal award, explaining that in the Special Forces, they prefer to avoid too many formal events. The certificate is a top-shelf commendation signed by Colonel Lee Jun Beam, officially acknowledging Min Jun's standout service. On top of that, Kim Min Seo mentions that the award will be a notch on his belt. Min Jun looks to the side, wondering if that means he could get another free pass later on. Kim Min Ho accepts it with some doubt, maybe, but also points out that this prize is rare and not many hunters get it so soon, let alone twice. Min Jun's eyes light up with excitement, musing that if he won 10 prizes, he might be able to get another promotion. He's handing it out like a stamp promotion, joking about whether the prizes are like buy one get one free fried chicken coupons, or if there's some special event going on. Kim Min Seo shoots him a blank look and asks if Min Jun was even paying attention. A few days later, the soldiers are formed, squared away, and at the ready with their arms locked and loaded. They've been assigned to clean out a dungeon and is their next real mission. Platoon Commander Kim Min Chil reminds them that if they stick to their training, they'll emerge from this place unscathed without a scratch. Today's dungeon is known as Monster Rat's Nest, or more commonly, the Sewer of Doom. Min Jun is with his squad, Jong Gang Jun and Lee Dong Jin, along with other members like Jin Chialo. They are also accompanied by their top brass, including First Lieutenant Kim Chalmel, Sergeant Lee Soon Ho, and First Sergeant Kim Minji. The Rat Monster Dungeon isn't extremely hazardous, but is still a serious concern since you're usually dealing with over 200 rat monsters. The narrow tunnels also make it tough to use firearms effectively, so even though it's not a high-end dungeon, it still requires maximum focus and a super coordinated team effort to get through it safely. What makes this one tougher is that there's only one exit besides the entrance the team came in, so the plan is to funnel all the rats into that single route. Kim Mineo tells everyone to take positions and set up the bait. They place the bait near the second entrance to lure the rats. The dungeon reeks, so the soldiers use gas masks from the Hunters Guild. Yu Seong-hee complains about the stench and rats, saying that the monsters eat disgusting stuff like rotten bananas, making the smell even worse. Despite the tough conditions, the team presses on, scattering as much bait as they can to set the plan in motion. The soldiers spot a massive horde of monstrous rats advancing from the main entrance, and all of them immediately assume a combat stance. The commander yells at the troops to form a line shoulder to shoulder at the entrance, and instructs the lower-ranking soldiers to fall back with the sub-commander for security. Some soldiers start trash-talking, betting who can take down the most monstrous rats, and the loser has to buy sandwiches at the PX. Even the squad leader asks the commander if he wants to join in on the bet. Despite the joking around, they stay focused as the commander reminds them to keep their cool and maintain formation no matter what. The plan is to face the rodents head-on without breaking formation. Meanwhile, Sergeant Lee Soon-ho leads them through the chaos, while Sergeant Kim Jong-tae of the 4th Squad and Sergeant Cho Tae-wak of the 3rd Squad are in the thick of it, taking down rats with powerful blows. Their squad leader, Sergeant Lee Soon-ho, leads them through the chaos. At the same time, Sergeant Kim Jong-tae from the 4th Squad and Sergeant Cho Tae-wak from the 3rd Squad are in the thick of it, taking down rats with some serious haymakers. Corporal Kim Wong-shik from the 3rd Squad is also going hard, making sure no rat slips past him. As the fight continues, the officers start to take note of the troops' performance. First, Sergeant Kim Min-ji, 2nd Platoon's second in command, and Lieutenant 1st Kim Cholman, overall commander. Both are observing that the troops are doing well, especially some soldiers who are clearly standing out by quickly taking out the rats before they can break the front line. This shows just how skilled they are, putting their training and hard work to the test and proving is paying off. Even the top-notch soldier, Lee Dongjin, from the 2nd Squad, 2nd Platoon, is finally showing the fruits of his special training and no longer lagging behind. Someone's calling for backup and there's soldiers on it. Pronto. Then, more rats emerge from behind. The soldiers warn of the rear attack. The commander sends squads 1 and 4 to the entrance and orders the others to fall back, shielded by their shields. He warns them not to get too cocky or break formation. They're almost done, just a little more, but something feels off. Through his gas mask, Kwon Kik senses something's off, only to realize too late that something deadly is approaching, not from the front, but from beneath. An irregular monster starts to emerge, and Wong-shik sees is enormous. Having fed on the other rats, and its size is absolutely terrifying. Frozen with fear, Wong-shik is unable to move. Lee Dongjin tries to scream, but he's just as paralyzed. Finally, he yells at Wong-shik to back off, begging him to run, to move, to do something. But it's already too late. So Kim Min-jun takes a closer look and notices something off in the monster's eyes. They're completely empty, hollow, and there's no sign of fear in them. That's when Min-jun realizes the truth. He's overflowing with demonic energy. At the same time, Lee Dongjin earns praise for acting swiftly to save Wong-shik. Just then, the soldiers behind him yell at Min-jun that it's too hazardous and tell him to fall back. They also order all the stragglers to fall in line, while telling the rest of the squad to stay on high alert. Kim Min-jun flashes a sly grin, secretly siphoning off the purple demon energy through the monster's eyes. A hazardous and enigmatic power, while he's worried someone might catch on to his illicit move. He's a bit worried that someone might notice, since using or acquiring demon energy could raise suspicions, or even be considered hazardous in his world. So he sarcastically thanks Lee Dongjin, whose bold move distracted everyone and helped Min-jun absorb the energy undetected. Then, a message appears, telling him he's absorbed a certain amount of demonic energy, and his demonic energy stat has increased by 1. In the end, Min-jun realizes how much energy the monster had and says he'll make good use of it for the right reasons. Young concedes defeat, clearly impressed. Meanwhile, Minchul Kim confirms that it was a freak monster, and the report arrives. All members of the squad have already exited the dungeon. Only one irregular monster was confirmed and taken down by a single squad member. Although things have calmed down, the hum of the mosquitoes and the persistent tension serve as a reminder that nothing on the front lines is really normal. Young approaches Min-jun, genuinely thanking him for saving him and admitting he was paralyzed when he first saw that monster. Min-jun downplays it, apologizing for acting without orders, but Young quickly assures him there's no need to apologize. It was clearly an emergency, and Min-jun's quick reaction probably saved Wong-shik and Dongjin from a real danger. After that, Min-seo Kim approaches Min-jun to ask if he's okay, and Min-jun responds with confidence that he's good, standing tall and proud. As Min-jun catches his breath, Kim Min-seo leans in and whispers that they'll need to have a private chat when they get back to the camp. Young notices the squad leader doesn't seem too stoked about this exchange. Meanwhile, updates are coming in via comms. All evacuated members have only minor injuries, and Dongjin has completed his medical checkup and is heading back to the camp. Wong-shik, despite some bruising on the head, is expected to make a full recovery and return tomorrow. The second squad is called to formation in response to the unexpected events, and the dungeon cleanup op is officially scrubbed. Everyone's told to gear up and get ready to roll out. Without hesitation, the squadron responds in lockstep. Later, in the administrative office, they call Min-jun to discuss the official report. They tell him to write down exactly how he took down the irregular monster and hand it in, but Min-jun freezes, unsure what to write. In a joking tone, he thinks about saying he tried to crush it with his shield, and when that didn't work, he just punched it out. Although he doubts anyone would believe a story like that. Min-ju Kim admits she couldn't see clearly because her vision was blocked, but she's still wondering if Min-jun actually took down the monster with just his fist. Min-jun's unsure how to respond, saying the monster was full of energy and he didn't have time to think. Changing the subject, Min-shul Kim asks for Min-jun's stats, and Min-jun responds that his strength is 65 and his agility is 60. As he listens to this, Min-shul Kim is taken aback, pointing out that even as a first lieutenant, his own stats are barely above average. In his 40s, he realizes Min-jun's stats are more than double that of a typical sergeant, and he whispers incredulously, thinking that with those numbers, Min-jun could have easily made it into the Hunter Academy. He feels like it's a missed opportunity, especially since Kim recalls the records showing that Min-jun dropped out of high school, which would have made his enlistment tough. Still, he tells Min-jun that if he ever wants to become an executive, he should consider taking the GOOT and applying to a university. He adds that once Min-jun reaches the rank of sergeant major, he'll have the option to travel for classes and even online courses, and he offers to look into the process for him. Min-jun admits he's not really into studying and figures he's good to go just coasting on his accomplishments. After hearing that, Min-jun Kim respects his decision, telling him he won't pressure him, but just asks Min-jun to let him know if he ever changes his mind. After that, Min-jun thanks Min-jun Kim, who tells him he'll wrap up the report and suggests he get some rest, promising not to forget what Min-jun did today. Min-jun nods and prepares to leave, but before exiting, he turns back to him and says, "By saving the squad, you dodged what could have been a whole lot worse." He even admits he was frozen in place during the crisis and thanks Min-jun sincerely. Min-jun responds with conviction, saying he only did what he had to, but deep down, he's reminded that it's all about getting more demonic juice and proving his worth. Outside, Gwang-shik stands nervously in front of Min-jun and asks if he can crash Min-jun's exclusive training sessions that he's been running with Dong-jin. The special training sessions Min-jun's been doing with Dong-jin. Min-jun looks on in surprise, wondering how Gwang-shik found out about his secret training spot and, more importantly, why someone who's still not fully recovered would be pushing themselves like that. Gwang-shik stammers, then suddenly points at Dong-jin and says he's improved a lot and is actually pretty decent now. Gwang-shik admits it's probably due to his training, and that's why he wants to join in and start training too. Min-jun isn't impressed and asks Gwang-shik if he really thought he could just join like that. No questions asked. He reminds him that there's a protocol and discipline to these things, especially for someone like Sergeant Kim Gwang-shik. Gwang-shik slightly inclines his head and genuinely thanks Min-jun for saving him. He then turns to Dong-jin and apologizes for how he used to treat him. Dong-jin looks taken aback, fidgeting nervously, and tells him not to sweat it. But Gwang-shik continues with a serious tone, saying he genuinely regrets all the hazing and isn't sure if they'll forgive him, but he's being dead honest. He's being dead serious. He's got personal reasons for wanting to get promoted to non-commissioned officer, and he's gonna put in the work to make it happen. Dong-jin nervously asks if it would really be that bad to let Gwang-shik train with him. He turns to Min-jun, expecting him to be on board, but Min-jun responds coolly, "No way. That's a hard pass." Gwang-shik nods silently, saying he understands if they're still uncomfortable with the way he treated them before. He's genuinely grateful to both Min-yeon and Dong-jin, acknowledging he's alive today thanks to them. Just as the atmosphere becomes tense, Min-jun suddenly turns to Gwang-shik and tells him he'll reconsider letting him join if he behaves like a dove for the next 24 hours. Gwang-shik is completely flabbergasted and incredulously yells, while Min-jun shrugs, saying, "No sweat, if you don't want to do it, that's cool too." Feeling the heat, Gwang-shik starts to awkwardly coo like a bird. Dong-jin watches in stunned silence as Min-jun chuckles to himself and Gwang-shik awkwardly pretends to be a bird, flapping his arms like a wingnut. The saint praises the giant for his hard work and kindly asks if he has anything to say. Though the giant seems uncertain, he finally asks how long the saint plans to keep doing this stuff. The saint responds that honestly, nobody knows, and then offers a gift saying it's for those who are no longer with them. Looking ahead, the saint adds that something given from the heart can never be too much. Meanwhile, Sergeant Cho is miffed because even after returning from a grueling mission in the dungeon, they're already being put to work on setting up the camps. He's complaining that being treated this way for his last year of service feels unfair. As they work, Purple thinks out loud, wondering if these camps really make a difference in monster fights. And Cho just shrugs, saying nobody really knows for sure. Just then, a delivery arrives and Wong Shik announces that Sturtle has finally arrived, joking that they call it Sturtle because nobody's sure if it's made of stone or metal. The name comes from how confusingly and ridiculously durable the material is. As they start moving it, Quan Chi quickly realizes it's way heavier than it looks and is solid as a rock. They struggle with the weight, and one of the soldiers explains that's exactly why camps are built with this material, why it's so resistant and reliable. Wong Shik adds that it's made from a rare mineral found only in specific dungeons. He was about to mention the name, but Min Jun interrupted him and distracted him, asking if he said something. Quan Shik quickly covers, saying it was nothing and that he just thought someone might be curious. Suddenly, Lieutenant Minji calls out a 10-minute break for everyone. Then, with a straight face, Minji approaches the squad leader and shares something she overheard while picking up gear at HQ. There's a rumor that the notorious 10 dungeon might have popped up in the 4th Division's control zone. This immediately grabs everyone's attention. Sergeant Cho reacts in shock, asking if it's true, and Dongjin starts to freak out, screaming that if they send them back there again, it'll be the 3rd time he and Cho have to go into that hellhole of a dungeon. Cho complains out loud, saying the situation is already absurd, but Minji tries to calm everyone down, reminding them that the investigation is still ongoing and nothing has been confirmed yet. Meanwhile, Wong Shik whispers about the Lat-Am dungeons, explaining that hunters use that nickname for certain types of dungeons that follow a specific pattern. First, these dungeons are way bigger than usual. Second, they're packed with more monsters and a wider variety of them. Third, they don't include any big bosses or extremely high-risk enemies. That's why they're considered ideal for gaining real combat experience, so divisions often use them for large-scale training exercises, known as hunter field maneuvers. Min Jun asks who Guang Shik is talking to, and Guang Shik just shrugs and says he thought someone might be curious. Min Jun repeats the phrase hunter field maneuvers, confused and clearly unenthusiastic, thinking this doesn't sound like the kind of training he wants right now. He's not here for the long, boring drills. He wants real fights. But Min Shu Kyung reminds everyone that this is a divisional training, mandatory, and a great chance to rack up divisional points, mandatory, and a great chance to rack up divisional points. As soon as Min Jun hears the word achievements, his eyes light up, suddenly remembering his goal of earning recognition and getting stronger. Min Jun gets amped thinking about being on the front lines. It gives him all the opportunities to prove himself. He's stoked he made the call to come here, because it was the right move, and everything's playing out even better than he thought it'd be, as his excitement to achieve more grows. Min Jun suddenly catches a faint purple glow at his feet, but quickly and discreetly slides his shoe over it before anyone notices. Dongjin and Cho, clearly burned out, yell frustratedly and say they're already maxed out on achievements, having squeezed them to the limit in their last year. Meanwhile, Min Jun lets out a silent sigh of relief, thinking he's lucky no one spotted the glow. He lets it slide and changes the subject, thinking the current issue has to do with reinforcement requests. Meanwhile, Ninsiasen, the officer, explains that reinforcements were requested due to an irregular monster, and that the request came from a research team within a recently appeared dungeon in Yangu. The commanding officer recalls that the dungeon appeared within a military zone, not near civilians, to which Insia confirms and adds that 2 members of the research team suddenly fainted without warning or signs. She mentions that this bizarre occurrence has been happening more frequently, and warns that it might be a sign that the labyrinth needs to be cleared out ASAP. The officer suggests handing over control of the area to regular soldiers and pulling out all the hunters stationed in Yangu, redirecting our forces to a new priority, the dungeon that's opened up in the Honkan civilian zone. Sayo accepts the order without hesitation. Meanwhile, Minjun watches the situation unfold and cracks a smile to himself, thinking that the perfect opportunity just fell into his lap. Feeling like everything's fallen into place, Minjun decides to take a day off. Minjun double-checks his bag twice, wondering if he packed everything he needs. As he walks, Min Ju Kim spots him and casually asks if he's already bailing. He also mentions that he noticed Minjun was carrying way more steel than the others during the camp's construction. And now it all makes sense. Minjun wanted to wrap up early so he could make the most of his free time. Half impressed, half annoyed, Minchu tells him he's some kind of freak. Minchu smiles and thanks him, but quickly clarifies that it wasn't exactly a compliment. Then, pointing to the form, Minchu indicates that Minchu's registered address is currently in a restricted area. Curious, he asks Minjun where he crashed last time he stepped out, and Minjun answers honestly that he crashed at a PC room. The PC room, as expected, Minjun pulls out a key and tells Minjun that if he's okay with it, there's a place he can use. A vacant apartment that belonged to her parents, currently empty because they're out on business. It's kept clean since Minjun visits it during his own breaks. Minjun tries to brush him off politely, saying it's not necessary, but Minjun cuts him off firmly and insists this time it really is. In silence, Minjun Lee quietly takes the small note that was handed to him earlier. He says the apartment's a bit far from the camp, but still within Gangwon-do, in Chuncheon, Villa 20, and Minjun thinks to himself that it's definitely a better option than crashing in a noisy computer lab. Chuncheon's not that far out, so it's not a bad option at all. And also, what Lieutenant First Class Minjun said, take the key even if you don't use it, just get a good rest. Minjun folds the note and puts it away. As he does, Minjun glances at Minjun's info sheet. His name is Kim Minjun. The address listed is Jeon Ji Dunam Demon. Both parents, Cho Yeon-ju and her father, are listed as missing persons. Meanwhile, Minjun arrives at Janggu County Bus Terminal, where nearby soldiers are discussing a recently discovered dungeon near an abandoned old school. They're ordered to keep at least a kilometer's distance and focus on securing the perimeter. Minjun remains silent to the side, eavesdropping without drawing attention to himself. His eyes lock onto a distant, silent building that must be the dungeon. As he approaches, he wonders what kind of creature he'll face this time. Annoyed that the person who sent him didn't even bother to find out what kind of beast it was. The usual. Minjun's also told that if things get too hairy, he'll just cut his losses and bail. The moment he takes a step forward, a faint glow crosses his vision, and a message confirms he's entered the dungeon. The air inside is thick and sticky, unusually humid, and the walls are cracked with the floor trashed, signs that something violent went down here. You spot a mangled object nearby and instantly know a fight went down. You can also feel like you're being watched by someone or something. Without hesitation, Minjun calls out to it, telling it to show itself. The beast takes a step forward, and Minjun looks at the massive creature, unsure if it's a goblin or a kobold, but whatever it is way too big. Honestly, he's surprised they made it out alive after running into something like that. Without hesitation, Minjun charges at it, mocking the monster for surviving their previous fight, and then activates his corruption ability. The monster doesn't even flinch, doesn't block or react at all. Minjun compares most of his previous enemies to ants, but this one feels more like a giant cockroach. Still, a bug's a bug, and with frustration boiling over, Minjun unleashes a fierce glare and launches a final attack while screaming for revenge for ruining his new clothes. After taking down the beast, Minjun suddenly gets a system message telling him he's sucked up more demon energy and his stats back on the rise. Another message pops up and his demonic energy stat goes up by 1 3 times in a row. With that, Minjun finally crosses the threshold and unlocks a new ability, Dark Arrow. His Nocturnal Walking ability also gets a boost, and on top of that, he gets basic swordplay. Over the moon, Minjun rapidly opens his status window. His stats are now Strength 65, Agility 60, Endurance 60, and Demonic Energy 22. He's grinning at the new Dark Arrow ability, which lets him attack from a distance using demonic energy exactly what he needed, but what catches him off guard is the basic parrying. Then he gets it. She must have gotten it from that critical hit during the fight. No doubt it was a stroke of luck. As Min-jun recalls, a strange glint that he saw right before the battle suddenly comes to mind. Curious, he approaches to investigate and sees something. Looks like the tip of an arrow, a piece of a broken sword, or maybe something the research team left behind. The shape and color seem eerily familiar, like he's seen it before somewhere else. As Min-jun holds the object, the monsters start popping up behind him. Another idea pops into her head. She's just unlocked a new ability and hasn't even tried it yet, and the timing seems perfect. As he scopes out the dungeon, even though his mission's officially wrapped, he decides to hang around a bit longer because it wouldn't hurt to take out the remaining monsters while testing the limits of his new mojo. After clearing the dungeon, he feels proud and relaxed. Plus, he's excited to finally have some free time, so he decides to play his favorite game, DPE. After clearing the dungeon, he's feeling proud and chill, and he's stoked to finally have some downtime, so he decides to level up in his favorite game, DPE. Moreover, he's stoked to finally have some downtime, so he decides to play his go-to game, DPE. This seems like the perfect way to wrap up a productive day. His free day feels satisfying and well spent. But that peaceful atmosphere doesn't last long. As soon as Min-jun gets back to the camp, he's got a bad feeling about this. Everyone looks dead serious, and the squad's vibe is heavy. Young quickly briefs Min-jun that it's a real-life hellhole, and they'll be doing a large-scale training exercise next week called Tactical Ops for Hunters. Each squad will start from random points and advance towards the center of the arena. The goal is to respond to sudden emergencies, fight off monsters, and survive the pressure of real combat, and no one can take it easy. Everyone needs to stay on high alert and ready to rumble. When the drill begins, Minchul Kim yells orders for them to take positions on a hill. Suddenly, dark spheres appear, floating monstrous with thick, resistant skin. These creatures are a tough nut to crack because close-range combat just doesn't cut it against them. All troops are ordered to stow their special arms and switch to firearms. They start firing non-stop to keep the dark spheres at bay, but Minjin's stoked because this kind of high-risk training is right up his alley. Minji warns everyone that if those monsters get too close and start sucking blood, they'll be almost impossible to stop. If any soldier gets bitten, they're as good as done for. Minjin realizes that if too many people get injured or knocked out, their squad score in training will take a huge hit, and he's not about to let that happen. After that, Min-jun puts on a serious face and calls out Sergeant Lee Soon-ho. As he sprints across the battlefield, Min-jun's foot suddenly connects with a black monster that appears in his path, and the impact is so forceful and swift that the creature is launched into the air like a kicked soccer ball. Everyone around him is frozen in a second, watching as the monster disappears into the clouds above. He'd love to be able to use his dark arrows to take down the floating monsters. That would make things a whole lot easier. Meanwhile, Commander Man Shao Kim gives the order to open fire freely on the dark orbs in the air. Once the battle dies down, they finally get a brief breather and are told to take a 10-minute R&R. Check your gear and report any casualties to your squad. During the break, Sergeant Choi feels drained and comments that this session feels a lot tougher than the last, wondering how many battles they've already fought. Sergeant Choi responds that he's not entirely sure, but mentions a weird rumor. Some people say this dungeon might not be your run-of-the-mill tin can trap after all. That blows the sergeant's mind, prompting him to ask what's going on, and he doesn't spill the beans that the rumor is that there's a hidden big cheese inside, which shouldn't be the case in this kind of dungeon. It's said the creature was caught alive and locked away in some central assembly area. When the break's over, Minji calls everyone back to training, and the soldiers fall in line. Moving forward, Min-jun suddenly sees someone in the distance, a Hunter Corps soldier with 2 stars on his uniform. Min-jun instantly recognizes him and knows exactly who he is. The scene then cuts to a massive figure returning with a busted sword in hand. After seeing this, an old man talks calmly to the giant. Given how fast he returned, the old man assumes the mission must have been tough or someone messed up by blindly following that woman's orders. As he inspects the leaf, the old man furrows his brow at the severe damage and then asks if the giant has been hunting demonic beasts again. In the central dungeon rendezvous, the tension starts to escalate as Lieutenant Colonel Go Young-cheol of the 3rd Battalion notes that the number of monsters within the dungeon is way higher than expected, and he's silently hoping that things stay under control without any major incidents. Standing next to him, Colonel Young Soon Kyung from the 1st Battalion explains that the division commander thinks their overall combat effectiveness has been slowly dropping. Go Junchil fears they're pushing the soldiers too hard, physically and mentally. Then, Colonel Lee Jun Bayam, visibly on edge, asks if anyone knows where the division commander is, his anxiety growing as he realizes the commander has gone straight to the area where his own battalion is stationed. Johnson Kyung just shrugged and said, everyone knows how unpredictable the commander can be once he gets something in his head. Nobody can stop him. Still on edge, Lee Jong-beom wonders why the commander would even personally participate in this kind of training. And his concern grows as he realizes the division commander went straight to the area where his own battalion is stationed. Like he's on a mission to find someone. It's then that Lieutenant Colonel Ko Jun-chio reveals what the division commander said before leaving, that there's a soldier he wants to see with his own eyes, likely the guy who's going to get the punishment detail. Kim Min-chil stares in disbelief. He knows that in these drills, there's usually a punishment mission where someone pretends to be wounded and that person gets carried by their squad. He's surprised by who's playing the wounded soldier. He should be a quartermaster officer, but the same division commander is on the stretcher participating in the exercise. As Min-chil tries to wrap his head around the situation, the commander nonchalantly tells them to take good care of him. Min-chil quickly stands at attention and salutes, still looking stunned. Then, Sergeant First Class Kim Minji steps forward and explains by the book that the injured person needs to be transported properly. Trying to keep it respectful, Minji offers to carry him, but the commander cuts her off mid-sentence, loudly and clearly reminding everyone that they should already know her personality by now. Suk Kyung, the division commander, flatly refuses to be carried and insists they continue with the drill as planned. No participation in that part of the exercise. Everyone's staring in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Min Jun can't help but think this training is totally bonkers, yet ridiculously fun. The excitement and the surprises don't end there. The field is packed with all sorts of beasts, each with its own brand of danger. And on top of that, the divisions set up traps and special challenges, making the whole session feel like a real dungeon crawl, with something new waiting around every corner. Soldier Jin Xiaoho from the 2nd Squad, 2nd Platoon, is struggling to keep the pace, struggling to breathe and clearly on edge. He can't take down a toad-like beast. Just as he's about to get taken down by a toad-like monster. Just as the creature charges at him, Min Jun intervenes and takes it down with one hit, saving Chil Ho from serious harm. As Min Jun reflects on the battle, he notices that even his basic sword skills, though simple, help him hit harder and stay more alert in combat. He thinks this intense training might be just what he needs to level up. Chil Ho, still catching his breath, quickly thanks Min Jun for the assist. From a distance, Suk Hyung scopes out the battlefield, thinking to himself that this could be the toughest round of hunter training they've ever had to go through. Meanwhile, Min Chil Kim rallies the troops, urging them to hold out until the break, and they all push forward with what's left of their strength, although it's clear that Kim Min Jun is standing out more than ever. At the same time, in the north sector of the dungeon, first-class soldier Son Yoon Seo showcases her skills by taking down multiple monsters on her own. Breathless from the exertion, but just as another soldier is about to get taken down, Yoon Seo springs into action and saves her, no questions asked. Every single member of the squad has made it through this training phase without sustaining any major injuries. Suk Hyung beams with pride as Min Suk Al Kim, who's nearby, acknowledges just how sharp the squad really is. When Min Suk Hyung humbly gives credit to the team, Suk Hyun reminds him that recognizing and leading good soldiers is also part of a leader's strength. He's pushing Min Seal to give it his all in the final training phase, and Min Seal responds with gratitude. Suddenly, Suk Hyun loses his footing. Sergeant First Class Kim Min yells at him quickly, scolding him for relying solely on his left hand and not stabilizing properly. Suk Hyun quickly apologizes for his mistake. Nearby, a younger soldier approaches Corporal Lee Sun-woo with curiosity, checking him out. It's his second time out in the field, so naturally, someone tries to ask him a question, but Lee cuts them off, saying, "Don't even think about asking." As the group prepares to move out and reform, the young soldier repeats, confused, something about the hole, to which Lee confirms, calling it the dungeon hole. The youngest one stands there staring at the massive pit in front of him, recognizing it as a whole but not quite grasping its significance. He just shrugged and said it's obvious he must have been sleeping through the dungeon briefing. Although not much is known about how dungeons work, Lee explains that the common idea is this. A prison dimension is like a space linked to another dimension through some kind of portal. Although it's connected, it's not a perfect or infinite space, because these dungeons have boundaries, and within them, there are areas where the connection becomes unstable or breaks off completely. Those weird and random places are what people call dimensional rifts or wormholes, but the term stairwell to nowhere is more fitting. Another soldier, a bit on edge, asks what happens if someone accidentally enters one of those dungeon holes or crosses the dungeon's edge, to which Lee admits he's not entirely sure, but says people believe they'll be teleported to some random spot within a dungeon, like a sudden explosion. Suddenly, a bizarre noise and reaction spread through the group as someone appears right in front of them. A female soldier lies defenseless on the ground. Min-seo Kim rushes over and calms her down, telling her he's already briefed the 4th Battalion and tells her to rest easy. The girl, still on edge, asks if the members of her unit are safe, and Min-cheo confirms smoothly that they are, that everyone's good, and actually they're all pretty freaked out about her. He added that the training has been put on hold to focus on the recovery of first-class soldier Sun Yoon CEO. Min-cheo explains that the situation's been officially reported, so training will likely get back on track soon. Yoon Seo gives a quiet, clearly relieved thanks that things are under control. Listen, with a busted leg, you need to take it easy. Hunters, you gotta prioritize your health just as much as you hone your combat skills. Min-seo adds that they've been in touch with HQ and the extraction team is en route. You're done for this round. Let's wrap it up. Just as he's about to wrap up, Division Commander Do Suk-young bursts in, catching Yoon Seo off guard since she didn't expect the division's top brass to be here during training. The soldiers fall silent, acutely aware of the weight her presence carries. Min-heo Kim reports to the general that although Yoon Seo has no major external injuries, her left ankle is fractured and she won't be able to continue. Do Suk-young expresses his disappointment that there's only a little training left. He's got his eyes on Yoon Seo, waiting for the lowdown, and she spills the beans that she wiped out during a monster fight, slipped off a cliff, and went belly up. When he came to, they'd already moved her, and his words made it clear he'd fallen beyond the inner dungeon's boundaries, likely in an unmonitored area. Whether it was a dungeon pit or not, what matters is that Son-eun Seo was found in time. Seo Kyung feels a wave of relief and calmly acknowledges her luck at being found so quickly. Then something clicks in her mind and she calmly asks him his name again. As soon as she hears it, her expression changes instantly upon recognizing his background. Yoon Seo is from the 4th Platoon of the 4th Battalion, and more importantly, the daughter of Song Tae-ho. With that revelation, Do Suk-hyun calls out to Corporal Kim Min-jun. Min-jun responds quickly, confused by the fact that they've chosen him, but before he can process anything else, the order is given. He's got to carry the wounded CEO. Min-jun is caught off guard and second-guesses himself, but Suk-hyun's sharp tone cuts through any doubts and leaves no room for debate. Despite the CEO's protests and confusion, the decision's already a done deal. For the commander, this isn't just a directive, it's a mission that can be counted as a valuable achievement. The situation is now under control, and the mission is straightforward. The wounded need to be transported safely and without delay. Min-jun prepares to carry Yoon Seo on his back. She's visibly frustrated, but finally gives in after Min-jun calmly tells her she can drop out if she wants to, although it'll reset her score. In response, Yoon Seo decides to push through and politely asks them to look out for her. The squad is stunned into silence, especially Young, who can't believe Min-jun still has that much fight left in him. To them, Min-jun barely looks human anymore. Min-cheo Kim orders the duo to tail the vice commander and report if Yoon Seo's pace slows down. But Min-jun shows no signs of burning out and is clearly not about to get left behind. At the same time, Min-jun whispers to Suk-kyung that a CEO gets special treatment just for being the daughter of another division commander. Seo Kyung listens to this and calmly reminds him that there's no rule against helping the wounded. This is also part of the drill, kid. Minji accepts without further protest, but then Division General Dasia Kyung mutters something hard, personal, and clearly aimed at Sun Tae-ho under his breath. There's no doubt there's a deeper story behind all this. Min-jun trudges on with Yoon Seo on his back, his stride steady despite the awkward weight. The posture isn't comfortable, but he's not complaining. After a while, Yoon Seo offers to drop out of the training and tells him he can take her down if he's tired. Without hesitation, Min-jun says he's fine and nonchalantly adds that she weighs less than steel, the heavy material they used to build the camp. As soon as he says that, Yoon-seo repeats the word, confused. So Min-jun explains it to her like it's no big deal, comparing it to the dense mineral, even estimating she weighs around 50 kilos. But before he can finish, Yoon-seo cuts him off, clearly embarrassed, and tells him to shut up. She even estimates she weighs about 50 kilos, but before he can finish, Yoon-seo cuts him off, clearly mortified, and tells him to shut up. There's a brief silence before she speaks up again, this time more calm, saying she'll reward him for his help. Min-jun smiles at that, but in his mind thinks that a reward from his dad would be even sweeter. Trying to lighten the mood, he brings up the weight comparison again, but Yoon-seo cuts him off, her voice echoing down the road, telling him to shut up. Meanwhile, Sergeant Cho grumbles to himself that this training has gone from normal to hellish, wondering who made it so tough. Min Cheo-kim checks the distance and sees they've got 2 kilometers to go. He reminds everyone to stay focused and keep their guard up. The message spreads through the squadrons and gives them a bit of a boost. Suddenly, Corporal Lee Ike-jun and Sergeant Lee Gitch from the 1st squad of the 2nd section report seeing flying monsters ahead. Min Cheo listens to the warning and immediately orders everyone to gear up, warning them that these aerial beasts won't be easy to handle. The worst part is they're facing black rakes, those nasty little bird-sized creatures that can rip flesh with their razor-sharp claws and teeth. The hunters might not die from the wounds, but the pain is brutal, and right now, everyone's already burned out from the training. To add insult to injury, they're still carrying a wounded person, and fighting like this is going to be incredibly reckless. The Black Rakes are known for being merciless. Once they attack, they won't back down. Far in the distance, Do-seo Kyung, the high-ranking officer feigning injury, watches in silence. His eyes aren't as sharp as they used to be, so he can barely make out the beasts. But he gets the gist of how tough it's getting for the troops. He's not just watching the fight, but also keeping an eye on how they react under pressure. If they freak out or mess up, their training score could take a hit. Visibility is low, everyone's exhausted, but none of that can be used. Sorry, we're hunters. Abandoning the formation to help might seem like the right thing to do, but doing so could put the whole squad in chaos. It's better to stick to the formation and trust the section commander's judgment, no matter how tough the situation gets. At that moment, Kim Min-jun notices something and suddenly advances, catching everyone off guard. The others try to stop him, confused as to why he's taking a step forward with a wounded soldier on his back. But Min-jun raises his voice and asks for a chance. He knows things can't keep going like this. Everyone's reaching their breaking point. Min Cheo-kim, the squad commander, is stunned, but listens and questions how Min-jun plans to pull off anything with someone slung over his shoulder. Still, Min-jun insists. Min Shao reminds him that if the plan fails, they'll pull out immediately, and Min-jun's got only one shot. Min-jun refuses to hand over the wounded soldier and decides to go rogue with the plan himself. The order is given. Everyone needs to fall back and provide cover behind Kim Min-jun. Moreover, Min Seo orders them to get ready to open fire, putting everyone on edge, and Seo Kyung reacts with incredulous doubt, wondering if they'll take down aerial monsters with rifles. Min-jun whispers to Yoon-seo to hold on, because he's not about to lose anyone. Upon hearing that, Yoon-seo is in shock, mumbling about how crazy everything feels, but Min-jun remains calm, a dark mage accustomed to moving in the shadows. This moment feels like the early levels of a game he's played before. As a dark wizard, he's used to operating in the shadows, and this moment feels like the early stages of a game he's played a million times before. He's got that low-tier dark arrow skill down pat, and when he combines it with his long-range weapon, it packs a punch. Without warning, Min-jun unleashes it, and the demonic energy wraps the arrow like a massive, high-speed bullet. It's too big to dodge, especially in the dead of night. The monster drops instantly, and Yoon-seo can't believe her eyes. In no time, Min-jun takes down the rest, and the battlefield clears. Even now, it's all too surreal for everyone in the room. Min-jun's skills are overwhelming, and the squad silently understands that Kim Min-jun's not someone you can easily compare to. All the soldiers take a deep breath as the fight ends. The monsters have vanished, and the area returns to calm. The second platoon, second squad, second team has officially completed their training. The medical team rushes in and starts checking out the wounded as Min-chil Kim gives a nod of approval to the troops for holding strong till the end. Minji reminds the soldiers to stay focused because they'll be heading to the barracks to R&R soon. Min-jun briefly wonders where the reward for his efforts is, but the thought fades when Min-seo Kim calls him out, pointing out that he worked harder than anyone, leading from the front, never backing down, and showing remarkable bravery. In front of everyone, he tells Min-jun he's been the one who's worked the hardest, pointing out how he's been on point from the start, never backed down from danger, and shown some serious guts. Cabo Kim Min-jun feels proud, but a little sheepish as all eyes are on him. Still carrying the weight, she thanks him softly and asks if he can already put her down. Later, she apologizes for being a liability to the squad, but Min-chil Kim assures her that no one saw her as a burden and is glad they finished together. Nearby, Division 12 General Akyong observes the scene with a smile, impressed by how the squad pulled through as a team. In the end, despite all the pressure and challenges, the whole squad completes the training with flying colors. The troops are cracking up as they relax, and more than one of them admits that it was all thanks to Min-jun because his moves made all the difference. Suddenly, it was all down to Min-jun's moves. Just then, Colonel Jo Ji-hae, commander of the 4th Battalion, shows up to check on Yoon-seo's status and asks how she's doing. Yoon-seo reports that, aside from a small ankle injury, she's fine, and Colonel Yu comments on her luck, especially after taking a tumble in the dungeon pit. He then orders the squad to transport her carefully, and they jump to it immediately. After that, Colonel Yu heads to the private quarters to discuss training. Although Suk-jun hesitated at first, she insisted they needed to talk right away. Later that night, as most of the camp is asleep, Kim Min-jun enjoys a moment of peace. The chef offers him fried chicken, and Min-jun's eyes light up with joy. Asks if he can really have it all to himself, and the cook says there's no one else to share it with, since everyone's asleep. Min-jun starts chowing down, saying he can't let his hard work go unrewarded. The cook mentions the training and confirms that Min-jun is from the 2nd platoon of the 2nd company, and tells him that he heard his unit was praised as the best in the entire division. Min-jun nods while chewing, and the cook tells him he heard the higher-ups talking about how well Min-jun did, especially during the nighttime raid with the Black Rakes. He confirms that Min-jun took care of them solo, and seems genuinely impressed, wondering how someone could pull this off in the dark. The cook keeps mentioning how tough this training was, saying it's rumored that nearly 70% of the regulars and 1st Division troops folded mid-route. As he thinks about it all, Min-jun looks at his food and lets out a quiet sigh of joy, totally captivated by how tender the meat is. The camp remains calm until morning. Most of the soldiers are still sleeping, enjoying the downtime they earned after the brutal training. Some officers are talking nearby, saying the exercise came out better than expected, and mentioning that the division commander was really impressed. He even came to check out the 2nd platoon of the 2nd company in person, and everyone agrees they totally stood out during the entire exercise. Captain Kim Chi-woo from the 1st platoon beams with pride and says, "The division commander is a total boss. No big deal." Then he pauses, wondering if he spoke out of turn. But another officer tells him he's good and didn't say anything off color. He was straight up, but solid, and since the commander had bailed without warning, nobody could call him out. They're also talking about the 4th Battalion's commander, and some say a CEO can be a bit intimidating, even for them. Despite that, nothing changes the fact that Kim Min-jun made a huge impression, and everyone agrees he did an incredible job. Min-jun held his own, reacted swiftly, and never backed down. And he did it right under the division commander's nose. Now that things died down, everyone's itching for the next monthly meetup. In the division's 104th headquarters, General 12 Akyong checks the dungeon cleaning schedule, and everything seems to be in order, so he heads over to check on Private First Class son Yoon-seo. The colonel informs her that her injury isn't as bad as expected and confirms it's not a fracture. Her recovery is going well, and by tomorrow, Hyun Seo will finish her treatments and get back to duty. Seaki Young whispers that he looks like his old man. Suddenly, the phone rings and Seaki Young answers it. A voice on the other end greets him, calling him a bearded bastard. Confused at first, Seaki Young asks who it is, but the voice responds like it's a no-brainer. After a brief pause, he realizes everything. He's Sun Tae-ho, the commander of Division 107, and Hyun Seo's old man. Without hesitation, Sun Tae-ho throws down the gauntlet and demands a showdown. Instead of responding, Suk Young blows up, asking why this guy is calling him out of the blue. Tae-ho, unfazed, repeats his challenge, and even lets Suk Young pick the location. Trying to keep it together, Shiak Jong asks if he's acting this way just because his daughter got hurt, questioning how someone like him dares to call himself a general. But Tae-ho stays calm, saying yeah, he's a general and he just wants to spar a bit with the heavy bag, which he claims is tougher than Suk Young. That line really gets under Suk Young's skin, making him curse under his breath. Still, he admits to feeling bad for Seo, but insists it was part of the training and not a big deal. But just when it seems like things are calming down, Tae-ho strikes again, mocking Suk Jun, saying he's not even marriage material, wondering how someone like him could possibly understand. That's all. Suk Jun's face turns beet red with rage and blows his top. He's demanding to know where Tae-ho is, yelling at him to stay put, because when he gets there, he's gonna shut his mouth. As Tae-ho remains silent, Do Suk Young slams his fist on the table in frustration, smashing his phone in the process. The room falls into a thick silence. He approaches him cautiously, informing him that the call has just ended. Suk Young, furious, demands that she call Tae-ho, but Jiji asks him to calm down, reminding him that Tae-ho has every right to be upset. That just fuels his anger even more. He can't believe she's siding with Tae-ho like that. She suspects him and asks if she was the one who told Tae-ho about his daughter's injury, but Jiji firmly clarifies that she wasn't. It's most likely that the hospital would have contacted the guardian of a CEO directly. He explains that Tae-ho found out because his daughter got permission to drop out of the training before going to the hospital. As soon as he heard that, Suk Jun's anger fizzled out and guilt took his place. He should have at least given her a heads up. He should have clarified that it wasn't against her, but to test the second platoon, second squad, second team's reaction to a casualty. He takes a deep breath, thinking it's better to clear things up with Tae-jo, knowing it was all a huge misunderstanding. Since Suk Young's phone isn't working, he calls Tae-ho and puts him on speaker. As soon as Tae-ho responds, his voice comes across as sharp and annoying, inferring that Suk Young is with her. I'm Hee, sorry to call out of the blue, explaining the commander's phone is busted, so I'm calling instead. Then, Suk Jun jumps in, taking full responsibility. He explains himself calmly and sincerely apologizes for his actions. But Tae-ho is in no mood to let it slide. He's mocking Suk Young, calling him a coward, and demands to know who took his daughter under their wing, and warns Suk Young that he's not done with him yet. Noticing the conversation was going nowhere, Yaji-hae cuts the call to avoid more drama. On a rage, Suk Young clenches the armrest with knuckles white as a ghost and gives her a deadly glare, clearly blaming her for pushing him to make the call. Without another word, he demands she get a vehicle ready immediately. They are heading to Daeyoung to face off with Tae-ho head-on. Yi-hee, knowing she can't win, stays silent, thinking how ridiculous these two impulsive men are acting. Meanwhile, Min-jun Kim walks down the hallway, completely zoned out on his cafeteria freebie, a chicken, but just as he's lost in thought, he senses something. As he turns around, he sees his nighttime walker bouncing with joy at the side of him. For all his cuteness, Min-jun's had enough of the little guy popping up unannounced in public. Without wasting a second, he grabs the little creature and stuffs it into his pocket, making a quick exit from the building to have a private chat. Behind the building, Min-jun makes sure no one's around before letting the Nightwalker out. As soon as the little one is free, Min-jun gives him a firm scolding, warning him not to show up unless it's totally safe. The Nightwalker, wounded but trying to explain himself, claims he made sure no one was around and only came back because he missed his master. Min-jun, realizing he might have been a bit harsh, softens up and summons some demonic energy to fuel it. After feeding, the little creature suddenly points at Min-jun. Curious, Min-jun touches the little finger and instantly a connection forms between them. Through the link, Min-jun sees what his underling witnessed beforehand, Hyo-chin, totally trashed, radiating clear signs of demonic energy. He's blown away that the Nightwalker traveled so far and actually gathered solid intel. Praising him for the incredible work, Min-jun sees his little one light up with pride. But as the Nightwalker basks in the praise, Min-jun is already cooking up an excuse to bail on the base again. As he approaches the bedroom, his mind starts racing with thoughts. He thinks it might look suspicious if he leaves right away. But he also feels like it's a waste to spend his vacation days if it's just a false alarm. He's still stoked about the day off he scored last time during the Yanggu Op. Just as he opens the bedroom door, a loud crash echoes in. Everyone's inside celebrating. As soon as he walks in, everyone starts congratulating him on being selected as the division's top soldier during the hunting field exercises. They're mentioning a future award ceremony, and even better, the whole squad's gonna get a day off thanks to his achievement. Min-jun's eyes light up, and he doesn't waste any time asking if he can use his downtime tomorrow. The commander of the squad, with little room for debate, says he'll check the schedule, and that's it. Min-jun gets a day off. The next day, Min-jun heads to Hyo-chin, but everything feels off. The chaos seems to be over, with some hunters cleaning up, but he still doesn't get why so many of them are still hanging around. He's especially miffed that he gave his subordinate a demonic energy boost as a reward, only to arrive after the action was over. Suddenly, a voice calls out his name. He turns around to see a girl removing her mask, and is none other than his CEO. A few minutes earlier, on the outskirts of the civilian zone in Hyo-chin, before Min-jun arrived, the girls were already grinding hard, disinfecting the whole area. Kabocha Mari was getting fed up and frustrated, still not understanding why they had to clean up after their field training exercises. The more level-headed Jun Hishu figured it was the battalion commander's payback, given their training results were pretty subpar, and by the company commander's expression, it wasn't something to be taken lightly. She told the others to stop whining and just finish the job, but Marie was totally gassed, complaining that a monster had to pop out of a portal right at the end of their training. Despite that, she admitted they were lucky not to be assigned to the assault team, especially since some had even lost their homes in the chaos. Her focus soon shifted to a CEO at the end of the line, quietly cleaning up without a single complaint. Mary approached to check on him, asking if he was okay and telling him gently not to overexert himself. As expected, First Class Soldier Son Ansia stood at attention and assured her she was perfectly fine. Mary couldn't help but be impressed by how quickly Yunzia seemed to bounce back, but still told him to keep it chill, just in case. It was then that they heard some whispers from the other girls, wondering what a hunter dude was doing in their turf. The captain might not know what's going on, but Yunzia recognizes the guy on the spot and is none other than Min-jun. Although some girls notice he's from the same unit, none seem to know much more than that. Back to the present, Yunzia takes off her mask, and Min-jun looks visibly stunned. He never imagined he'd run into her here. Yunzia asks him what he's doing around here, pointing out that as far as she knows, they only called up her battalion for backup. Meanwhile, the other female troops are totally flabbergasted by the appearance of a male hunter in their area. With a scowl on his face, Min-jun responds that he's on a break. Yunzia gets annoyed, asking who in their right mind would come to a recently attacked area on leave. Her suspicions spike quickly, and she starts grilling him, asking if he just made it up. She presses harder, questioning why someone on vacation would show up in military uniform. Without responding, Min-jun calmly hands her a signed permission form from his section commander. Yunzia reads it in. Although her suspicion decreases a bit, she's still not entirely convinced. She hands it back and asks him why he chose to come to a restricted area like Hyo-chin. That question catches Min-jun off guard. Knowing he can't reveal the real reason, he brushes it off with an excuse, saying he had business in Hyo-chin, and hearing there was an emergency, decided to check it out. Suddenly, everyone's focus shifts to an unexpected portal that pops up behind the troops. It suddenly expands in all directions, instantly ratcheting up the tension throughout the area. They just cleared the area, and now it looks like they're in for another round. One of the team leaders quickly orders everyone to fall back to the section commander's position. Pandemonium erupts as the troops start to fall back. But in the chaos, Minjun does the opposite, walking straight towards the portal. Yoonsia tells him to bug out, but he's clearly got other plans. He's playing it cool, spinning a line that'll give them some breathing room while the others make a break for it. Yoonseo's frustrated and thinks they're being reckless, especially since she has no idea what could come out of that thing. But Minjun points out that the attack team has already retreated, and if a monster shows up now, they could all be in grave danger. In that case, she'll do what she can to stall it, and if things get ugly, she'll make a run for it. Then she asks if he has a backup and tells him to lend it to her. Still clearly worried, Yoonsia hesitates, but when he mentions his injured foot, she grits her teeth and reluctantly hands over her gun. Before he turns to leave, he reminds her that if things go south, she'd better leg it. Now that they're all gone, Minjun finally has the portal to himself and gets ready to roll. As he approaches, he recalls that some monsters are the type that stay in the dungeons rather than escaping. As he draws his sword, he's hoping this isn't one of those portals that spits out creatures like that. Otherwise, all her emotion would have been for nothing. Still, he knows it's a long shot for such monsters to appear, since most of them usually travel in packs. So, just as he expected, a faint smile appears on Minjun's face as a red boar emerges from the portal, wrapped in a thick, purple demonic aura. One by one, more red boars start to emerge behind him, forming a pack. As Minjun waves off the foul stench from these beasts, they don't hesitate. I'll charge at him at once. Unfazed, Minjun gets into position, assumes a fighting stance, and charges forward. He starts with a series of dark arrows launched from his palm, but to his surprise, they bounce off the thick hides of the wild boars. He spots their weak point, springs high into the air, and comes crashing down with a flurry of razor-sharp precision strikes. His sword slices through their hides, but none of them fall. Minjun squints, aware that just because his outer shell is tough, it doesn't mean his insides are cut from the same cloth. That's why Minjun unleashes a corrupted rank ability, sending demonic energy waves from his body through the gashes in his thick hide to the monsters. The red boars start bleeding from the inside, but still try to make one last charge, only to collapse miserably. Without missing a beat, Min-yun absorbs the demonic energy from their shattered bodies. Just to make sure they're finished, he delivers one last slash to their bodies. As a result, he gets a boost in demonic energy and sees a notable growth in his nocturnal walking and basic sword fighting skills. Now that he's taken care of the red boars, he waits to see if more monsters show up, but just then his face falls as he hears a familiar voice calling out to him from behind. It's not just the commander of the squad, Jaein, who arrives with the other sergeants. Grab Minjun to check if he's good, while the rest of the female troops can't help but blush after seeing him take down those monsters solo. Jijun immediately starts chewing him out for acting recklessly and fighting instead of reporting the portal's appearance. Demand to know which unit he's with and why he's here. Without going into details, Minjun hands over his signed permission slip and explains that he had business in the area, but rushed to help upon hearing about the emergency. With her doubts cleared up, Jaein orders everyone to fall back, as they've taken care of the monsters and the research team will arrive soon. As she walks away, the rest of the girls swarm Minjun like groupies, peppering him with questions about how he managed to take down the monster solo. Yeon lets out a weary sigh as she watches them go wild, while Yoon-seo hangs back, observing the chaos in silence. Meanwhile, Minjun's patience wears thin, and deep down, he just wants everyone to get lost in hell already. A nighttime scream of confusion echoes through the administrative office when the platoon commander gets a call about the recent Hiwachin incident involving Minjun, who's supposed to be on vacation. The commander verifies if they're actually talking about Sergeant Kim Minjun from the 2nd Platoon of the 2nd Company, and the person confirms it. The commander jumps out of his seat in shock after hearing that Minjun took down the monster solo, and even volunteered for community service. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Yoon-seo's squad leader, Commander Yeon, explains that although the doors are sealed for now, they're disinfecting the affected homes, and to her surprise, Minjun's still there lending a hand. He's never seen anyone pull off something like this before. Meanwhile, Jun Hee-ju and Chamari are busy keeping an eye on Minjun from a distance. It still blows her mind that she took down the red boar so easily. since she heard that getting hit once is like getting run over by a truck. Meanwhile, Chamery is totally smitten with Minjun and his brutal monster slaying skills. At the same time, Minjun is miffed. He didn't reap the full benefits from killing those monsters. Determined to salvage something from this mess, he decides to lend a hand with the cleanup to boost his image before he bails. It's then that Yunsia sneaks up behind him, catching him off guard, his mind already reeling with thoughts. Instead of greeting her properly, he says some ridiculous thing about almost hitting her in the face and tells her to get out, ignoring the fact that she clearly wants to talk. Despite that, Yunsia stays firm and gets straight to the point, saying there's something she really wants to talk about. After finishing the cleaning, Minjun and Yoon Sayo face off, with a tense but calm atmosphere between them. Minjun asks her straight out why she came to talk to him. She cuts to the chase. She mentions their first encounter and asks if he really dissed her from the bus window. At first, Minjun seems lost, but then he catches on and sets the record straight, saying he didn't diss her. She just told him that if he messed with her again, he'd be dead. Yoon Seo lets out a deep sigh, clearly frustrated, but trying to be the most mature. She admits she was the one who lost her cool first that day, and with that, she apologizes. Surprisingly, Minjun downplays it by saying he doesn't hold a grudge and tells her to forget about it. When she turns around to leave, she stops him again and brings up a more serious topic. She mentions that only one other person achieved a perfect score on the promotion exam. That piques Minjun's interest, and he assumes it's about him, but he's surprised when she reveals it's actually about someone else, her father. With pride and admiration, she explains that her father was the only one to start as a low-ranking soldier and earn stars, and wanting to follow in his footsteps, she enlisted in the same way. Minjun feels a genuine curiosity now that he's hearing about someone who achieved something like him, but he takes a step back, mentally calculating the timeline. He recalls that the Hunter army emerged when the portal showed up, and he was only 7 years old at the time. That makes him think his father must have re-enlisted as a soldier after waking up. Yunsia quickly clears up the misconception. He explains that his father wasn't physically fit at the time due to his poor eyesight and other physical issues. But after awakening and seeing his body improve, he voluntarily enlisted. The pride in his eyes when talking about him makes Minjun think he'd love to meet that guy someday, and the CEO assures him that his father would be stoked to meet someone like him. He's got a lot of respect for strong warriors. Meanwhile, at Division 107's Daeyeon Barracks, the Hunter Gym is a total free-for-all. The entire building is shaking, and Colonel Lee Sanjing, commander of the 3rd Battalion, looks like he's about to keel over from stress. Yuji Hiei is also there, completely overwhelmed and unable to get the situation under control. It turns out it's not an earthquake, but a full-blown fistfight between Taeho and Doshia Kyung. The two veterans are going at it like wild animals, both covered in bruises and scrapes from head to toe. In the heat of the fight, Taeho mocks Suk Kyung, asking if he came alone to mention Kim Minjun, leaving Suk Kyung completely caught off guard. I didn't expect Taeho to already know, but Taeho laughs and asks if he really thought he wouldn't find out just because he didn't mention it. They dive right back in like they've forgotten they're not 20 anymore. Lee Sanjing freaks out, convinced that no one can stop them, but just then Yuji Hai intervenes, seeing things are getting too heated. The punches stop, but they're still glaring at each other with fury, trading insults like a couple of kids in the playground. In the end, the chaos dies down, and they end up outside the building, sitting on a park bench. Yao Ji, he approaches Siakayug with a report from the 3rd Battalion. The entrance to the Red Boar portal has been cleared. Seo Kyung gives props to her and the commander before she wraps up and leaves. As she's leaving, Taeho breaks the silence and directly asks the real reason behind Seo Kyung's visit. He's convinced there's more to it. Suk Kyung doesn't hold back, admitting she came to promote Minjun to sergeant. Taeho's calm demeanor turns to pure rage, infuriated that Suk Kyung is backing the guy who messed with his daughter. But Suk Kyung responds just as enraged, clarifying that nobody messed with Yunsia. He tells Taeho to cut the bull and be grateful that it was Minjun who helped her. Taeho reminds him that Minjun got promoted to corporal recently, and before that, he had a special promotion to first sergeant. Suk Kyung smirks and confesses that he's already planning to make Minjun a commissioned officer. Upon hearing that, Taeho lets out a sigh and says that Gu Hak Chio won't stay out of it and will be interested in whoever Suk Kyung values so highly. But that's exactly why he spilled the beans. He wants Taeho on his side. A faint smile creeps onto Taeho's face, but he says he'll make up his mind after meeting the kid in person. Meanwhile, in Huachin County, a dark figure shrouded in demonic energy materializes before Minjin. Minjin is frozen in shock, unable to react to what's happening. The man slowly gets to his feet with a twisted grin on his face, clearly thrilled to have finally found Minjun. Just moments before, all the girls were seated inside the bus while Minjun was outside, waving goodbye to them. The girls were waving and hollering, hoping to catch a glimpse of him again someday. Chimeri seemed to be on the verge of asking him out, or at least giving him her number, but young Hiju quickly intervened and thanked Minjun politely for helping them out. As Chimeri argued with her friend over ruining the perfect opportunity, Yoon Seo locked eyes with Minjun, and just like that, the bus took off, leaving Minjun in the dust. Honestly, he felt a bit relieved to be able to stop pretending to be the good guy, but just as he turned around, the Nightwalker popped out of nowhere. The little shadow creature coughed and shamelessly demanded more demonic energy to fuel his massive belly. But what it didn't catch was that his master was still fuming about the bad intel from before, so it wouldn't be getting any reward today. The little sidekick looked bummed after getting rejected, but his expression changed the minute he felt something off. Suddenly, it started jumping and vibrating with demonic energy, sending urgent thought waves straight to Minjun. Through the signals, Minjun knew that some freak demon energy was breaking into this dimension, not through a portal, but by shattering the barrier on his own. Impressed that the Nightwalker could pick up on such faint traces, Minjun realized that maybe his little sidekick wasn't cut out for stealth, but had potential as a danger radar. Without missing a beat, Minjun asked the little guy to lead the way. A few minutes later, they reached the deepest part of the forest. As a reward, Minjun summoned a small burst of demonic energy and offered it to the minion. But before he could relax, the air around him began to twist and a demonic portal opened right in front of them. Slowly, a figure began to emerge. As soon as the guy stepped out and saw Minjun, his face lit up with joy and he yelled, "Yo, Min-Ode!" with tears streaming down his cheeks. Minjun, however, was far from stoked. He immediately backed off and told the guy to keep his distance, but when the dude clumsily tripped over his own feet, Minjun instinctively rushed to check on him. Frustration etched on his face. He knelt beside him, asking what the hell he was thinking, following him despite being told not to. The guy, still reeling, could only sob uncontrollably with joy, stoked to see his master again. Minjun lets out a deep sigh as memories of their first encounter come flooding back. In the other world, this same guy had been on the brink of death, defenseless in the middle of a deserted dungeon. A monster appeared, ready to deliver the final blow to someone who had already lost hope. But something unexpected happened. Out of nowhere, a demonic energy wave sliced through the creature, saving him in the nick of time. As he looked up, he saw Minjun looming over him, surrounded by a dark aura. The guy instantly assumed he was the boss man Min-Ode. Minjun had no idea how this weirdo knew his name, but one thing was clear. The guy was a total wimp. Before leaving, Minjun told him to avoid dungeons at all costs, short of dying. He asked out of curiosity what his name was, and he'd rather die. Out of curiosity, he asked for his name and was gobsmacked when the guy said he was one. So Minjun just casually called him Lee Bangu on the spot. Minjun grabs Bangu by the throat and shakes him, calling him psycho for trying to cross dimensions on his own. Bangu desperately tries to explain that after Minjun's disappearance, everything at home started to fall apart. The cult was falling apart without his leader, but Minjun never asked for such devotion in the first place. He never wanted followers or to be worshipped. So why would he even tell someone about his departure? Frustrated, Minjun pushes Bangu to the ground, his anger spent on the pathetic schmuck. Bangu starts sobbing, saying the least Minjun could have done was to have him by his side. Minjun can't even stay mad at the pathetic state of the guy. Shaking his head, he sighs again and infuses some demonic energy into Bangu, reviving him. Is that easy? Bangu feels alive again and swears to repay his master's kindness with his life. But Minjun's got no time for dramatics and just wants to know how Bonggu really ended up here. Cutting the crap, Bonggu admits that his arrival in this world was a miracle driven by his faith in Minjun and his desire to be by his side. Minjun rolls his eyes, fed up with nonsense, and demands the real answer. None of this adds up. There's no way someone with Vangu's skills could cross dimensions solo unless someone powerful, like the Saint, was involved. It's then that Bonggu finally explains it. After Minjun's disappearance, he stayed behind to keep an eye on the Saint due to some weird rumors. Apparently, ever since that day, unsettling noises were coming out of the temple every night. Word got around that they were taking down a lot of monsters, but when Vangu checked it out, there was no bones, no meat, nothing, just a hollow space. That's when he realized they weren't killing the monsters. They were shipping them off to Minjun. When he heard this, Minjun was left gobsmacked by how dirty the Saint was willing to get. Convinced that she's behind the recent demonic attacks, he wonders if Bonggu knows anything about the weird object he found a few days ago. He pulled out a piece of steel I'd recovered from inside a troll monster. Bonggu examines the shape and confirms it's a broken fragment of a temple guard sword, likely from the captain himself. On the other hand, Minju can't help but think Bonggu is recklessly crazy in reality. And what if that portal had left him in a completely different world? If he'd been delayed by a second, he could have ended up stuck in the dimensional rift, dead and gone without a trace. But the clueless Bonggu clearly had no idea how close he came to disaster. Shaking his head, Minjun gazes at the sword fragment once more, his thoughts drifting. He still can't figure out what's driving her, and that mystery is starting to get under his skin like a splinter he can't shake. 22 years before Minju's return to Earth, during a breathtaking sunset in Icegard, the Saint was in contemplative silence, gazing out at something in the distance. She was interrupted by a familiar voice behind her, asking what was going on and why they'd been summoned there. As she turned around, she was greeted by none other than Minjun, looking less than thrilled to be there. The Saint gave her a warm smile, commenting on how nice it was to be out and feel the breeze. But Minjun was clearly bummed, pointing out he'd been sleeping rough for days. So what made this moment so special? Noticing her words could be misinterpreted, the Saint apologized, though she reminded him he couldn't leave the temple grounds. He heard that several of Minjun's supposed crew got mauled in Parkas's dungeon. She was about to mention the ridiculous name of his cult when Minjun cut her off, clarifying that none of those idiots were his associates and that, to start, there was no cult. He told her they were just following him on their own and got torn apart by some dark hounds, but they'd already been patched up and would survive. The Saint smiled at the mention of the dark hounds, amused by learning another term from him. When Minjun got a bit closer, he explained that in his world, something like a prison sentence is known as a bloodhound. So he decided to call the Parshans dark bloodhounds. Although he kept digging, it was only because he genuinely wanted to know if there was any real connection between Icegard and the monsters that kept popping up on Earth. The Saint assured him that there was no connection. He explained that the portals and monsters had been appearing in Icegard for 100 years, and that if there was any connection to his world of origin, it was simply that both were suffering from the same phenomenon. She understood why he suspected, given that she'd seen the same monsters in her own home, and even he himself had ended up in Icegard through a portal. Despite that, he reminded her that dimensional travel wasn't a cakewalk. Invoking him had been a monumental task, so the idea of transporting entire dungeons and armies of monsters was laughable. After hearing all that, he didn't argue. He just turned around and split, but before he left, he told him not to back down when the time finally came to head back home. Back to the present, Minjun recalls that, to start with, he never really trusted the Saint. He dug his own dirt and confirmed that Icegard had been dealing with door-related drama long before he showed up on the scene. He even knew that transporting something as massive as a dungeon to another dimension wasn't impossible. But it was far from easy, not even for someone like the Saint. What still bugged him was why he'd waste so much holy power just to keep sending monsters. Was he trying to lure it back, or was he consuming sacred relics for some twisted other plan? All were speculations because the only person who knew the truth was the Saint herself. As his thoughts swirled, his attention focused on the brainless fanatic kneeling before him, still willing to die for his supposed master. Min-jun was more than fed up with this religious fanatic, but thought he couldn't send him back now. So he just to shut him up, told him to stop calling him Minold and start using his real name. Min-jun, with his face full of emotion, the fanatic tries to call his master by the right name, but completely butchers the pronunciation. Min-jun tries to correct him a couple of times, but eventually throws in the towel, realizing that this guy's got some serious head issues. Setting that aside, he asks Bangu if he can tap into his mimicry ability. The man enthusiastically confirms he can, though Min-jun looks skeptical, having barely given him demonic energy. Despite that, the fanatic thanks him repeatedly for the small amount and assures him that he can still transform into a small animal. As he hears that, Min-jun points to a nearby crow and tells it to mimic the bird. Without missing a beat, the dark sorcerer wraps himself in demonic energy and transforms into a crow. Proud of his new form, Bangu flails excitedly, but Min-jun tells him to chill and just vibe with the midnight stroller for now. The nocturnal wanderer clearly looks annoyed by Bangu's presence, and the two are on the verge of coming to blows until Min-jun intervenes and tells them to pipe down and get along. With no other choice, they silently do what they're told. Min-jun tells Bangu to take orders from the Night Walker, keeping a close eye on him so he doesn't get any bright ideas. With that, both of them take off, and as Min-jun watches them disappear into the distance, he lets out a sigh of relief, though his growling stomach reminds him it's time to chow down. Days later, in the camp, Kim Wong-shik bursts into the locker room, practically bouncing with excitement. The guys are giving him the side eye, but he drops the bombshell that the quarterly performance chart for the squad is already in the admin office. That grabs everyone's attention in a flash. While Sergeant Lee is buttoning up his uniform, someone jokes that he's a shoe-in for first place again, but Wong-shik spills the beans that Lee Soon-ho took second. The room falls silent, everyone's mouths are agape, and curiosity takes hold of them. Everyone's dying to know who racked up over 75 points in their squad. Before they can start speculating, Min-jun walks in, nonchalantly announcing that he's just back from his vacation. As he greets everyone, some of the guys start whispering about whether he's the one who topped the list. Wong-shik immediately confirms and adds that Min-jun's performance shook the entire division to its core. The room falls silent as the platoon commander steps forward, badge in hand, and announces that Min-jun is getting a promotion. The commander steps forward with the sergeant's insignia and announces that Min-jun is being promoted. The room falls silent as no one believes he'll get another special promotion so quickly, but the commander confirms that the documents arrived that morning, naming Min-jun the top soldier in the division for hunter drills. He also earned major props for voluntarily cleaning out the dungeon cells during the holidays. The commander congratulates him with pride, explaining that this promotion came straight from Division Commander Suk Kyung. Now, the platoon commander removes the 3 chevrons from Min-jun's uniform and replaces them with 4, making him a sergeant. The entire unit erupts into applause, cheering on their new sergeant, all except Yun Han-young, who looks a bit uneasy. He pulls out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, revealing the bet they made before training on when they promote Min-jun. It's the same folded paper where Wong-shik boldly predicted a month ago and bet his entire paycheck. Wong-shik's beaming with pride over his win, while Yun Han-young begrudgingly accepts his loss. Suddenly, Min-jun snatches the paper from them, leaving both frozen in uncertainty about what he's going to do. As Min-jun reads it, his expression changes, and seeing that Wong-shik won the bet, he smirks with malice, making the two even more on edge as they prepare for the chaos the new sergeant might unleash. At this point, Min-jun, he's grinning like a lunatic, clearly loving every minute of it. The reason for his happiness might be the misery of those who bet on him, since Kim Mungi and Yun Hang-yun are holding firm and sweating bullets. Meanwhile, Wong-shik is about to lose it, nervously offering Min-jun 30% of his winnings. Min-jun, fully in his element, says that people might think he's doing this for the money, but that's not the case at all. He's doing it for his own sake. Wong-shik ups the ante to 40%. Right now, Min-jun is forcing Wong-shik to do reps with ridiculously heavy dumbbells. Again, he insists it's not about the bet or the money, and he's not in it for the cash. Poor Wong-shik is on the verge of tears, apologizing, but Min-jun decides to add more weight to spice things up, which terrifies Wong-shik. Just as it seems too much, Minjun effortlessly lifts the heavy bar with one hand. The two are stunned, not just by Minjun's strength, but also because they fear their friend is about to keel over right there. According to Minjun, this isn't punishment, it's training, since they said they wanted to get stronger. Then he turns to the other two and calls out one, but they nervously decline, insisting they're already trained and making excuses that they're needed elsewhere. Just as they try to make a break for it, they freeze at the sound of the sergeant's tone turning terrifying. As he turns around, Minjun smirks with malice and calmly tells them it's a shame they thought they had the right to say no. Fear floods their faces, and soon all that's audible in the training room are screams. Soon after, Kwon Shik is out cold, and the other two are gasping for air, utterly exhausted from the workout. So, Minjun casually mentions a favor he'd like to ask them, the corporals. Desperate for a break, they'll accept anything just to avoid more physical exercise. Minjun starts listing off facts like, for instance, privates can't even use the gym or the computer lab. At first, they're confused, but Minjun keeps going, saying they can't even use the gym, and the list just keeps getting longer. When they find out, both of them stand up and declare that these rules are utterly ridiculous and unjustified. They look at each other and decide to team up to take them down. That's exactly what Minjun wanted, but he warns them not to overstep. He'll convince the sergeants and let you two handle the rest. As soon as he dismisses them, they sprint out of the training room in a flash. Meanwhile, Kwon Shik regains his composure and tries to follow them with his shaky body, but Minjun holds him back. Kwon Shik turns around expecting more torture, but Minjun doesn't disappoint, drops a bombshell about a personnel reshuffle, and informs Kwon Shik he's now part of his squad. That means poor Kwon Shik will have to train with Minjun every day from now on. In a different environment, a dungeon holds the deadly snake Mina, a serpent-like monster that primarily resides underground. Unlike land snakes, they're not venomous, but they detonate when they die. That's why you have to remove their tails before killing them, or else they'll blow up. It turns out Minjun's squad is the one handling this mess. To prevent explosions, the commander and his squad carefully cut off the tails to clear the dungeon. Normally, a team of expert hunters is assigned to these creatures, but this time, it's a different story. Just as Sergeant Lee is about to be attacked, Minjun takes out the creature by cutting off his tail. He's already taken down 1,000 of these in Isgard alone. While Minjun's back to normal, the rest are burned out, so they decide to take a 10-minute breather. The soldiers take a break under the trees. Sergeant Lee checks his gun, and Minjun smiles as he just unlocked a new skill called Agility Boost, which raises his agility stat by 5. I'd kill for a class-specific skill, but this one's a total game changer. As he checks his stats, a familiar voice suddenly speaks to him telepathically. It's clearly the clueless Bangu, warning Minjun that he's picked up a strong demonic energy wave. That puts Minjun on high alert, and he's itching to know where that numbskull is. But he's in for a surprise when Bongwo says he's in Incheon right now. A few days later, in Incheon's metropolitan weekend, Minjun finally shows up on the scene. Bangu leans in, explaining that he didn't do anything reckless and just kept watch the whole time. Since there are no monsters around, he suspects this could be the byproduct of a dungeon. He also reveals that there was no human in the house until yesterday, but now there's definitely someone inside and the demonic energy is still coming from that place. Bongwo wishes his master had arrived yesterday, but Minjun barely managed to get out to spend the night. He puts on the mask, ready to go in. He knows it's technically breaking and entering, but to his eyes, they're just getting rid of something deadly that's been hiding in that house. As he slips in through the window, Minjun scans the room and spots a deep purple crystal perched on the TV stand. As she cautiously approaches, she feels the demonic energy emanating from it, though it doesn't feel malicious. Just as he extends his hand to grab the crystal, he freezes when a voice warns him not to move. Minjun knows that he's been caught red-handed, but he's too afraid to turn around. To his surprise, the voice belongs to none other than Yunzia. A while back, Yunzia was in her room, unaware that a familiar guy had just walked into her house. She was chatting casually with her mom on the phone, who sounded super excited about her movie date with her dad. And he couldn't help but smile, thinking about how sweet his old man could be sometimes. As she was typing a message, a strange creaking echoed through the house, putting her on high alert right away. Without hesitation, she opened the door and peeked out. When he realized the noise was coming from downstairs, he snuck down to investigate. And that's when he saw a hooded man approaching the glass. Without hesitation, she told the intruder to freeze, and convinced that no one in their right mind would be dumb enough to be a thief today, she demanded he reveal his identity and what he was doing there. Minjin slowly turned around, his eyes wide with surprise, never imagining he'd run into Yunzia again, and especially not in this ridiculous situation. He'd been looking for a dungeon byproduct that emits demonic energy, and it turns out this house belongs to Yunzia. To make matters worse, Vangu quickly pointed out that the nocturnal dumbass was the one who detected him first, Noel. Well, it's no surprise to find this object in the commander's house, given his role in the hunting corps. But the real coincidence is that this girl is home today. It's like fate keeps bringing them together. No matter what, just like in watching and just thinking about it is already frustrating Minjun. But her attention quickly shifts to the alert girl behind him, who now orders him to put his hands behind his back and not move. Of course, Minjun, being as greedy as ever, decides he won't leave after coming all this way. When he ignores her warning, Yunzia unleashes a high kick, but Minjun dodges it with ease while trying to get this supposed thief to scram. Yunzia then unleashes a flurry of punches using her boxing skills, but Minjun, true to himself, keeps dodging each one while doodling casually on the paper. As she leaps into the air to kick, Minjun's gaze follows her movements, and he admits to himself that she's really good and probably deserves a promotion to sergeant soon. Finally, after dodging enough and clearly getting bored, he blocks one of her attacks, grabs her wrist, and stuffs the paper in her hand. I'm starting to think this guy's not just some common thief, but someone who's clearly been trained. She tries to kick him again, but as expected, he dodges it once more and seizes the chance to back off while keeping his eyes on the glass. Then, with a slick move, Minjun makes a break for it, but instead of swinging, he grabs the glass and leaps out the balcony window like it's no big deal. She's left standing there on the balcony, steamed that she didn't even land a single hit. And then she notices the note he jammed into her hand. Out of curiosity, she opens it and her face turns beet red with rage as she's completely infuriated, because all he wrote on it was the word eructo, just to mess with her, as always. Minjun manages to escape the house and finds a safe spot near the woods. Not wasting time, he pulls out the crystal and starts examining it, immediately noticing it contains more demonic energy than most monsters he's encountered. Without wasting a second, he pulls out the crystal and starts examining it, immediately noticing that it contains more demonic energy than most of the monsters he's encountered. The fact that a 2-star hunter's body had this thing just chilling at home tells him it's clearly harmless to humans, but that doesn't explain the weird energy it's putting out. Now he's dead sure it's a monster crystal, but it doesn't look like any he's seen before, not even an ice skirt. Monster crystals are rare minerals found in monsters, varying in rarity and danger level based on the creature's age and threat level. Each one packs a certain amount of mana proportional to its size, making them a valuable score for any hunter, but a crystal loaded with demonic energy, that's a whole new ball game for Minjun. He's never seen or heard of anything like this. As soon as he drops it, the crystal opens up, and Minjun seizes the opportunity to suck in all the demonic energy like a shot, straight into his system. Instantly, a system notification pops up, telling him his demonic energy stats have skyrocketed in a ridiculously huge way. Scoring such a major power boost without lifting a finger makes the whole trip worth it. Whatever the Holy Ones got cooking behind the scenes, Minjun knows he can't afford to sweat it. At that moment, another system update pops up, telling him he's unlocked 2 new skills: Demonic Energy Singularity and Demonic Energy Grasp. Minjun's a happy camper with the new skills, and he's quick to check out the details of Demonic Energy Singularity, which lets his demonic energy turn colorless and odorless, making it undetectable to the surroundings. This calms him down, since he was worried that the higher his demonic energy stats got, the harder it'd be to keep the pressure under control, so this ability was exactly what he needed. On top of that, the demonic grasp ability lets him physically manipulate the demonic energy. To test it, extend your hand and point at Damp Bangu, who's instantly lifted off the ground. Minjun isn't sure if there's a weight limit, but it's still pretty wild. After that, he assigns Bangu and Nightwalker a task to to search for dungeons and suspicious byproducts that might contain demonic energy. As a small reward, he gives each of them a little demon energy to snack on, but of course, the two idiots start fighting over which portion is the best. When Min Jun turns around to glare at them, they suddenly start acting like lifelong brothers who've never had a disagreement. With a surprisingly good sense of humor, Min Jun asks Banggu if he's ever had Korean food. And so, without another word, the three of them head to a Korean restaurant. The table is filled with all sorts of dishes, and as soon as Banggu takes his first bite, he bursts into tears, overwhelmed by how delicious it is. His dramatic reaction has Min Jun wondering what a total mark this guy is, while the waiter's just standing there gobsmacked by the performance. Despite that, as he watches Min Jun eat, a small smile creeps onto his face. He remembers the dry, tasteless cookies they used to eat in Eastgard and realizes this could be Vangu's first real meal. The phone in Min Jun's pocket starts buzzing instantly. As he checks it, he's hit with the deluge of messages from Wong Shik, practically begging him to respond. Wong Shik sounds like he's on the verge of a meltdown, urgently reminding the sergeant that his guerrilla warfare training starts next week, and the schedule is utterly insane. As they move forward, the guerrilla warfare training has officially kicked off for the soldiers who've pushed beyond normal human limits. At first, the training seems pretty standard: squats, burpees, the usual drill, but while most of the soldiers struggle to keep up, looking like they're half dead. Min Jun is the only one who's actually having a blast. By the time they reach the third course with 3-strand bridges, he's swinging across them like a kid in a playground, while the rest of them are tensing every muscle just to stay upright. Then come the descent drills, which he nails with ease. Finally, a guy in a hazmat suit shows up and gives a random lecture, forcing everyone to memorize the national anthem to the 4th verse and the entire Hunter Oath by rote. After that, they're sent packing. Most of the soldiers drag themselves directly to their beds, which are as uncomfortable as the subpar meal they are about to face. Others sit in misery, staring down at the disgusting food in front of them, clearly regretting everything they've done. They were expecting a break and something edible after the training, but instead, they're stuck with food that's barely fit for consumption. At this point, some are genuinely wondering if the division leader has a personal grudge against them. On the contrary, Min Jun is going full on loco, chowing down on the food like he's dining on a 7-course meal at a 5-star restaurant. One of the young guys is too scared to eat much, terrified of what the bathroom might be like afterwards. Later that night, Section Commander Captain Seo Yeonwan arrives at the campsite. Sergeant Lee jumps up immediately and gives a salute to the higher-ups. The commander tells them all to take it easy and informs them that as they're all clearly burned out, the instructors will keep an eye on the camp in their place. He's also given them props for doing well so far, but his tone takes a darker turn. With unwavering resolve, he suddenly bellows, ordering everyone to bring their game to tomorrow's trench warfare battle. The next morning, every squad's hyping up their own units. The trench warfare itself is pretty straightforward. The objective is to either boot the opponent out or take them down within the designated arena. Heavy infantry are currently dominating, tossing people around like rag dolls and pummeling them into the ground. The defeated soldiers are piling up one after another as the referee announces the end of the fight. It's round 16, fight 3, and the 1st platoon, 2nd squad takes the win. No firearms are allowed and no one's allowed to bring in outside personnel. It's all about raw physical power. Despite their appearance, the trench combat holds a special meaning for the 4 battalions of the 104th Division during this guerrilla hunter training. The commander of the 2nd Battalion, Colonel Lee Jun-byung, is stunned to see them win, as his strength seems like a total fluke, especially since they were the ones who ran the show last year. Colonel Jeon-seung Kyung of the 2nd Battalion chimes in, reminding everyone that these same guys were just corporals last year, and now they're sergeants. Even when 10 squads charged together, that heavyweight, Choi Song-woo, kicked all of them out solo. But then, the 3rd Battalion commander, Colonel Ko Jun-chil, nonchalantly mentions that Sergeant Choi Song-woo just passed his promotion exam, but the 1st Battalion has been holding it up. This instantly blows Young Beam's lid, and he starts yelling at Song Hye-in, accusing him of deliberately holding back the guy's promotion so he can keep using him as a cannon fodder in the trenches, since a higher rank would have made him untouchable. Seung Kyung also blows his top, denying everything and insisting he never accepted any of that. This kind of confrontation was on the cards. The trench warfare always turns into an indirect war between battalion commanders. As Colonel Ko Junzio smirks with self-assurance, reveling in the chaos, Commander Yu Jihi of the 4th Battalion keeps a tight lip. When the umpire announces that the next up are the 4th Battalion, 4th Company, 4th Squad. Yu Jihi looks a little high-strung, since only one squad from her whole battalion made it this far. Everyone knows that the training gets tougher for the underperforming battalions. Choi Sang-woo and his team exit the stage as Min Jun and his team sit in the corner watching the battle. That's when Choi Seung-woo spots Min Jun and gives him a nod, confirming he's the same Min Jun from the 2nd Squad. At first, he seems really stoked to meet Min Jun, claiming he never thought he'd run into a celeb here. Meeting Min Jun, who's gonna be a sergeant faster than anyone, is a total joke, and he's basically saying Min Jun is a total idiot, but what he really means is he's talking to himself. But then he mocks, having high expectations from the rumors, declaring that Min Jun is actually a total moron. When Guang Shik and Yan Hwan-un hear this, both of them get angry and stand up to deal with this crap. But both freeze in place when that giant dude puts his hands on both of them to stop them, saying he meant to say it to himself. With a mocking grin, he apologizes and walks off with his squad, chuckling to himself. Both Guang Shik and Hwan Ugg are livid, their faces beet red with rage, but Min Jun tells them to chill. But Guang Shik's rage is about to blow his top, and he's itching to take down that knucklehead. Meanwhile, Min Jun, who looked chill just seconds ago, is now on the verge of blowing his top like a ripe tomato. Despite that, he manages to keep his unbearable anger in check, assuring them he's fine because they'll be seeing that brute soon enough. The battle in the trenches is back on, and the 4th Battalion, 4th Company, 4th Platoon, 4th Squad is now on standby. The Sergeant Chammery sits in silence, clearly miffed, irritated because she can't see the point in these scuffles. They're grueling, and the worst part is they involve physical contact, which she finds absolutely repulsive. Cao Young Hee-ju chimes in, saying it all seems unfair, and that they're always getting roasted if they don't bring home the goods. She doesn't get why they have to do all this just to crown some supposed king gorilla. But as Hee-yu vents, Mary's more worried that her platoon commander is furious, especially since they're the only squad in their battalion to make it this far. When Mary looks at her commander, she's worried by her stern expression, but at this point, the die's been cast. The referee calls in the 4th Battalion, 4th Company, 4th Platoon, and 4th Squad to get in the arena. Her squad leader, Sergeant Icebull, pumps them up, telling the girls to bring home the bacon and take the crown, King of the Jungle. She's the only one who seems genuinely hyped and confident, while the others are just trying to keep it together. The round starts, and Marie begins to sprint across the arena, dodging her opponent's touch, while Hee-ju remains steadfast, pushing her opponent with all her might. At the back, Ha Young and Kim Na are in a tight spot as a massive soldier grabs both of them at the same time. Suddenly, one massive hand clamps around the guy's neck, and he's hurled across the arena like a rag doll. Sergeant Oseth Bueo is completely stealing the show with her utterly ridiculous strength. Before the guy can react, she's already in position, and without warning, she unleashes a brutal takedown, leaving him out cold. His body slides out of the ring, officially bowing out of the fight. Seth Buell nonchalantly shakes off his hands and turns towards his squad, locking eyes with Mary, who's frantically moving around like her life depends on it. Just as the soldier chasing Mary cracks a smile, thinking he's finally got her, she suddenly grabs his wrist and slams him to the ground with such force that a loud thud echoes through the arena, leaving the crowd stunned. Oh, Seth Buell can't help but smirk with pride as Mary looks down at the unconscious man and reminds him that they warned him to stay away from her. After taking care of that weakling, her attention turns to Hee-yu, who's still locked in a fierce battle with her opponent. The weak link is smiling when his buddy rushes in, pointing out what he thinks is an opening to take down Hee-yu. But in the chaos, he doesn't even realize he's the one about to get knocked out. Before he can react, they flip him upside down in midair and toss him out of the arena. This time, it's a CEO using his combat instincts to take him down. The guy fighting Hee-ju, caught off guard by what just happened, also lets his guard down, and Haiju doesn't waste the opportunity, She grabs his arm and slams her back against the floor with all her might. Now that the small fries are out of the picture, it's down to two big fat boys. They never thought the girls could take down even one of them, but now that it's happened, they're ready to take it to the next level. With confidence, they charge in, claiming they're the ones who'll take this round. But before they can land a hit, Azet Bayul freezes them in their tracks, pinning them with both arms. The kids laugh at first, thinking she's crazy for taking them on alone, but the laughter dies down quick when they see they can't even budge her. As they're trying to wrap their heads around how tough this girl is, the rest of the squad jumps in, and together they take down both of these chunky dudes with one swift move, leaving everyone in awe. The referee announces their win, and the whole squad erupts in celebration. At this moment, Minjun observes silently from the sidelines, acknowledging that the girls have a solid team dynamic and are well-trained and well-equipped. Wang Shik and Han Ni are not in agreement, convinced that this squad will be the ones to take down that giant Choi Sang-woo in the quarterfinals. Both are hyped to see that Beast finally take a L. Even so, Han Niang is rooting for Sang-woo to make it to the finals, so he can take him down himself and teach him a lesson. But after seeing how tough the girl squad is, they start wondering if they'll even get the chance. On the other hand, they remind themselves they've got Minjun and Lee Song-ho on their side, so there's no way they're gonna get taken down. At that moment, Marie spots her crush, Minjun, and waves at him right away, who remains as stoic as ever. Meanwhile, Quan Shik and Han Yang turned bright red, assuming she's greeting them, thinking they're the ones being acknowledged. John Hee-ju, fed up, tells Marie to stop being so clueless, while the guys are even worse, deciding to hype up the 4th Battalion instead of focusing on taking down that giant bull. At that, Minjun lets out a chuckle, convinced that these two are a couple of complete numbskulls. On the judges panel, Colonel Lee Jun Beam looks visibly disappointed, especially since he had high hopes for the kids. He gestures to the 4th Battalion commander, asking if she's proud now, but she remains silent and doesn't respond. The referee then summons the next 2 platoons for the battle, and this time he includes Minjun's unit. At that moment, UGE's gaze locks onto Minjun, recalling that he's the same guy Suk Kyung's been weirdly fixated on. Her curiosity is piqued, and she genuinely wants to see what he's capable of. As all the guys head towards the arena, Han Neon casually informs Minjun that if they win first place in this competition, their squad will get a vacation. As soon as he hears that, Minjun's humor drops, and he's got zero interest in taking a trip with a bunch of morons. Wang Shik and Han Niang burst out laughing at his reaction, joking that they should just throw in the towel on first place. Tuning them out, Minjun keeps his eyes fixed on the sand, sporting a smirk on his lips as he confidently declares they'll still be enjoying those vacations, but solo. The real test begins when both teams face off head-to-head, waiting for the signal. The coach tells them to get ready, and as soon as the whistle blows, the game is on. Han Yang and Lee Song hold charge at their opponents, while Sergeant Kim Min-jun stays chill. Lee Song-ho grabs 2 opponents around the waist and starts pushing them back with ease. Wang Shik spots another type, grabbing him by the waist and commenting on how light they feel. He and the brown-haired one are lifting their opponents with ease, but there's a tank on the other team. The hulking guy sizes up Han Yang and then Lee Sun-go, trying to decide which one to go after. Just then, Min-jun finally steps up to the plate. As he approaches the buff guy, he sizes him up, thinking he could be pretty useful for testing something out. The little muscle-bound guy doesn't hesitate and comes at Min-jun. With a hint of a smile, Min-jun concedes his control still needs work, but at least he can disrupt the balance. She activates her air range ability, demonic energy grasp, and instantly knocks the little muscle dude to the ground. Confused and totally bummed, the muscle-bound dude gets back up and charges at him again. Min-jun calmly uses his ability again, taking the guy down with a single arm and slamming him to the ground once more. Now, the musclehead is shell-shocked and terrified, clueless about what's going on, but Min-jun knows his time to dial it back before things get out of hand. He's thinking that if he keeps playing with the guy, someone might start to suspect. He gives his opponent a nod to get up and come at him again. This time, Sergeant Kim Min-jun doesn't put his faith in his skills, but rather in his agility and physical strength instead. As soon as the kid gets up, Min-jun charges in, grabs him by the waist, and sends him flying back, ending the fight with ease. Their team wins and moves on to the finals without a hitch. However, Minjun points out that although they won, they won't be facing the 4th squad of the 4th Battalion in the final, contrary to what Wang Shik and Han Jiang were expecting. The coach announces that the final battle will start soon and instructs both teams to head to the arena. The opposing team has a powerhouse named Choi Sunwoo, known for his brute strength. As both squads enter the arena, Han Yang turns to Guang Shik and asks if Choi Sunwoo used to be a fighter. Guang Shik confirms that Sunwoo fought until high school and only quit due to his awakening. Han Nian comments that by his movements, the guy definitely had talent back then. Guang Shik adds that he's heard Sun Wu basically cleaned up in every competition he entered. That just adds fuel to Han Niang's fire, especially since Sun Wu's now using dirty tactics to win fights. Both Han Yang and Guang Shik are fuming, about to blow their tops, but Lee Sun goes trying to rein them in. Min Jun explains the real reason behind his anger. It's not just that Choi Sun Woo's team won the quarterfinals, it's how they won. Their opponents in that round were all girls, and the final score was 6-0. Not a single one was pushed out of bounds. Min Jun says it's not exactly Sun Woo's fault for winning within the rules and without throwing a single punch. It's more about how weak the opposing team was. But Guang Shik won't accept it and yells at Sun Woo, promising to teach him some manners. Meanwhile, Min Jun watches them and thinks they've still got a long way to go before they're battle ready. If they're that fired up as Sun Woo, the only real response is to crush him in the fight. Honestly, there's no need to get so fired up before the round, but the tension is already palpable. Both teams finally step into the arena and face off against each other. Han Yang stares Choi Sun Woo down and asks if he's planning to take on all of them solo too. Choi Sun Woo smirks with confidence and responds that he wouldn't dare in front of the infamous Sergeant Lee Sun Ho, but then mocks asking if they could even win, even if he was alone. That smug grin instantly sets Han Yang and Wang Shik off, but Sun Ho keeps them in check. So Choi Sun Woo gives the Sergeant Kim Min Jun a once-over and says he thought laying the hammer down on Min Jun's new squeeze would get a rise out of him, but the guy's as cool as a cucumber. That statement left the whole team baffled. Wang Shik, completely lost, asks what he's talking about. Sun Woo casually mentions the pink-haired girl from the 4th Battalion, saying she seemed super stoked to see Min Jun and was totally hyping him up. Guang Shik, half embarrassed and half furious, yells that she wasn't even giving a shout-out to Sergeant Kim Min Jun. Han Niang jumps in and says that it's true Min Jun's got a thing for girls, except for Lumi from Dungeon Power Fighter. That random comment leaves everyone in an awkward silence, and for a moment, the battlefield looks more like a high school hallway. Suddenly, Choi Sun Woo and his whole team burst out laughing. Sun Woo mocks them, asking if they're really talking about that unplayable noob from that trash game. Still laughing uncontrollably, he jokes asking if Lumi is really the platonic love of Sergeant Kim Min Jun. Han Niang thinks the guy is a total moron, while Kim Wang Shik and the blonde guy are giving Min Jun the stink eye. Sung Woo keeps going, laughing harder as he says he's only heard of losers like this. And now he's face to face with a 1D simp who's head over heels for a 2D chick. The coach intervenes, telling both teams to get ready, and reminds them that the fight will start when the whistle blows. Choi Sun Woo lets out one last laugh, wiping away tears as he says he'll go easy on Min Jun, since the guy needs to get back in one piece with his precious little waifu. The whistle blows, and the fight begins. The teams clash, but Sergeant Kim Min Jun remains frozen in place. Choi Sun Woo walks right up to him, smiling, and asks if Min Jun's still spaced out. Out of nowhere, Min Jun nods his head and slams it right into Sun Woo's face. The sound of the impact echoes throughout the arena, leaving everyone frozen in place. Choi Sun Woo's forehead starts to redden and swell, but he quickly downplays it, claiming it was just a bad step, and asks the coach to let it slide this time. The coach looks to the refs for a call, and they give a silent thumbs up. He's gonna let it slide this time, but let's keep it clear. No hitting, got it? Choi Sun Woo's clearly fuming, but forces a smile, saying it was a soft spot from Sergeant Kim Min Jun, though he won't be so kind to him from now on. The coach restarts the fight and Min Jun smirks smugly, saying he's still not done being sweet. Sun Woo dodges a jump and sprints towards Han Yang and his opponent, colliding with both and sending them flying out, although Han Yang is his teammate. Min Jun's still riding the Luminuna beef. Sulu is left stunned as Min Jun takes out his own teammates, along with the opponents. Next, Min Jun goes after Kim Wong-shik and his opponent, and kicks both out with ease. Next, he charges at Lee Sun-go and his opponent. Unlike the others, Sun-go stands firm, calling Min Jun a psycho bastard, while he reinforces his body and prepares to counterattack. He manages to hold off Min Jun for a second, but ultimately gets taken down and tossed out too. Now, the arena's down to 2 players, Sergeant Kim Min Jun and Choi Sun-woo, with Min Jun sporting a menacing grin and Sun-woo looking like he's about to wet his pants. Min Jun flashes a dark smile. A malevolent mist spews from his mouth. His eyes are pure white, and every muscle in his body is coiled and brimming with power. Choi Sun-woo's even too afraid to look at him, wondering what kind of unhinged psycho this guy is. The fat guy stands up and demands the fight be stopped, since the guy is taking out his own teammates. The gray one tells him they can't stop him because he hasn't broken any rules yet. The fat guy argues that even if there's no rule breaking, it's not normal to take out your own team. Ask if the gray one plans to take responsibility if someone gets seriously hurt. The referee intervenes, saying the judge will handle everything, just like in the previous matches. Sergeant Kim Min Jun suddenly intervenes and starts fighting Choi Sun-woo, catching him off guard and making him wonder what's going on. First, he made sure it was one-on-one, and now he wants to take him down. Choi Sun-woo thinks Kim Min Jun made a rookie mistake. Yeah, the guy's got brawn, but it's not just about brute force, it's about finesse. He's giving it his all, using every ounce of strength and making a solid move to try and take Kim Min Jun out of his comfort zone. But no matter how hard he tries, the guy can't budge an inch. Then out of nowhere, Kim Min Jun lifts him off the ground and slams him with force. He tells him to get back up on his feet. Choi Sun-woo gets up, thinking this guy is seriously bad news. He laughs nervously and says he's going to tap out. But before he can finish the sentence, Sergeant Kim Min Jun grabs him again and does a suplex on him. He's got him by the waist, lifting him up, saying he can't let him tap out just yet. He hoists him up and hurls him to the ground once more. Before he can do it for a third time, Choi Sun-woo quickly says he's surrendering and retreating. Sergeant Kim Min Jun looks him dead in the eye and tells him to listen up. He says Luminuna isn't just a one-dimensional character, she's his number one. Then he slams Choi Sun-woo to the ground one last time as foam starts to bubble out of his mouth. The coach announces that the fight's over and declares the second platoon, second squad, second team, and second section the winners. Sergeant Kim Min Jun steps down from the stage and looks at his team, the same guys he got rid of during the fight. He tells them with a nervous smile that maybe he got a little too hyped, but his teammates are hyped and congratulate him on the win. Kim Wong-shik says it was the most intense battle he's ever seen, and that he took down the infamous Choi Sun-woo in a one-on-one showdown. Han Yang adds that it was refreshing to see Choi get absolutely destroyed, and asks if Kim Min Jun did it on purpose, just to make it more dramatic. Kim Min Jun thinks it's nice to see everyone being positive, but Lee Sun-ho cuts him off, saying that regardless of the reason, friendly fire can't be justified. He tells him he's thoroughly bummed, and walks away from the team. After a brief walk, Lee Sun-ho cracks a smile to himself, thinking he can't afford to let his guard down. He could be the next target. It's also said that next time, he'll be the one to take down Kim Min Jun. Meanwhile, Topo I hands out medals to the winners for their performance. At the same time, Searshinter steps out of the store to head to the bathroom, wondering why they have to go through a guerrilla training in moments like this as part of the hunting team. At that moment, a voice calls out from behind. He turns around and blushes seeing Yunzia standing there. The next day, right after the short but intense Division 100 for guerrilla training, the team starts cooking up something. Chen Wong is cooking up something. Kim Wong-shik says they have to handle this carefully. Han Ya's lying to them, saying they have to keep moving forward even if they get punished later. Castagna seems nervous about the sergeant, but Kim Wong-shik tells him not to be afraid now. He says they just need to lure them to the meeting point and once they're there, they are done for. Han Yang turns to Mohawk and tells him his role is the most crucial, asking if he's up for the task. Mohawk remains silent. They were already planning ahead of time before the training exhaustion had passed. Kim Wong-shik reminds them they don't have much time and need to be as efficient as possible. Han Young agrees that choosing the right meeting spot is key and asks Kim Wong-shik for his top pick. Lee Dongkin suggests the eastern part of Gyeonggi, as is the borderline, and going further would take too much time. Kim Wong-shik agrees and tells him to keep proposing more options. Suddenly, they receive a message from Sun Hyun-seo, the huntress. They briefly chat about setting dates for their vacation winnings, and Sun Hyun-seo tells them to pick a location. Then, she casually asks if they can give her Kim Min-jun's number. Han Young tells Kim Wong-shik they might catch them. Kim Wong-shik turns to the group and asks if he should just say he doesn't have Kim Min-jun's number. Han Yang shakes his head and says, "No one's gonna buy that." Lee Dongkin points out that Kim Min-jun's on their team and they live together, so it'd be a total stretch to say they don't have his number. Han Yang walks away saying the plan's already blown and tells Kim Wong-shik he's the one who started this, so the others don't know squat. He's leaving and telling Mohawk and Lee Dong-jin to get out too before everyone gets in trouble, leaving Kim Wong-shik there alone. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun enters the gym and opens his status window. He checks his stats and sees that his power has gone up by 5 points and his agility by 1. He thanks Choi Sun-woo for the assist, saying it's almost impossible to level up once you hit 60 points. He leans back and starts lifting dumbbells, clearly excited that his strength has gone up 5 points. He's in the middle of his reps when a voice suddenly cuts him off. Someone's calling him, and Kim Min-jun stands up and asks the magician what's going on. Lee Bang-gu says he wants more soup. Kim Min-jun blows up and tells him he already gave him money to buy food on his own. Lee Bang-gu thanks him naturally and says he forgot to mention something about a mysterious vibe. Kim Min-jun makes a face and says he should have started there. He asks what kind of aura it is, wondering if it's some kind of demonic energy or whatever. Lee Bang-gu says it's not demonic, but it's definitely weird. He's never felt anything like it in Eastgard. Kim Min-jun asks Lee Bang-gu why he suddenly stopped talking. Lee Bang-gu says the soup just arrived and he'll fill you in on the rest after we eat. Kim Min-jun curses him out, calling him a piece of crap. Frustrated. At that moment, he receives a message from Sun Hyun-seo asking if this is the number of Hunter Kim Min-jun. He's complaining to himself, wondering what's going on today and why everyone suddenly wants to get in touch with him. He's wondering how she got his number and decides to just block her. But before he can, Kim Wong-shik rushes over and begs him not to. Kim Min-jun has no clue what's going on. Wong-shik asks if he got a message from Sun Hyun-seo and tells him this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, begging him to think of his squad mates. He's got a tight grip on Min-jun, telling him he's got a promotion in the bag, and it's only natural he starts looking out for his team's mental well-being. Kim Min-jun looks at him, totally confused, and asks if he was the one who gave his number to Sun Hyun-seo. Wong-shik still has a hold of Min-jun's arm and finally owns up. Yeah, he was the one who gave him the number. He tells Min-jun to cut him some slack, reminding him that everyone's busting their ass in the army, and that's the only thing that gets them going. Min-jun gets furious and asks if he's been planning something. Wong-shik blinks in confusion and asks if Min-jun hasn't already heard it from Song Yoon-seo, the huntress. Kim Min-jun gives him a dark look and tells him they're in the training room, so better answer with the truth. Kim Wong-shik stares back at him with terror, as if his soul just left his body. A week later, the group arrives at Thunderland, all dressed in their military fatigues. Han Yang thanks Sergeant Kim Min-jun, saying he never thought they'd actually make it to Min-jun, saying he never thought they'd actually make it there. Kim Wong-shik gives Han Yang the cold shoulder, telling him that a rat like him doesn't deserve to thank anyone after he got left high and dry during the op. Kim Min-jun jumps in and tells Wong-shik they're not here for him. It's all thanks to Chil-ho. Han Yang says he didn't expect Sergeant Lee Sun-ho to greenlight the plan so easily, and jokes that maybe Kim Min-jun's just a regular dude after all. Kim Min-jun tells his squad that the only reason he agreed to this was because he'd rather do this than spend the whole day with them. Han Nian starts scanning his surroundings, wondering where the girls are. His face lights up with joy, and he blushes at the sight of them in the distance, standing near the ticket area. Just as the group is distracted by the girls, his attention is swiftly diverted to a massive figure standing behind them. Kim Wong-shik and Han Yang freeze, thinking the guy must be some kind of heavy hitter, but Kim Min-jun cuts them off and orders them to show some respect, telling them the man is the commander of the 107th Division and that he's seen him on TV giving a briefing. Sun Tae-ho starts walking towards his group, but his daughter Yoon Ae-sheo grabs his arm, reminding him that he said he'd only leave her there. He asks him to back off now. Sun Tae-ho smiles warmly and says he just wants to meet the hunters he works with, and then he'll leave. He gently pulls his hand away from her and continues walking towards Kim Min-jun. He stops right in front of him, towering over him, and his expression shifts from cheerful to serious. He looks down at Min-jun and asks, "What's up?" He looks down at Min-jun and asks if he's Kim Min-jun. Both groups enter the park. Cha-marie tells everyone to hurry up and get in, since they don't have much time to waste. She grabs Kim Min-jun's arm and walks with him. Kim Wong-shik and Han Yang rush in, telling the girls they've mapped out the fastest route. The girls are impressed and thank them. Everyone else enters, except for Seth Bayul and Lee Soon-ho, who hang back and exchange a look. Seth Bayul says he's not a big fan of places like this. Lee Soon-ho nods in agreement and says he'd rather spend his weekends training solo. Seth Bayul smiles and says he figured he'd be that type too. He then asks how much he can squat. The two start walking together towards the park. Inside, the group heads up to the rides, buys souvenirs, and eats cotton candy. After a while, Lee Soon-ho and Seth Bayul end up in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Later, Kim Wong-shik tries his luck at a shooting game, but only takes home a consolation prize. Han Yang, thinking he can take it, tells everyone to watch how the pros handle it. He's playing the same game and ending with the same consolation prize. The girls in the back burst out laughing as Kim Wong-shik reminds him not to forget his bet. The loser has to pay up. Han Yang complains that something's off with the gun. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun approaches and notices that the second prize for the same game is a limited edition Luminuna keychain for the first anniversary of Dungeon Power Fighter. He's got his sight set on that prize. No matter what, with laser-like focus, he's nailing every target in rapid succession. The store owner tells him there's still one bullet left in the gun, but Kim Min-jun replies he doesn't need it. His goal was to win second prize from the start. Esmeralda and Ginger chat between themselves, with Esmeralda clean-cuttingly pointing out that she nailed every target, while Ginger's wondering why she didn't sweat the last one. The store owner hands Luminuna her keychain. The girls look on, baffled by what's supposed to be the prize. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun is visibly stoked, saying it was worth the trip. Han-jun and Kim Wong-shik chuckle at his usual quirky style, while Cha-marie simply smiles, happy to see him enjoying it. The rest of the team moves forward, but Kim Min-jun lingers behind, gazing at his prize. At that moment, Yoon Seo calls him and asks what he talked about with his dad. In a flashback, Kim Min-jun is seen in the parking lot with his father, Sun Tae-ho. Sun Tae-ho apologizes for cutting him loose, even though technically he's on break. Kim Min-jun says there's no problem and asks what he wanted to discuss. Sun Tae-ho looks at him seriously and puts a hand on his shoulder, squeezing his grip, but Kim Min-jun remains calm and unruffled. After a moment, Sun Tae-ho lets him go and says that Kim Min-jun seems well-schooled. He then checks his ride, mentioning that his daughter Oz Min-jun pulls out a rare item from a loot box. He explains that the item is usually reserved for general rank hunters, but he's still handing it over to Min-jun anyway. He adds that the military evaluation system isn't always 100% accurate, and the item should boost his stats randomly, hands him a bracelet. Kim Min-jun smiles to himself, thinking he's won the jackpot, but keeps his cool on the outside and thanks Sun Tae-ho. Sun Tae-ho tells him he's only giving it on the condition that he keeps up with his training. Sun Tae-ho tells him not to mention this to anyone, then adds that if Kim Min-jun visits Daeyeon, he should call him to invite him to dinner. Finally, with a deadpan stare, he warns him that if he tries anything funny with his daughter, he'll kill him. Kim Min-jun responds calmly that won't happen, tucking the armband into his pocket. Back to the present, Kim Min-jun tells Yoon Seo he doesn't talk much with his dad, only said to call him if he ever visited Daeyeon to grab a bite. Yoon Seo asks why his father would invite him to eat, and Min Jun says maybe it's because he saved him once, so maybe he wants to make it up to him. Yoon Seo recalls clinging to him when he saved her and blushes a little. He's apologizing for having to deal with his dad, but Kim Min Jun shows him the gift card from Sun Tae Ho and says he'll make sure it's a pricey meal. Just then, the rest of the crew shows up. Kim Kwon-sik approaches Chimeri and asks why she suggested they all split the bill. She says it's because she wanted to make up for Kim Min Jun after he got revenge on Choi Sun-woo for crushing their team in the trench fight. See if you can join in, telling the kids that lunch is on you. So go ahead and order whatever you want. The kids look on with disappointment, realizing this whole stunt was rigged just to get Kim Min Jun's goat. And even the supposed revenge wasn't about them, it was all about Luma Nuna's ego trip. Meanwhile, in Daeyeon, a squad of soldiers is standing in front of a dungeon entrance, while a body with glowing purple eyes is hovering nearby. The commander of the 3rd Battalion of the 107th Division, Colonel Lee Sanjing, gazes at his tablet and sees a report showing 100 kilograms of mana stone inside the cave-like dungeon. He flashes a wicked grin, his face twisted with greed, as the crow watches in silence from the post behind him. Meanwhile, both squads wrap up the day and bid each other farewell outside Thunderland. The kids head to the bus station to head back to base. Lee Bong-gu calls Kim Min Jun and tells him there's a problem. Kim Min Jun warns him that if he's gonna ask for food again, he'll kill him, but Lee Bong-gu quickly says it's about a dungeon. It turns out the raven they saw near the dungeon in Daeyeon was actually Lee Bong-gu. He tells Kim Min Jun that the dungeon looks fishy. Kim Min Jun reminds him that he said the dungeon was still under investigation, and now he's on vacation in Daeyeon to chill. Lee Bong-w explains that although it's true the dungeon was restricted and monitored before, that's no longer the case. He says the area's suddenly gotten a whole lot more crowded. Kim Min Jun tells him to keep sending updates until he arrives. The next day at noon, Kim Min Jun appears near the dungeon and sees the soldiers carrying mana stones. He pulls out his hunter's card and wonders if showing it would get him a guided tour of the dungeon. At that moment, Lee Bong-gu appears as a dove. He tells Kim Min Jun that he transformed into a dove to keep watch until Min Jun arrives. Kim Min Jun asks if he really heard that there were 100 kilograms of mana stones inside that dungeon. Lee Bong-gu confirms that's exactly what he heard. He says he's not sure of the exact amount, but it definitely seems like a lot. Kim Min Jun tells him it's around 100 times more than what he could find in Eastgard, even if he got lucky. He explains there's a massive amount of energy, and the Earth's already looking for ways to harness it as a weapon. Suddenly, a wave of energy from another world bursts out of the dungeon, and Kim Min Jun asks Lee Bong-gu if it's the same energy as before. Lee Bong-gu confirms it's the same, but he still can't crack what this aura is. He doesn't feel any monster, but the energy feels deeply ominous. Kim Min Jun says it makes sense that Bong-gu can't recognize her. After all, she's only seen this kind of energy once in her life. Without hesitation, Kim Min Jun sprints towards the dungeon. Out of nowhere, massive tentacles start to emerge from her. The commander immediately orders his squad to fall back, abandon the mana stones, and retreat. One of the soldiers yells that there are still members of the squad inside, but the commander tells him to follow orders and stay put. Kim Min Jun observes and says this energy confirms it. This is a phony dungeon. One of the soldiers holds him back, asking who he is and warning him to back off, since the situation is too hot. Kim Min Jun walks calmly and tells him he's Sergeant Kim Min Jun, 104th Division, 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company. He's gonna breach the dungeon from the inside and tells the soldier to report everything to the 104th Division. With that, Kim Min Jun leaps into the dungeon just as the tentacles seal the entrance behind him. The commander looks at the sealed entrance to the dungeon, thinking they're in deep trouble. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Kim Min Jun finds himself with a team of transport soldiers, including Private Lee Soo-hwan, Private Young Jang-dae, Corporal Kim Sung-won, Choi Tae-hyun, and Lim Dae-song. Kim Min Jun asks if there's anyone else with them. Lim Dae-song responds that there's no one else and asks who Kim Min Jun is. He's stepping forward to the squad, telling them the situation's looking grim, so he'll fill them in later. Then he asks them to check their gear and make sure no one's hurt. As he looks at what they brought, Kim Min Jun asks, if that's all the gear they've got with them. Kim Song-kwon explains that they're just the transport crew, so that's all they've got, and mentions that the inspection team already split. Kim Min-jun wonders in silence who in their right mind would send only the transport team, and starts to suspect that something fishy is going on. He tells the squad to gear up and fills them in on the real deal. He says they're inside a rare and hazardous false labyrinth, a phenomenon that's a massive monster that lures people in and swallows them whole. And this time, the bait were mana stones. In a nutshell, they're inside a massive monster that lures people in and swallows them whole. And this time, the bait was mana stones. He tells them not to panic and assures them he'll take full responsibility for getting them out of this mess. The squadron asks Kim Min-jun if he really knows how to get them out of there. He'll make sure everyone gets out alive, as long as you guys stick to the plan. He orders them to take out any monster they find and keep pushing forward to the dungeon's core. At that moment, viscous monsters start to appear behind the squad. Kim Min-jun steps forward and tells them to stay behind him. Wipe out each monster with a single swing, clearing the way with ease. Stunned, Lim Da-song turns to his squad and says that Kim Min-jun is the exact type everyone in the hunter community talks about, the record breaker who became Sergeant, the invincible monster of the hunter corps. Outside the dungeon, Sun Tae-ho arrives and grabs Lee San-yin by the collar of his uniform, furious because he only sent the transport team. He wants to know what Lee San has been up to. Lee San-yin nervously explains that he was just trying to scavenge some mana stones from the dungeon. He reminds him that the directive was to investigate the dungeon, so how dare he deploy soldiers without a raid team, especially in a fake dungeon. Lee Sun-jin, clearly agitated, stammers that after 2 weeks of investigation, it was confirmed the dungeon was empty, so he decided to send in a team. Song Tae-jo, seething with rage, spits out that 2 weeks aren't enough and that Lee Sun-jin sent troops without clearance. He accuses him of doing it just to boost his own record. He warns him that it doesn't matter how this goes down, Lee Sun-jin better be ready to ditch that uniform. He's got his neck on the line, warning him that if there's even one casualty, he'll personally make sure he ends up in prison, and tells him to start praying for everyone to get out alive. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Kim Min-jun is tearing through the gooey monsters with ease. He turns back to the annoyed squadron and demands to know why they're getting involved when he clearly told them he'd handle the monsters himself. One of them also wants to help him. Kim Min-jun sighs and asks if they remember his order to take out these parasites and make a beeline for the core. He explains that these monsters are created by the false dungeon to absorb any prey that enters. The most important thing is that once you reach the core, which is in the center, the monsters will go totally apeshit. He tells the squad to conserve their energy for that moment, because if they get hurt now, it'll be a serious problem when they reach the core. The squad nods, completely sold on his reasoning and ready to follow his orders. But Kim Min-jun's got a different motive in mind, thinking to himself that it's not about keeping the squad safe, but about racking up a ton of experience points in this dungeon. A sly grin forms in his mind as he chuckles to himself, thinking he's gonna hoard all those points for himself. With that covetous gaze still on his face, he orders the squad to keep moving forward and takes the lead. After walking for a while, they finally arrive at the center, where they find the heart of the dungeon. Kim Min-jun looks back and sees the exhausted and out-of-breath squad. He thinks to himself that fake dungeons drain your stamina if your stats are low, and if they had fought them earlier, most probably wouldn't have made it this far. He points to the core and tells them they need to destroy it to escape. As the swarm of gooey monsters starts to stir, Kim Min-jun turns to the squad and says, "It's their time to shine. Tell them to play it safe and not get themselves killed, and to fall back for their own survival." The soldiers quickly fall into a defensive formation, ready to hold the line. Kim Min-jun charges at the enemies, thinking to himself that he needs to hold back on using his skills, since there are other people around. Still, he takes down the monsters one by one with ease. The creatures hesitate, clearly terrorized at facing him, but Kim Min-jun doesn't back down. Laughing menacingly, he tells the monsters to hand over all those juicy experience points. It's starting to look like he's more beast than the creatures he's fighting. Suddenly, the dungeon's core starts to glow and releases a toxic cloud. Kim Min-jun quickly tells his squad to fall back. He'll be fine thanks to his venom immunity, but the others might not make it depending on the type of venom. He's getting ready to use his skills, but just then, something in his pocket starts glowing. That's the item Sun Tae-ho gave him. The amulet reacts to the demonic energy in the air, and his hidden powers awaken. Kim Min-jun whispers that he's been holding onto this object for later, when he reaches a point where it'd be tough to level up his stats. His status window pops up, revealing that the ring lets the user cast any spell they know, even ones they don't own, but it'll ghost once used. Kim Min-jun smiles, realizing how lucky he is to have this at this moment. Without hesitation, she activates the Dark Knight's ability she once faced. He summons a demonic sword that tears the space, sending nearby enemies to a dimensional rift. With a crushing blow, the sword tears open another rift, sucking in all the nearby monsters and striking a heavy blow to the heart of the dungeon. As the battlefield falls silent for a moment, Lee Bong-gu sprints towards Kim Min-jun and tells him they've got a problem. The soldiers outside have planted a mana bomb at the entrance of the dungeon. Kim Min-jun tells him not to freak out, assuring him they'll be out soon, just as he blows the last remnants of the core to hell. The bomb's been successfully rigged outside the dungeon. A soldier hands the detonator to Division Commander Sun Tae-ho. He's holding it, thinking it'd be sweet if they could use it to force the door open, but the reaction of the dungeon is too wild to ignore. Just then, they inform him that Kim Min-jun from the 104th Division has breached the perimeter. Another soldier confirms, saying that it's been verified that Kim Min-jun is in the dungeon with his crew. Sun Tae-ho yells out asking why he entered when it's not even his jurisdiction. The soldier explains that, according to eyewitnesses, Kim Min-jun jumped in after declaring his allegiance. Sun Tae-ho asks if they've reached out to the 104th Division, and the soldier responds that his commander is already on the way. Another soldier informs Sun Tae-ho that all troops have been evacuated to a safe location. Sun Tae-ho thinks to himself that it's been 4 hours since they got in, and they still don't have the right gear. He's itching to trust Kim Min-jun, but he can't hold out much longer. Just as he's about to hit the button, the dungeon door starts to crack. Sun Tae-ho rushes and orders his men to alert the medics and prep the convoys for any survivors. He also tells them to bring all available officers to the door, fully armed. Without hesitation, Sun Tae-ho grabs a handful of the dungeon door's rusty chain. Finally, the door swings open and the soldiers emerge unscathed. Sun Tae-ho lets out a sigh of relief, stoked to see them all come back in one piece. He asks the soldiers how they're doing, and they reply that they successfully cleared the dungeon. Kim Min-jun steps out of the door with the last two soldiers and greets Commander Sun Tae-ho, who smiles and returns the greeting. That same night, at the 107th Division's headquarters, Kim Min-jun and Sun Tae-ho sit down together to chat. Kim Min-jun explains he was on vacation when he came to Daein. Sun Tae-ho asks Kim Min-jun why he was in Daein in the first place. Kim Min-jun tells him he was there to meet him, since Song Tae-ho had offered to invite him over for a bite to eat. Song Tae-ho raises an eyebrow and says, coincidentally, while he was on his way to see me, Kim Min-jun just happened to be passing by the joint, and when the incident went down, he jumped into action. With a smug, carefree grin, Kim Min-jun admits that's exactly what went down. He adds that when he saw the anomaly, his body just went into autopilot before he even had time to process it. Sun Tae-ho chuckles and says that the more he looks at Kim Min-jun, the more he thinks he's losing it. He's praising him, saying solo cleaning up a fake dungeon is a serious achievement and that he genuinely appreciates his effort, but also warning him that he's starting to draw too much attention. He's getting promoted way faster than usual, and after what went down today, Hunter Corps HQ is probably going to be keeping an eye on him. He tells Kim Min-jun that if any of that causes him trouble, he shouldn't hesitate to come to him. Kim Min-jun thanks him and says he'll definitely come to him if anything comes up. Sun Tae-ho says he's swamped with work, but if Kim Min-jun has anything else he wants to hit him up about, he's all ears. He'll do it for him if it's within his capabilities. Without missing a beat, Kim Min-jun immediately asks for a promotion with a hopeful glint in his eye. Sun Tae-ho shoots him down quickly, saying that's not within his jurisdiction. Kim Min-jun makes a small pout, but then his gaze drifts towards a crystal on Sun Tae-ho's desk. He senses a refined yet faint demonic energy emanating from him. Sun Tae-ho catches him staring and asks if he wants it. Kim Min-jun's eyes light up again, and he says it's the first time he's seen that kind of rock, but he'd love to add it to his collection. He just got robbed, and that's the only one left for me. He hands it over to Kim Min-jun, mentioning that, although it's still unidentified, it's been deemed safe for humans, so he can keep it. Sun Tae-ho looks on and thinks to himself that, just like with Yoonzia, he's still getting tangled up in Kim Min-jun's business. And honestly, it doesn't bother him. Then, with a straight face, he asks Kim Min-jun what kind of connection he's got with his daughter. Kim Min-jun responds with the natural tone that they are just hunting buddies, nothing more, nothing less. That response seems to calm Sun Tae-ho down, and he smiles, saying he's already taken up too much of Kim Min-jun's vacation time, and tells him he can head out. As he's leaving, Sun Tae-ho asks him to tell his commander to let him pass. Kim Min-jun nods respectfully and heads out. Outside, Lee Bong-gu is chomping down on a sizzling grilled carp, loudly raving about how delicious it is. Kim Min-jun tells him to pipe down and chow down, or he's gonna wake up the whole neighborhood. Then, without hesitation, Kim Min-jun crushes the glass in his hand. Dark energy erupts from the crystal, surging through him, maxing out his demonic energy level and unlocking a new ability called Demonic Energy Lash. Kim Min-jun cracks a smile and says, "This game changer flips the script." Meanwhile, in some deep corner of Gyeonggi Province, at the headquarters of the Hunter Corps, Lieutenant General Kim Chang-mo yells at Sun Tae-ho for his incompetence. He's telling him that the 107th Division is about to be audited, so he'd better be ready. He's lucky it's just this far, or he'd be out of uniform. He orders him to send Lee San-yen to HQ at 1 a.m. sharp. Just as that, the door slams open and in walks another high-ranking officer. The Lieutenant General, Kim Chang-mo, springs to his feet and returns the salute. The officer tells him not to ride roughshod over his subordinates, mentioning he could hear him yelling from outside. Kim Chang-mo quickly apologizes and says he'll take care of it right away. The officer takes a seat and says he's received the report, then asks if it was Kim Min-jun again. The officer, none other than the commander of the Hunter's Corps himself, General Gu Hak-cheol. Meanwhile, the commander is racing back to his barracks in his ride, jumps out and sprints straight to the commander's office, scanning the area with a sense of urgency. Kim Min-cheol greets him. The commander asks where they are and if that's what he thinks. He confirms with Kim Min-cheol if he's the target, and Kim Min-cheol tells him it's a go. The commander sits down and says those pricks clearly chose the moment to attack when he wasn't around. Just an hour ago, 2 members of the Special Task Force arrived. Sergeant First Class Yu Taiwan and Sergeant First Class Jang Min-soo. Kim Min-cheol explains that he gets what they're saying, but they showed up early this morning and are demanding to see one of their soldiers who just got back from R&R. Taiwan interrupts him and asks if he's aware they're under whose orders they've come. He asks Kim Min-seol to cooperate just this once. Nicely. Kim Min-seol tells them that both the battalion commander and the company commander are absent, so this doesn't seem like the right way to proceed. Yu Taiwan asks if they need an official notification, and says they can fix that right away if necessary. He assures her they'll leave quietly after a brief meeting and asks her to bring Kim Min-jun. Suddenly, Kim Min-jun shows up and clocks the badges on the officials, realizing they're from the special unit that reports straight to the Hunter Association's HQ. Yu Taiwan steps forward, shaking hands, saying it was incredible how Kim Min-jun rescued so many hunters by jumping into that fake hellhole. He adds that the elite hunting force needs people like him on board. Kim Min-yun asks if this is a recruitment offer. Taiwan explains that they're deployed in high-risk situations like high-level dungeon raids, VIP protection, foreign missions, and more. He's still going on about all the perks of being a Special Forces hunter, but Kim Min-jun's lost in his own thoughts, thinking that none of it matters unless they offer him a major promotion. Then I'd be in. Yu Taiwan says they also handle civilian hunters who aren't affiliated with the army, so top-notch combat skills are a must-have. He tells Kim Min-jun that his outstanding performance hasn't gone unnoticed at HQ, and that's why he's here to offer him something he deserves, including a special promotion. Kim Min-jun's eyes light up at the mention of a special promotion. Yu Taiwan explains that his unit doesn't roll with regular grunts, so if Kim Min-jun joins the Special Hunters unit, HQ will bump him up to squad leader ASAP. Jiang Mingsu adds that the Special Forces offers more opportunities for advancement than other units as they deploy in places where achievements quickly add up. Kim Min-jun figures there's no reason to blow this off. Just as he's saying that, Yu Taiwan's device starts buzzing. He pulls it out and sets it down on the table. Kim Min-jun asks if that's a phone, and Jang Min-soo tells him it's a special device handed to the Special Forces. It's not a smartphone, but a secure comms tool, since most of what they handle is classified. Kim Min-jun's expression suddenly turns tense as he asks if they'll let him use the internet and computers as much as he wants. Yu Taewon tells him that security is the top priority in the special unit, so personal electronic devices and internet access are strictly forbidden in the barracks and even discouraged during leave. Jiang Min-soo says it's a small price to pay for serving the country at that level and getting treated so exceptionally. It breaks his heart to hear this. However, Kim Min-sil starts to smile with a sly grin. Yu Taiwan offers Kim Min-jun a card and tells him it's not an offer anyone gets, so he should think it over. But Kim Min-jun rejects it and says he'll stick with them. Both officials are taken aback by her response. Yu Taiwan asks why he's rejecting it, and Kim Min-jun tells them he can't join the Special Forces if he wants to play Dungeon Power Fighter. Jiang Min-soo is fuming and yells at him, asking if he's really gonna blow this chance for a game. He tells Kim Min-jun that the generals had a meeting just for this, and now he's blowing it off for Dungeon Power Fighter. He asks if Kim Min-jun is trying to be funny, but Kim Min-jun responds calmly that he's not joking and that the game is a vital source of energy for him. Yu Taiwan nods in understanding, then remarks that they're bailing out. Kim Min-jun quickly gets up and opens the door to help them out faster. Just as they're leaving, Jang Min-soo turns around and says he's positive Kim Min-jun's achievements are exaggerated and he's just making excuses because he's scared of not making it in the Special Forces. He adds that without a stroke of luck like this, someone like him would never pass the entrance exam. That's when Kim Min-jun finally loses it, asking how they're so sure he wouldn't make the cut. Jang Min-soo steps back in, gets right in his face, and asks if he wants to see it for himself. Kim Min-soo tells Kim Min-jun to hold up and asks Jang Min so what he's trying to pull. Yu Taiwan puts a hand on Kim Min-soo's shoulder and asks if they can use the training facility for a bit. A few minutes later, Kim Min-jun and Jang Min-soo face off in the training room. Jang Min-jun says the entrance exam is a free-for-all against a seasoned Special Forces vet, and offers Kim Min-jun the chance to back down if he's not ready. But Kim's got a different angle. If he wins, Jang's gotta eat his words and apologize like a gentleman. However, Kim Min-jun tells him he's not interested in joining the Special Forces, but if he wins, then Jang Min-soo will have to eat his words and apologize to him in a polite manner. Jang Min-soo explodes in rage, shouting, "How dare you show up with that cheap shot and talk to me like that?" He's gonna school Kim Min-jun on what's what. Yu Taiwan intervenes to announce that the fight will be a 3-round bout, each round lasting 3 minutes, and signals the start of the match. As soon as it starts, Jang Min-jun comes at Kim Min-jun with a flurry of punches, but Kim Min-jun dodges it. Jang Min-soo immediately follows up with the second strike that connects and sends Kim Min-jun crashing into the wall, but instead of showing pain, Kim Min-jun just smirks with smugness. In a flashback, Kim Min-jun asks Kim Min-jun what he plans to do, and Min-jun nonchalantly responds that, of course, he plans to win big. He asks if something bad could happen, if he really does win. Kim Min-jun says it's possible, since that squad's got a reputation for being high maintenance, and he's worried they might get reckless if their ego gets bruised. Kim Min-jun smirks with confidence and says he'll just take a punch if that's the case. Back to the present, Jiang Min-soo steps away from Kim Min-jun, who's lying on the ground. Yu Taiwan says the fight's over and tells Kim Min-soo to take him to get patched up. Kim Min-soo keeps a neutral expression and remains tight-lipped. Yu Taiwan approaches Kim Min-jun and tells him he should still be proud to have dodged the first decisive blow. But from the Hunter's Special Forces perspective, he's still not strong enough. Just as Yu Taiwan is about to finish, Kim Min-jung stands up, smiling as he shakes off his uniform. Both Yu Taiwan and Jang Min-soo are left gobsmacked to see him still standing. Jang Min-soo wonders how he's still standing, given the attack hit exactly where it was supposed to. Yu Taiwan asks Kim Min-jun if he's really going to keep pushing it, warning him that going all out could end up hurting both of them. Kim Min-jun brushes it off, saying he's game for another try. Jiang Min-soo mocks him, saying he's being arrogant, and swears he'll make him regret getting up. Kim Min-jun wraps his whip in demonic energy and readies to strike. Jiang Min-soo charges in and unleashes a flurry of sword strikes, but Kim Min-yun blocks every single one of them. Then, with a swift move, he whips the sword with his lash and sends it flying to the side, leaving Jiang Min-soo completely disarmed. Next, Kim Min-jun unleashes a flurry of whip lashes on Jiang Min-soo. Jiang Min-soo tries to keep a cool head and congratulates Kim Min-jun, saying he's skilled with that whip, but claims those attacks won't do him much harm. Just then, the pain from the lashes starts to kick in and he screams like a little girl. Yu Taiwan is shocked to see a big, muscular guy like Jiang Min-soo on his knees from those hits. Kim Min-jun picks up the whip to strike again, and Jiang Min-jun, now in a panic, begs him to stop. But Kim Min-jun ignores him and delivers a direct blow to the chest. The pain almost knocks Jiang Min-soo out cold. Kim Min-jun thinks to himself that the attack was on a whole other level, and although the special force is definitely elite, it seems this is Jiang Min-soo's first time getting hit with a demon-infused whip. He's watching the orc's thick-skinned warriors go down with just one hit from that thing. He raises the whip again and tells Jiang Min-soo to stop strutting around like he's the big cheese, just because he's decent in a fight. Yu Taiwan tells Kim Min-jun to stop, but with a wicked grin. Min-jun snaps the whip again, this time cracking it against the ground between Jiang Min-soo's legs. Just picturing the aftermath is enough to knock Jiang Min-soo out cold. Yu Taiwan sprint after him, flabbergasted that the same guy who didn't flinch while getting pummeled by a horde of orcs is now out cold from sheer terror. Wondering if a training whip could really pack that much punch, he turns to Kim Min-jun, saying that when a subordinate makes a mistake, the buck stops with the superior. He offers a genuine apology on behalf of Jiang Min-soo. Kim Min-jun admits he overstepped his bounds and apologizes in turn. Yu Taiwan hands him a card and tells him to reach out if he ever changes his mind. Kim Min-soo mocks them and asks if they'd like to be treated by their doctors. Yu Taiwan rejects them and tells them to leave ASAP. Back to reality, Lee Jun-beom asks where Kim Min-jun is. Kim Min-jun tells him he's currently solo training. Lee Jun-beom says he'll directly inform Division Commander Suk-kyung that Sergeant Kim Min-jun has turned down Division Suk-kyung's Special Forces offer. He's sure they'll want him even more now, despite turning him down today. There's no way they'll give in so easily. Kim Min-soo responds that, in that case, they should come up with something to keep Kim Min-jun right where he's at. The Colonel Lee Jun-bong smirks and says that Division Commander Suk-kyung had already anticipated this, so there's no need to worry. Now, all they have to do is wait and see what kind of offer the commander has cooked up for Kim Min-jun. The division commander Suk-kyung bursts out laughing after hearing from Colonel Lee Jun-beom that Kim Min-jun turned down the Special Forces offer. Those arrogant pricks must be blowing smoke right now. He adds that no matter what kind of perks they offer, if Kim Min-jun decides to join them, nobody can stop him. That's why he was playing it safe, but now the situation's taking care of itself. The commander is on board and says it's time for them to take the lead. Suk-kyung nods in agreement and says it's high time to give Kim Min-jun a well-deserved shout-out. He makes a call to check if what he mentioned is ready, then gives a confident smile and tells them to bring all related files ASAP. Meanwhile, back at the barracks, Lee Soon-ho announces to the squad that effective immediately, the commander of the 2nd Squad, 2nd Platoon, is now Sergeant Kim Min-jun. Han Yang asks if Sergeant Lee Soon-ho is getting a promotion. He shakes his head and says he's planning to put in for a promotion to Sergeant Major, since he's got enough points for a bump, and that's why he's handing the job over to Kim Min-jun. Does anyone have any objections to this decision? The squad agrees and concurs that Kim Min-jun is the only one who could fill Sun Go's shoes. Lee Dongjin then says he's got a question for Sergeant Kim Min-jun. He heard the rumors. Was it really Kim Min-jun who solo cleared a fake dungeon? He adds that he was on vacation that day too. The rest of the squad chimes in, saying the whole hunting community is buzzing about what went down. Kim Min-jun nonchalantly confirms that it was him, just happened to be in Daeyeon when the anomaly occurred and got stuck in it. The whole squad is left gobsmacked that their sergeant is such a powerhouse. Kim Wong-shik asks if that's why they're promoting him to captain and wonders if he got any other perks on top of that. Kim Min-jun admits he got some perks for cleaning out that dungeon. The squad is hyped, dying to know what perks they got. A few days later, in the Goblin Colony's dungeon, some soldiers are fighting goblins, while Han-young and Eyebrows are discussing Kim Min-jun's benefits, which got him a sweet deal with the Special Hunter unit. And he even took down a first-class sergeant in a training match. Sedges asks if it's really true that Kim Min-jun got a Special Forces recruitment offer so fast then turned it down. Han Yang confirms it and adds that he even took down a first-class sergeant in a practice fight. He's having a hard time swallowing it, and civilians probably wouldn't believe any of that. He asks if it's also true that the division commander promoted Kim Min-jun to squadron commander and plans to promote him to master sergeant in a year once he earns enough points. Han Yang nods and says that even Sergeant Lee Soon-ho backed the decision when he found out about it. Just then, their conversation is interrupted when a troll suddenly bursts out of the forest, roaring, but both soldiers maintain a completely unflappable expression in the face of the monster's appearance. The orc swings his club to attack them, but out of nowhere a gleaming whip crosses the air and smacks the orc right in the eyes. The beast drops his weapon and yelps in pain, clutching his face as the whip retracts. The soldiers watch the wounded beast, stone-faced, as it screams in agony. Kim Min-jun arrives on the battlefield, and it turns out he's the one who whacked the monster with his brand new whip. Chess comments that it's a personal team handed over to Sergeant Kim Min-jun by the divisional commander. Han-jun adds that even the platoon commander doesn't have a personal issue yet, so it's clear that Kim Min-jun is getting special treatment. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun is mercilessly whacking goblins with the whip like a pro. Sedges asks why it had to be a whip, and Han-jun explains that the division commander let him choose any weapon he wanted, and Kim Min-jun chose the whip. Sedges says it makes sense now why he turned down the special forces when he's getting treated like this. Han-jun agrees and adds that it's extremely rare for a sergeant to get issued personal gear. The division commander had to sign over 10 documents just to make this possible. As all this goes down, Kim Min-jun's mind is elsewhere, realizing this gun is way more than he bargained for. Thanks to the mana crystal, he doesn't even need to tap into his own demonic energy to make it powerful. He thinks that if this kid sticks with him, he'll get a promotion way faster than he would in a year. Next Saturday, at a Chuncheon restaurant, Kim Min-jun sits down at the table, ready to chow down. Yoon Seo is with him and asks if they should start eating. Kim Min-jun looks at her and asks why she's even asking that, and more importantly, why she's eating with him in the first place. The elderly cook approaches Yoon-seo and tells her that the food is ready. Yoon-seo smiles, thanks the chef, and starts chowing down. She looks at Kim Min-jun and asks if he's not going to eat. She tells him not to worry, that she's going to pay, so he can eat whatever he wants. Kim Min-jun tells her that that's not the issue. He asks her how she knew he'd be out today, coming to Chuncheon and this specific restaurant. Suddenly, he gets an idea and asks Yoon Seo if Kim Wong-shik spilled the beans about his plans. She looks around nervously and says it's just a coincidence. Kim Min-jun doesn't buy it, and his expression darkens like a villain's in a soap opera. She quickly apologizes and admits it was Wong-shik, but begs him not to be angry with him, since she's the one who asked him. Kim Min-jun, clearly irritated, says it's up to him to decide how much to freak out and mutters that all this is pretty weird. Yoon Seo, confused, asks him what he means, and then he suddenly asks if she likes him. Surprised and blushing, she says it's ridiculous and questions his sudden informality. Kim Min-jun, frustrated, suggests she also talked to him informally because of their similar age. She admits it's true, but denies she's into it and asks him not to misread the situation. He asks her why she's having dinner with him and adds that he's pretty sure she took the day off today because he heard from Wong-shik that he was going out. She admits it's true, but says there's another reason she's there. She mentions the previous incidents, the locked dungeon in the training center, the red boudoir in the public welfare office of Huachin, and the recent fake dungeon. She says wherever he goes, something always happens, so she was curious to see if it would happen again this time. She comes to, realizing how crazy it sounds, and is mortified she blurted all that out loud. Kim Min-jun nervously chuckles and says it's not like he's a walking disaster, but deep down, he's on edge, wondering if she's starting to uncover the truth about him. Kim Min-jun notices his badge and realizes he's been promoted to corporal. She claims she passed the promotion exam last week. He congratulates her, saying she nailed it fast, adding he didn't expect any less from her. She asks him if he's mocking her, since he's already a sergeant, and then questions why he's still talking to her in such a casual tone. He reminds her that he already told her she could speak to him informally too. She says it's fine, so she'll do it that way. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun starts getting visions of a dungeon popping up nearby. It's especially annoying that it has to happen now, especially with Yoon-se around, since she's pretty perceptive. In his head, he also thinks he only took these vacations because his top employee warned him about the imminent appearance of a door. He apologizes, saying he needs to go to the bathroom, and heads to the park where the door is expected to appear. Look around and see his best employee waiting nearby. He deserves credit for showing up right on time after being assigned to work separately from Lee Bang-gu. They both give a thumbs up, and Kim Min-jun hands him a demonic energy orb. He's wondering where Lee Bang-gu is, since he hasn't heard from him in a while. The door is starting to materialize, and Kim Min-jun is watching it closely. He's relieved that the cold winter has kept the crowds at bay, but he's still wondering why the portal had to appear in a residential area with so many people living nearby. It's also said that he needs to handle this ASAP for the safety of the people and the good of his ascension. Just as he's heading towards the door, a monster starts to emerge. His phone buzzes with an emergency notification from the army about the dungeon's emergence. Kim Min-jun thinks he'll just have to wing it and keep it occupied until the army arrives if something comes out of there he can't handle. He gets ready and gears up for the fight. A hankering emerges from the door, but there's something off about him. Kim Min-jun notes that for now, he seems to be alone and wonders how much demonic energy he's already absorbed. He observes the blade-like arms and comments that they look deadly, but useless if he can't. He's not even close yet. He jumps back to dodge the initial strike and readies himself to unleash his demonic arrows. Before he can unleash his ability, the hanker suddenly launches one of his arms as a blade-like projectile towards him. To his surprise, the blade is attached to a chain, and he's got a cheap trick up his sleeve. Kim Min-jun snatches the chain out of the air, mocking the creature, asking what kind of cheap trick that is, but the hanker yanks the chain back, sending Kim Min-jun flying. As he's airborne, the beast hurls his other blade, and Min-jun barely dodges it before countering with a solid punch to the face, sending it crashing to the ground. He looks back, thinking it's all over, but the hanker gets back up with a broken jaw and ready to fight. Just as he thinks it's over, someone yells his name. He's coming at him with the traffic cone in hand. He's left speechless seeing her there. Hank's blade flies towards her, but Kim Min-jun grabs the chain and redirects the attack. He demands to know what she's doing there. She snaps back at him, furious that he left her high and dry in the middle of dinner, and even more livid that he's fighting without a gun. She tells him she saw the emergency alert and came right away. She gives him the finger, and Kim Min-jun catches it, channeling his demonic energy into her. With a crushing blow, she slams the signal into Hanker's skull, taking him down for good. As the dust settles, she seizes the moment to tap into the demon's energy. As the dust settles, Kim Min-jun approaches Yoon-se, leaving her stunned that he took down a high-level monster all by himself. Kim Min-jun tells her that someone helped him, but to himself, he thinks the fight would have been a cakewalk if she hadn't shown up. Meanwhile, Yoon-se kneels down to inspect Hanker's body and notes that it's an irregular monster, pointing out the chains and blades attached to his arms. She stands up and says they need to have a serious chat, but that's gonna have to wait, cause 5 more Hankers just popped out of the door. She quickly tells Kim Min-jun they need to regroup with reinforcements and come up with a battle plan. He's on board and suggests she splits to grab the backup and then returns to join him. Yoon-se yells back, exclaiming that if he's really planning to take on all those beasts solo, he must be out of his mind. As the Hankers unleash a deafening roar, Kim Min-jun smirks confidently and says it's time to split. He's running towards the monsters, telling himself it's time to earn that squad leader promotion. Meanwhile, deep in a forest, a hooded figure emerges from the trees. She whispers a phrase, and a hidden underground passageway swings open next to a massive boulder. The hooded figure descends to a massive stone hall, sheds her hood, revealing she's a woman, and stands before a luminescent statue. She whispers that Lord Minnow needs to wait because she's coming for him. The story then cuts to a chill island in the middle of the ocean. Two officers wait while a helicopter descends from the sky. A large and imposing man with a majestic beard steps out, moving as if he owns the place. With charisma, he presents himself as the division commander of the Korean hunters. The man waiting to receive him is Masaru from the Japanese Association. Without wasting time, Masaru leads him inside to go over the details of the operation. After reviewing the proposal, the division general gives a thumbs up in approval. He admits it'll be a massive undertaking to clean out the dungeon. With a sharp glance, he points out that Masaru wouldn't have asked for Korean help just because they were short-staffed. The moment he gets it, Masaru decides to spill the beans. The Japanese Association is straight-up government-controlled, while the independent guilds are the ones who really call the shots when it comes to the individual hunters. Their real issue isn't the lack of personnel, it's that they're not adequately trained in combat discipline. That's why Masaru wants to tap into the Korean training methods through a joint operation. Now, the division general understands why he was specifically assigned to this mission. General Haxiel is counting on him to prove the real mettle of the Korean forces. At that moment, Masaru mentions an exceptionally talented Korean officer. At that moment, Masaru mentions an exceptionally talented member of the Korean team. Curious, he asks with enthusiasm what kind of training allowed the young kid to grow so fast and build such a solid rep in the community. The divisional general suddenly starts sweating, unsure of where to even begin explaining that story. Meanwhile, we're back with our kid, Minjun. My kid's just chilling as usual, with this massive Doka Ebi looming over his head, ready to squash him. He's cleaning his ear with a total lack of concern as his Japanese buddies, Bren and Ken, take down the beast on their knees in a matter of seconds. Still, it's a real challenge to penetrate its thick hide. That's when a confident female voice interrupts the tension. The monster charges at her immediately, ready to squash her to the ground, but she's no damsel in distress. With precise movements, she cuts him to pieces with the same ease as chopping carrots in the kitchen. The woman samurai is Suzuki Mio from the Japanese Association. Bran and Ken are, as always, blown away by her overwhelming swordsmanship. Suzuki Mio approaches to check if Minjun is okay. Noticing his lost gaze, she tells him straight up to stay back if he can't handle a real fight. Her straightforward comment gets under his skin, but her flawless Korean makes him secretly admire her. The top Korean major comments that this one is tiny compared to what they face back home. However, another captain, excessively patriotic, is fuming with our kid for embarrassing his country in front of the Japanese. The guy can't handle being assigned to a loser sergeant, but Major Hyundo tells him to chill out, saying the kid's just green behind the ears. Meanwhile, the captain's still reeling from Mio's harsh words. What the old captain doesn't realize is that our kid deliberately held back to gauge the Japanese forces' skill level. I didn't expect much from them at first, but Ren, Ken, and especially Mio clearly exceeded those expectations. At that exact moment, Mio senses that something ominous is approaching from the very depths of the cave. Their eyes go wide as they realize something deadly is coming, and they immediately yell a warning. In the next second, he barely dodges a thrown hatchet that's launched from the darkness. A massive blue demon slowly emerges from the cave and is scarier than Epstein. He raises his voice and announces that he's the dungeon's big cheese. Bran and Ken immediately tense up, preparing for battle, while our kid doesn't even flinch. The 10 samurai spits out rapid orders, telling them to hold the line until reinforcements arrive. But before he can even finish, the boss closes the distance in an instant. Ren and Ken charge forward with a coordinated attack to save her. The demon casually grabs them by the legs and hurls them through the cavern like rag dolls. Seizing the brief opportunity, Mio swings his sword with all his might, trying to split the monster in two. To their amazement, the creature's body is so resilient that Mio's sword can't even leave a scratch. At that moment, Captain Sanduk steps forward, drawing his mana-infused sword. Assuming his weapon is way out of the league of the average hunter's third-tier gear, He charges forward to demonstrate his supposed real strength. A perfectly timed kick to the face is all it takes to send him crashing into the wall. The chief reads off Mio's next move with ease and effortlessly dodges his magical sword. As he orders everyone to retreat immediately, he notices Minjun's already in motion, with Ren and Ken slung over her shoulders. He's blown away that she's moving before she even gives the order and instinctively wishes her a safe exit. Instead, he turns to her and asks calmly why retreat if they can just take out the big cheese. His eyes go wide as a harebrained scheme unfolds before him. She yells at him to scram while he still got the chance, but he just smirks and unleashes his power, taking down the samurai in his own backyard. Even the boss is hesitant, wondering who the real monster in the room is as he feels the intimidating aura surrounding him. Realizing he can't beat around the bush, the boss quickly grabs his gun. Our kid just stands there grinning, letting him attack on purpose, but just before he can bisect him, he whacks him with his sword and sends the giant straight to the ceiling. Minjun then focuses his magic on a lightning bolt, leaving Miho completely stunned, not by the power, but because the bolt starts firing off in all directions and almost hits her too. She quickly blocks the stray shots with her katana. Meanwhile, the captain barely dodges one of the stray blasts that's about to take his head off. Minjun shamelessly apologizes for the mistake and then focuses his aura correctly this time. With that, she unleashes a full-on assault on the boss with everything she's got. The demon's axe is sliced cleanly through, and his own sword is shattered by the sheer impact alone. The ugly spawn of a blue imp screams after his fingers are completely shattered. Mayo stands aghast at the man whose aura was so overwhelming that not even a military-grade sword could handle it. Looking at the broken sword in his hand, Minjun realizes he probably shouldn't have gone all in like that. Still, he whips out his whip, already thinking about the payday for taking down the big cheese. Returning to his old squad, the guys look beat after another brutal day, constantly complaining about how Minjun's got them working like unpaid interns. A first sergeant admits he's more afraid of the monster living with him than any dungeon beast. Even after his promotion, Minjun remains in the unit instead of moving to headquarters. At that moment, they see Don Jun still grinding hard in the field. They ask the sergeant why he's still working like a rookie after being promoted, and when his lord and savior Minjun will be back. Dongjun says he's not sure, but there's word that Minjun soloed the op yesterday itself. Somehow, he managed to take down the boss like it was nothing. The squad immediately realizes that means their nightmare boss will be back soon, but Dongjun adds that Minjun's spotless cleanup earned him a full day off, so he won't be back for at least another day. The guys are losing it, wishing it was a whole year instead. Back in Japan, our kid takes a leisurely stroll when Bangu shows up to report a new dungeon nearby. The kid also demands to know who this Ping guy is, since he remembers his Lord Minjun blaming him for ruining his day the day before. When Bangu swears he'll personally take down Ping, Minjun calmly tells him that even his greatness can't take down the high roller Ping. Suddenly, he asks Bangu to shut up because he hears a motorcycle speeding in the distance. The black-clad biker slams on the brakes right in front of him. He instinctively covers his face the moment she takes off her helmet. Mayo asks him what he's doing here, in the middle of nowhere. He fires back with a question, wondering if she's now his personal stalker. Maya explains calmly that their patrol association covers this entire area 24/7. A few years ago, it got wrecked by a dungeon collapse, so now there are cameras everywhere to catch any loose monster. Just as he's flying by, Bangu accidentally flies right into one. Minjun looks both annoyed and disappointed, wondering how this idiot keeps messing up like that. Fine, Miho repeats her question about why she's wandering in a restricted area, deadpan serious like a JoJo character, swears she just got lost. Hearing that just makes her more suspicious, but she lets it slide, since, to start with, he wasn't even targeting her. At that moment, a loud explosion erupts behind her. She turns around and sees a massive minotaur destroying everything in his path. Our kid instantly realizes it's Bangu trying to cover up his previous screw-up. The samurai warns Minjun to get down to the underground fast before demonic energy corrupts his mind. Before she can even finish her sentence, he's already blasting off like a shot. My brow furrows, finding it weird that the monster didn't come out of a portal and somehow never got caught on camera. Still, his top priority is taking him down before he inflicts major damage. He unleashes a powerful slash aimed at his neck, but just before his sword connects, the Minotaur pulls off a Dark Souls-style dodge and takes off in the opposite direction. The samurai's a nuisance, and she's hot on his heels without hesitation. Meanwhile, our kid reaches the entrance of an underground dungeon. He disarms each camera he passes by, taking them down with dark arrows to the face. After that, he blows past the warning sign and drops into the tunnel thick with demonic energy. In fact, he's smiling as the dark aura seeps into him, boosting his power and even leveling up some of his abilities. As soon as Bongu finds his spot, he just hopes the little guy manages to get out of Mio in one piece. Returning with Mio, the woman tracks the fleeing monster with ease. He slices through the rock cleanly with his sword, almost skewering the terrified guy on the spot. Just when she thinks she's got the better of him, she slices right through him like he's paper. Desperate, he transforms into a kitten before she can get a good look at him, completely catching her off guard. Even my guy blushes at the sight of the harmless little cat and extends his hand to pet his head. Loyal to his owner, he swats away her hand with a single hit and takes off running again without hesitation. My tarda owned 2 degrees in processing that rejection, clearly not used to a cat giving her the cold shoulder. She then reports to the association, saying she'll keep tracking the beast until backup arrives. To her surprise, HQ informs her that the underground corrupt energy in that sector has suddenly shifted. The monster crystal's color always reacts to changes in the dungeon's core, so the scientific team starts wondering if the crystal changed color because some unexpected corruption seeped in. When they ask Mio if anything out of the ordinary went down on her end, she can't recall a single thing. In that case, the scientists decide to log it as a rare and temporary system glitch. After all, corrupt energy doesn't just dissipate into thin air without a trail. But at that exact moment, Mio starts to suspect that someone in particular might be involved. The scene returns to the base, where our sergeant is going about his business as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, he sees a familiar figure walking towards him from a distance. She invades his personal space, so he ignores her presence and questions about yesterday's walk. Irritated, she asks him directly if he knows anything about the destroyed underground entrance. She shoots him another question, wanting to know if by any chance he noticed who trashed all the cameras along the path. Our guy responds way too quickly that he didn't see much during his chill walk. That response seems to satisfy her, and she turns to leave, wishing him a good day. But before she's completely gone, she glances back and tells him they'll definitely be seeing each other very soon. Later that night, our kid makes a beeline back to the restricted zone. His expression darkens at the sight of his most loyal underling's rough state. Hours earlier, Min-jun had just given his squad of bums a beatdown in the training room. He reams them out for being rusty, asking those good-for-nothings if they stopped training as soon as he left. Clearly fed up, he makes it clear that their current performance is totally embarrassing. When they finally manage to stand up with difficulty, he shows them no mercy. He's about to give them another brutal round as punishment for being trash, but his plans change when he gets a bad omen. Leaving the kids to train on their own, he retires on what he calls a mission of emergency. He's demanding that Bongu telepathically explain if he was the cause of that freak energy disturbance earlier. As a response, he barely hears Bongu's weak voice whispering just his name. The guy mumbles something about someone crossing dimensions before passing out. After the radio silence, Min-jun forces himself to chill and locks onto the weak energy signature of his servant. He's off like a shot in that direction at top speed. If that message was legit, it means someone just dropped in from Eastgard. Meanwhile, in a dark, ancient temple, a squad of hulking warriors is hot on the heels of a hooded figure. The agile thief shakes off the smaller underlings without breaking a sweat, but then a massive warrior intervenes, clearly way out of his league. She slams into it so hard that she blows through a heavy door and crashes into a massive ritual chamber. From the shadows, a woman's voice accuses her of the crime of stealing from the sacred temple. The high priestess offers him a chance to walk away alive if he surrenders right now. For a brief moment, the thief genuinely thinks she's out of options, but when she realizes she's landed right on an active magical circle, the tables have turned. She pulls out a dark, demonic artifact that's brimming with malevolent energy. The high priestess remains unfazed, telling her that there's not even remotely enough power in the temple to travel between dimensions, so her plan is doomed to fail. Add with confidence that the thief doesn't even have the right coordinates. Unfortunately for her, the thief responds that she's already got them thanks to Manhwa. The moment she hears that name, the blonde priestess orders her guards to take down the intruder at all costs. But the artifact detonates with explosive force, sending the Spartan-looking warrior flying across the room. The thief flashes a sly grin and gives them the finger. However, that look of smugness disappears when she notices the priestess is smiling too. At the same time, Manhwa had been messing around with Minjun's little shadow buddy. Out of nowhere, a dimensional rift opens right where he's standing. That sudden shockwave was what alerted Minjun in the training room that something was seriously off. Right in front of him, Manhwa recognizes the redhead thief, but face plants before he can properly inform his master. A second later, the redhead girl also falls through her and loses consciousness. Our kid arrives just in time to catch her before she hits the ground. With a faint smile, he calls her Lord Min Old before passing out. One glance at her battered state is enough to send Minjun's internal demons into overdrive. He's fuming because Bonko fell first and now, somehow, he's got a useless second-hand servant to babysit. When he channels a part of his demonic energy into her, the redhead slowly starts to regain her composure. Despite him being on the verge of blowing his top, she bursts into tears of joy the moment she sees him. She immediately breaks free from his grasp, falls to the ground, and begs for forgiveness for making him waste his precious energy on her. When she swears she'll pay him back with her life, he yells at the fat idiot to at least try living long enough to pay him for real. He then demands an explanation from his subordinate to Seo-jun, asking her how the supposed cult strategist ended up like Manhwa, a total bust. Seo-jun makes a deep bow and apologizes repeatedly, saying she crossed dimensions for a reason. When he hears that, he realizes she must have caught wind of something big. The redhead confirms it while a blue spark ignites in her right eye. That demonic eye is a super rare artifact he himself gave her after she lost the original while serving under his command. Her true value lies in her imperfect ability to predict the future. With a heavy gaze on his face, he reveals in a low tone that his prediction showed him one thing: the end of the earth. Our kid doesn't seem too worried and asks if she's sure. She confirms she doesn't know when it'll go down, but she saw a post-apocalyptic wasteland with Manhwa by her side. That's what really gets his goat, that she'd used the tracking spell to come all the way here, just to tell him the world is about to end. Gurgling like a kettle, she demands to know if she stole something from the saint to get here or something like that. Minjun's eyes then fall on the cross around her neck, and she understands that this is how it was, and she calms down. He asks her what she saw in her visions. Seo-yun explains that she felt a war fueled by hatred and rage, just like the one happening in Icegird right now. That makes his eyes go wide with shock. And then he starts ranting, complaining that all his hard work there was for nothing. She reveals that Nova Empire is to blame when she demands to know who was responsible. The scene then cuts to the last day in Eastgard before our guy heads back to Earth in the Nova Empire. Countless bodies litter the ground as a hooded figure stares intently at a steroid-fueled zombie. A steroid-pumped zombie behind him tells Min Old not to get too cocky, since he only took down a bunch of amateur thugs. The guy in front is the real threat here. Our kid wants the old man to know his name, so the guy reveals then that he's a duke with good informants. The blonde then tries to provoke him, saying it's a shame the saint uses him as a slave and makes him an offer. Without missing a beat, he rejects the offer and tells the guy to make his move already. Clearly annoyed, the old man tries to make another offer, but our kid shuts him up saying he didn't come here to small talk. Tell you what, save the lip service for the fist. Acting with too much confidence, the old man says it's a shame and throws a drugged Frankenstein at him. Our kid doesn't even flinch, just gets his hands ready, cranks up all his skills, and tells him it's a shame, literally. Not long after, he sets off on the return path with the sack on his back. He notices a lone figure in the hallway and asks why the big man came down alone. He wonders if the powerful wizard Isaac has some special beef with him. The old man tells him the castle is about to be taken and asks if he needs a medic. Our kid shoots down the idea, so the Archmage asks about the Duke, who's still alive. He then asks about the Duke's steroid zombies, and he responds that they were total garbage. Dead serious, Archmage Isaac says is Nova's secret lab with rogue monsters. Minjun continues going on, saying he didn't think he'd be talking about that and backs off. The old man stops him and asks one last question about what he thinks of the saint. That makes our kid crack a smile and spill that he doesn't trust the witch one bit. Back to reality, he concludes that the hero killed the Emperor of Nova, so there shouldn't be any zombies. He demands to know how they got back while his underlings just listen to his complaints. Forcing himself to calm down, he asks about his followers. But Seoyeon remains tight-lipped, understanding the situation. He claims he can't do much from here. Ponggu chimes in, saying they should be fine since the master trained them. The redhead grits her teeth and forces herself to accept what the shapeshifter is saying. The system warns him that using demonic power on his followers will have a cost, with some of it coming back to him. That catches him off guard, thinking that kind of group boost is useless, but seeing their tender faces, he tells himself someone's gotta look out for them. As he stands up, he declares that the prophecy won't stop him and he'll level up to fix everything. His followers also cheer him on, and he thinks about the next step in the plan. Days later, our kid presents a massive cash tower, piquing Seoyeon's interest. Bangwoo starts drooling over the cash, but the redhead whacks his bird brain. She tells her master that all that cash isn't necessary. However, he assures her that it is, and that he can quickly recover the money. Minjun says he couldn't give them a good life in Eastgard, but here they'll live comfortably, which moves them. The con artist claims he'll go the extra mile for their ID, but he warns him not to get scammed. Seeing the passionate responses, the girl gets annoyed and shuts him up. Meanwhile, our guy thinks those who tried to scam them won't make it out alive. The redhead breaks his train of thought by saying she wants to join the hunting corps. The scene shifts to a bus passing through the mountains. He's thinking about what Seoyeon said and thinks he can be a hunter with a fake ID. However, he doesn't get why she'd want to be a top hunter in the first place. He starts to sweat thinking about how she grew up at Eastgard and could cause him trouble. Minjun gnashes his teeth, thinking she's worse than Bangwoo in comparison. He's looking for excuses to change his mind, but he remembers that the hunter's body has its own course. In the end, he decides to let it slide and tells himself that things will work out on their own. A little later, he walks through the woods when he notices that his nocturnal walker suddenly jumps onto his shoulder. Our kid asks if he knows there's some weird presence around and starts salivating over the potential competition he might find. As he rounds the corner, he realizes there's already a crowd gathered in the distance. By their clothes, they don't seem to be part of the hunting crew. At that moment, the group notices him as he approaches them. The burly guy in military gear is closing in and giving him the once-over. Minjun gets confused about what's going on, but then the guy speaks up and asks him what he's doing here. Looking around, he apologizes, saying he's here to investigate a faulty dungeon. The guy shoots back that an investigation's already been done and introduces the group as Raid, a civilian hunting outfit. The rough-looking guy then says they have official permission for this dungeon and even offers to show it to them. Our kid raises his hand in a gesture of surrender and says he's not here to cause trouble. The leader steps forward and asks what a cop is doing here alone on a weekend. Our kid remembers that the hunting corps handles most of the dungeons here in Korea. He figures the big guy's scared they're gonna take this opportunity away from him. Although he sympathizes with his feelings, he also wants to get in on this dungeon and starts grinning like a lunatic. Regaining his composure, he announces he won't interfere with their operation. However, this additional research is a must. Raising his hand, our kid tells them he only needs 5 minutes in there. The big guy and the others are still suspicious of him. Minjun assures them he only needs a quick glance and won't be taking any spoils. With no other option, the leader turns around and says he'll discuss it with his crew. A few minutes later, the group comments that since there's no spoils to divide, everything should be okay. The masked one intervenes and says our guy's coming up empty-handed and they should talk to him first, then the crew. The leader shoots down the idea quickly, reminding them that they don't even meet the minimum requirement of 10 guys, so things are gonna get a whole lot worse. The group continues to bicker while our guy wonders how much longer this is gonna take. Just then, another voice chimes in, telling them to just stick with the plan. The blonde bombshell says there shouldn't be any issues, and the guy starts sucking up to her right away. Meanwhile, our guy is on the verge of nodding off from boredom as the girl gazes at him like he's a piece of candy. Noticing the issue is settled, Minjun starts to move towards the portal, but the girl calls out his name and he freezes. She then reveals that she's a huge fan of his work, but he doesn't even give her the time of day. Finally, the leader starts his timer and says they'll be in 5 minutes, to which our guy nods off. Just as they're about to enter, he declares he'll annihilate anything that gets in the way of his research. Meanwhile, in the Hunters Guild building, the Special Forces commander is sweating bullets. Meanwhile, the commander of the unit checks a file and confirms with General Song if he's really got nothing to do. He says he'll try to reach out to them again, but General Hack Chill tosses the file and asks what's the beef. Giving him the side eye, he asks if General Do is the issue. Song responds that the other division general is against it, but so is the objective itself. The general then relaxes and says that for now, nothing can be done about it. The bearded one asserts hastily that he'll try again and even fight if necessary, but the general silences him and orders him to leave. As he's leaving the room, Major General Song rubs his temples in frustration, but notices his phone ringing. The moment he realizes it's his daughter, his whole demeanor changes and he asks her what she wants. Just as his mood is about to tank from the previous roast, she says something that pumps him up instantly and demands to know more. The blonde tells her old man she just met Minjun. The scene shifts to the dungeon, where a massive lizard is crawling like it owns the joint. Suddenly, he notices something and becomes alert, his eyes fixed intently on the deep darkness. The beast is primed to strike, but our kid zooms in and sends it flying. The other gators get the same treatment as he keeps moving swiftly towards his target. Minjun senses a demonically weak and almost imperceptible energy in the dungeon and deduces that's why they let in some civvy hunters. He tells himself that if he hadn't felt the demonic energy, the other hunters would be toast. At that moment, more lizards attack him by surprise, but he dodges them like a seasoned acrobat. As he's making a quick exit, he tells the snakes they're not worth his time. As he walks away, the monsters wonder, who the hell is this guy? So crazy. Our kid senses the energies near and screeches to a halt, skidding to a stop. He looks around and can't find the entrance, but then he really kicks up his leg. He's loading up a kick and blasts through the wall, entering a secret room. He walks in like he owns the place, and the megalomaniacal lizard wakes up from his nap. Minjun seems unimpressed by the monster and smirks, claiming the monster threw the first punch. Minutes later, the fight begins, and our kid dodges all the monster's blows with ease. After getting his fill, he puts the tail attack on hold with one hand and announces he's picked up a new trick. Pointing upwards, purple clouds form as the Corruption Rain ability is activated. Suddenly, he lowers his finger and the venom rain starts falling. As soon as the danger hits, the lizard springs into action, but some droplets land on his tail, causing blisters. The beast screams in agony while our kid worries that the attack wasn't as potent. His eyes widen as he sees the giant lizard detach from his tail and charge at him. Minjun dodges the first blow and mocks him for being more agile after losing his tail. Suddenly, he freezes upon noticing something's off. The monster's tail starts to regenerate and slams into him with force. Blocking the attack, our kid looks up and sees a massive toxic blob heading straight for him. The venom covers his entire torso and forces him to take a step back. Sizing up his defenseless attacker, the gargantuan lizard advances with a determined hunger to devour him whole. As his slimy tongue emerges, our kid drops the axe and grabs it, shocking the beast. A dark aura spreads as he announces that this poison is sweet for a dark sorcerer like himself. Summoning giant hands that pry open the monster's maw, he unleashes a corruption rain and asks how it'll react from the inside out. The lizard realizes his mistake, but is too late as the attack explodes within his body. Without a shirt, Minjun watches the monster fall and smiles as demonic energy flows into him. The system drops the bombshell that he's also got the Dirty Load ability. The ability lets him play the ram, something dark mages usually sleep on, but he doesn't. As the system shuts down, he focuses on cleaning up the mess left behind using his corruption ability. All traces of the monster disappear, and with that, he heads towards the opening it made. As he exits, he wonders if 5 minutes have already passed. Outside, the group is still waiting, and the masked guy asks if it's time yet. The leader confirms that yes, but then asks if the others feel something's off. The tough guy continues and says no investigation wraps up in 5 minutes. He then asks if the dungeon is too deadly, and if our kid was sent to the great beyond. The others start wondering why his luck is so bad. The leader suggests they set up camp here, since they shouldn't be poking their noses into this investigation. The others are confused, but he explains that there could be trouble if the guy dies in there. At that moment, the blonde intervenes and says that won't happen, catching everyone off guard. The leader asks if he really knows the guy, since he said he's a fan. She says our guy is the one who cleared the fake dungeon. Everyone's stunned, but the masked one claims it was a sergeant from Division 100 for who cleared it. She then asks how she knows it's him if the Hunters Guild never reveals identities. She dodges the question, saying they have their methods and that they should already be preparing to enter. The roughneck suddenly stands up and expresses his concern, asking, what if it's extremely deadly? Ji-Jun sighs and asks if the idiot really believes what the kid said, claiming she doesn't. Walking towards the portal, he says they fulfilled the 5-minute deal and that he wants in already. What he's after is some dirt on Min-Jun, but the blue-haired girl notices something. The squad goes on high alert when someone emerges from the portal. Still shirtless, our guy walks towards them posing like a movie star. The girls blush instantly as the leader asks what the heck happened in there. Our kid gives the green light to keep going, but before they leave, he asks to borrow a shirt. Seo Yun is intensely focused on writing at her laptop in her apartment. Just in time, Bong-gu walks in with a bag full of ramen and a few snacks. With a huffy attitude, she demands to know where he went without saying a word. When he responds that he only went to the store because there were no noodles, she gets all riled up. Happy as ever, she offers to cook for him too, but her hormonal rage gives him a gut punch. She's given him a piece of her mind for wasting his time at the store instead of hitting the gym and getting buff. Confused and hurt, Bong-gu claims that communication usually starts with moving lips, not fists. She retorts that he has no right to squander the dark energy the master used to save them on a sandwich. Even so, she claims she'd rather have died than accepted that dark energy, if it would have penalized Lord Minolta. Bong-gu swears they'll fix everything soon using their scouting skills. She grabs him by the throat, reminding him that dark energy isn't replenished like that. It's scarce in this world, and what little there is painfully limited. Bong-gu insists that she trusts her master and believes saving them is part of his grand design. Seeing his expression so infuriatingly naive finally pushes her over the edge. She throws another punch, but this time Bong-gu refuses to take it lying down. At that moment, their sergeant walks in and finds them fighting like kids. He doesn't flinch, inquiring calmly if things are moving according to plan. Well, Seo-jun reports that Bong-W will be meeting the black market dealer in a few days. Min-jun reminds him to keep a close eye on him, since reliability isn't his strong suit. Bong-W's not exactly a reliable ally, eating snacks like a starving panda. So he asks Seo-jun if he's dead serious about joining up with the Korean hunters. The girl proudly declares she studied her Korean books well and is ready to enlist. Just then, a Discord notification goes off and she loses her cool. He watches in awe and weird admiration as the keyboard warrior unleashes her perfect Korean. Apparently, she's been fiercely defending her online rep as a diehard Kim Min-jun 69 fan. Aside from that, he orders Bong-gu to keep it strong without causing even a single incident. Although Min-jun isn't on a special mission, he's been assigned a 5-minute standby detail. That means he and his squad have to be on standby 24/7, ready to roll out at a moment's notice. This is usually a drill for the soldiers in the army, but when the hunters are involved, it usually means things are about to get ugly. The next day, he briefs his squad that he's expecting it to be just another drill. The kids aren't thrilled about the wait either. They know it's like Groundhog Day, with emergency calls nonstop for 24 hours. With his squad in the Jeep, our kid floors it to start the 5-minute watch. Still, there's something off about this, and he doesn't take long to confirm it when he hits a roadblock right at the start of the route. He squints at the side of a buff cosplayer dressed as Louis Armstrong, sporting a confident grin. Suddenly, the memory clicks into place. He's the same guy who was trying to be tough until a good beating humiliated him quickly. Get out of the Jeep, and the huge cop greets him with a fake smile. How long? The man dramatically apologizes, saying he needs the Jeep because his car broke down. Oh, stone cold pro like our sergeant checks his watch, counting down the seconds to the checkpoint. The self-important general smirks even more, thinking that Min-jun will blow it without a vehicle. To his surprise, our kid calmly orders his squad to advance immediately. What the actual F***K? The squad follows them, while General grumbles at Minjun's unbreakable composure. Minutes later, they arrive at the control post exhausted, with barely 4 minutes to spare. Hey, Minjun orders his team to stand at attention and salute. Meanwhile, his eyes remain fixed on the Special Forces insignia of General Song. In that instant, he exactly understands what that damn Special Forces is planning. You see, before Minjun showed up, the general had already clocked that Colonel Lee wasn't exactly stoked about the plan. Oh, the general tells him not to be so rigid, saying that's how he runs things. The colonel responds with courtesy that he's not unhappy at all, but rather feels honored that the big commander is visiting a unit as small and insignificant as this one. Colonel Lee understands that his current rank may not be sufficient to command a unit like Minjung's. Still, it seems excessive that HQ would send high-ranking officers like Special Ops Hunters to discipline them in this drill, let alone that the top brass commander showed up solo to observe what was supposed to be a routine training exercise. The scene cuts back to the squadron before they even left that morning. They already suspected that the 5-minute wait has something to do with Minjun. One of them whispers that it's probably payback for their previous beef with that Special Forces sergeant. When he hears that, our kid makes it clear that's exactly why they need to rub a victory in their faces. The squad perks up instantly, convinced that this is nothing compared to the hellish training sessions of Sergeant Minjun. Later, during their grueling ascent to the checkpoint, the squad presses on up the mountain trail. CPL Lee reports via radio that nothing out of the ordinary has been reported so far. Some of the guys quietly worry about security briefly restoring everyone's hope that this is just another routine drill, but that hope gets shattered when they see a suspicious post up ahead. When two clearly seasoned pros come into view, the squad instantly locks and loads. Minjun contacts HQ and gets a direct order to take them alive. As the two pros approach with confidence, Minjun calmly orders them to drop their guns. This is your squad, and your squad takes care of enemies the old-fashioned way, with their own hands. The blonde-haired man effortlessly deflects a soldier's blow and blocks a surprise attack from another without breaking a sweat. Meanwhile, the silver-haired guy turns into a complete star platinum against another subordinate, overwhelming him in seconds. Meanwhile, the silver-haired guy turns into a full-on star platinum against the subordinate, overwhelming him in seconds. Minjun quickly realizes he needs to step in, or his guys are gonna get taken down. Our sergeant heads straight for the silver-haired fighter. The guy is throwing punches so fast they're a blur, but Minjun is on it, dodging them like it's a cakewalk. He drops the guy with the knee to the knee, sending him crashing to the ground so hard it shakes the earth beneath him. He looks at his stunned underlings and tells them to wrap it up. The little sadistic wannabes jump for joy, pummeling the poor guy while he's already down on the ground. With that settled, Minjun focuses his attention on the hulking, muscle-bound fighter who's been tossing his men around like rag dolls. The massive guy takes a step forward, looming over him in a clear attempt to assert his dominance. Our sergeant casually suggests they play a one-touch game, even letting Arnold Schwarzenegger land the first hit. The big guy swings hard, but freezes when the scrawny sergeant doesn't flinch. Downplaying the threat, the fighter flexes his chest, convinced that his steel abs make him untouchable. A famous last stand. The moment Minjun's fist connects, the man's soul almost leaves his body, but not. Second, Minjun orders his squad to jump him too. Desperate, the muscle-bound guy asks for time and yells that in reality, he's a Special Forces agent, and this is just part of the training. Unfortunately for him, Minjun's demons don't buy the excuse and give him a beating until he's crying about his mom. Back to the present in the control room, Colonel Lee is fuming over the dirty commander's underhanded trap. He'll file an official complaint if this operation creates a major rift between the Army and the Special Forces. The commander tells him to chill before he does something he'll regret. The growing tension is broken when someone knocks at the door. A soldier enters and reports that the 5-minute reserve squad has arrived. When the colonel anxiously asks if there are any casualties, the soldier declares that 2 individuals were severely injured. The colonel's about to have a heart attack until the soldier clarifies that the 2 suspected hostiles are currently in a coma. The reserve squad, on the other hand, is totally in the clear. When he hears that, Colonel Lee is genuinely baffled as to how that's even possible. The soldier, barely containing his excitement, reports that his unit only suffered minor scratches and successfully apprehended the 2 suspected agents. The Colonel Lee gives the Special Forces commander a sly grin. The guy's about to have a heart attack, realizing Min Jun just completely outplayed him. Han Borm and the other agent are in a world of trouble. The commander is grinding his teeth in frustration before kicking everyone out of the room, except for our kid. Once they're alone, he charges at him like a raging bull, trying to psyche him out. Even Min Jun doesn't bat an eyelid. As he remains eerily calm under the pressure, the commander suddenly bursts out laughing in shock. He can't wrap his head around the fact that someone as capable as him is still just a sergeant and openly calls his superiors idiots. Grabbing Min Jun by the shoulder, he invites him straight to the Special Forces and even offers him a major promotion on the spot. Min Jun seems unimpressed, so the commander sweetens the deal, saying he'll accept any terms Min Jun throws at him. That phrase instantly sparks some twisted ideas in our kid's head, and the two of them dive into a lengthy, behind-closed-doors negotiation. Outside, one of Colonel Lee's underlings is getting anxious, wondering if that sly son of a gun is about to pull a fast one on their sergeant. But Colonel Lee is as cool as a cucumber. He's convinced that Min Jun's a straight shooter who won't crack under pressure. At that moment, the commander's furious shouts and curses echoed from inside the office. Lee bursts out laughing, knowing exactly how this is going to end. Still, he waits in silence, hoping Min Jun won't get in deep water by pissing off the Special Forces chief. Inside the office, the commander demands to know why in the world Min Jun needs guaranteed hours of gameplay during service and something called dungeon power time. Our kid calmly explains he refuses to live under internet prohibitions and ridiculous electronic device restrictions. On top of that, he deadpans that Dungeon Power Fighter is a top-tier game that deserves dedication. The commander is blowing smoke, saying his level of disobedience as a soldier is unbelievable. It's downright demonic that Min Jun is spewing this nonsense in front of a 5-star commander. The guy wonders if the 5-minute reserve maneuver taught him anything about hierarchy and power. As a 5-star commander, he can easily make life hell for him and his squad, but upon noticing that Min Jun remains unfazed by the threat, the commander changes his approach and decides to tackle this from a strictly legal angle. He reminds him, deciding to tackle this from a strictly legal angle. He's gonna remind Min Jun about the time he used his sergeant rank to bust into a civilian hunting company's operation, operating outside the law. The commander threatens to reopen the case, conduct a formal investigation, and take legal action if necessary. But that impulse dies instantly when the door opens and General Du enters furious. He personally authorized Min Jun's involvement, so back off. The Major General coolly asserts that it's very bold of the commander to try to take advantage of his brief absence. He slaps a stack of files on the table, letting it slip that he's got some pretty shady info on him too. As he sees the special unit commander frozen in shock, our guy can't help but savor the karma. Tying the dots together quickly, he realizes this whole backup plan is coming from Song Ji-jun, who recognized him during that supposed raid sweep. The self-proclaimed superfan apparently planned to use the raid incident as leverage from the get-go. It was all part of his plan to recruit him for the special unit. By the first day of their mission, all members of his squad are on the verge of burnout. He cracks open the door and takes in the scene in stunned silence. Dong Jin snaps out of his daze and asks if they'll be moving out soon. Min Jun tells him to chill for the day, to which his partner asks him to catch some Z's too. Our kid tells him not to worry and to be ready for tomorrow. As the door closed, Dong Jin started to freak out, it being only his first day there. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Min Jun tells himself he's got this under control tonight and psychically orders Bonggu to get started. Outside the Bonggu Network building, the Skin Changers and the Night Walker respond affirmatively and prepare to enter. Inside the building, Ji-jun is busy working on her computer, but then she notices something's off. Walking across the floor, she spots a janitor sweeping in the corner. The blonde suspect asks, "What's this janitor doing here at this hour?" The man stops sweeping and claims he got the schedule mixed up, promising to wrap things up soon. That just makes her more suspicious, so she asks the guy to show his face and ID. The guy doesn't budge, so she starts to tap into her abilities and repeats what he said. The cleaner turns around and asks her to chill out. She warns him not to budge an inch, but her words fizzle out when she clocks the absolute specimen in front of her. Bonggu captivates her with his killer smile and asks her calmly not to raise her voice. Completely smitten, Hoi-jun's brain short-circuits as she freezes there, paralyzed. Bong-gu shakes his head, saying he doesn't have his card because it's his first day on the job. Meanwhile, she activates her charm skill, which has the blonde falling right into his trap. Suddenly, she gets serious, finding it unbelievable that an employee wouldn't have their card on their first day. However, she takes out her own card and offers it, saying it must have been a real nuisance. Ji-jun tells him to use the card and return it tomorrow. Bong-gu takes the card and immediately tosses it into his cart. The Nightwalker grabs it and takes off immediately, while the blonde keeps trying to hit on him. Bong-gu accepts her kindness and asks for one last favor. Still smiling like an angel, he hands her the rope and tells her to get to work. As Ji-jun cleans for the first time in his life, the elevator sounds when Seo-yun enters the floor with her card. As she slips the card through the reader, she sneaks in unnoticed. Our guy sends a telepathic message to have her investigate the blonde, as he's convinced she's connected to the Special Task Force of Hunters, somehow. The redhead spots a computer that's still on and gets to work, vowing to herself that she'll dig up the evidence. A few seconds later, her eyes widen, and then she smirks with malice as she finally sees something. Our guy flashes a sly grin as he tells him to copy all the data and send it to the address he'll give him. Rolling back to the present, Song starts seething with rage as he wonders, "Where in the world did you get this from, you numbskull?" He's trying to play dumb and asks, "What's the document?" Du starts mocking him, asking if the big shot can't take responsibility for his actions. He continues to say that there's been an anonymous report claiming that official data from the Hunters Corps has been shared with a civilian hunting company. Along with that, personal info not even in the database got leaked. Major General Song already knows all this and is silently wondering what the heck his daughter was thinking. At that moment, Major General Ji-jun, who's also secretly a recruiter, is probably a raid leader in the making. He's saying that he knows the girl used the stolen data to reach out to potential hunters and recruit them. "Are you positive you don't know squat about this?" Shaking the paper off the floor, Song grabs the guy by the shoulders and demands to know if there's any real evidence backing up all these accusations. The Major General do easily brushes off Song's hand and warns him to keep his voice down since the walls have ears. Pulling back, Song glares at our kid with hatred, who shows not the slightest emotion. The Major General then steps aside and says he's leaving now. He says the Special Task Force will investigate this, which makes our kid think with sarcasm that the guy will investigate his own corruption. Before the man leaves, Du asks if this whole thing doesn't involve General Haxiel. Song shoots the Major General Du a look, reminding him that walls have ears, then slams the door shut. Min-jun is confused as he's the only one listening, but then General Du bursts out laughing at the whole incident. Our kid then yells that he didn't catch a single word of the conversation. The Major General reveals that Min-jun's information was also in those files and his dungeon raid data. He says things are looking pretty murky right now, but he's not gonna dig any deeper into it. Our kid thanks his superior for his kindness, but then the Major General stops him. Remember all of Min-jun's feats, as well as the Special Task Group's obsession with him and the report. Turning his head, he asks our kid if there's something he should be in the loop about. Our hero tells him he'll fill the boss in when the time is right and asks him to play ball. The General do just smiles and says he's eagerly awaiting that day. Meanwhile, in Division 104, Colonel Yu is at her desk reviewing documents. Someone knocks on the door, prompting her to give the order to come in. It turns out to be nothing short of young Seo. A few moments later, the two are having a small snack. The Colonel Yu congratulates her on getting a promotion that fast, which gets the blue-haired girl all riled up. When she thinks back on Minjun's record, Yunsia feels a little down, but the Colonel assures her that the guy's a statistical outlier. The woman then reveals that she found out the Special Task Force had reached out to Yunsia, to which the girl responds with a yes. The Colonel notices they wanted to recruit the blue-haired girl and asks what she thinks of the idea. Yun Seo smiles and says she turned down the offer without hesitation, second time's the charm, leaving the Colonel surprised. Yun smiles then and says she's relieved to hear that, but she's got a secret ace up her sleeve. However, the Colonel insists, recalling that the blue-haired girl rejected the first division of her own father and then the Special Task Group. After a brief silence, Yunseo drops a bombshell, claiming she's got a buddy who's a total prodigy, and leaves her in the dust when it comes to skills. Despite that, she dreams of one day surpassing him, and that kid is working here somewhere. Colonel Yu cracks a smile and claims she's got the girls back. After that, the older woman mentions the vacations and asks if she has any plans. Yunseo responds that she's really looking forward to spending them with her group members. The scene shifts to the squad of girls with looks of astonishment as they face off against Minjun's squad. Yunseo asks what they're doing here, but our guy's got the same question and is pissing him off that they even chose the same days. At that moment, a voice calls out to them, freezing our guy in his tracks. The man asks calmly, "What are you all doing here?" while the veins in his arm are about to burst from gripping the suitcase so tightly. Major General Taejo demands to know what the hell is going on here. The Minjun squad sets up shop in their room a while later. Kim's thrilled to have met the 4th squad and Hyunjun's stoked for 7 days of R&R. On top of that, they managed to get passes for the complex, which are usually reserved for the higher-ups, and having the 4th battalion here is the icing on the cake. Just then, the guys go on high alert when a worn-out Minjung returns. Dongjin asks what's up with the Major General. Our kid just face plants onto the bed and explains that the old man was accusing him of harassing his daughter all the way here. Then he starts complaining that he always knew coming here was a bad call. Dongjin tries to calm him down, saying the Major General just had a misunderstanding and, at least, they're left alone for now. The two in the background are arguing that, despite being busy, the top general always makes time for the 4th Battalion girls. The brown-haired kid is trying to cheer him up, saying they should at least enjoy the beach. At that moment, the two troublemakers spring into action, accepting those words and quickly slipping into their suits. Minjun has it, sprints towards them, and body slams the two into the ground. He warns them they should change if they don't want the Major General to destroy them. In that moment, the sergeant slaps him, puts a hand on his shoulder, and gives him a thumbs up. Our hero thinks he's also riding high. Checking out his reflection, our guy cracks a smile and realizes everyone's been right on the money. A few moments later, the whole squad is gearing up for some beach action. The 4th Battalion also shows up, dressed to impress. The two groups start their beach time with a game of old-school beach volleyball. Meanwhile, our kid is running away from the pink-haired girl, who's super excited and wants to slather him in sunscreen all over. The two troublemakers decide to test their balance on one leg in the water, which completely throws our hero off. However, the two troublemakers don't let the opportunity slip, scoop him up, and make a beeline for the ocean. That infuriates Minjun, who tosses Kim into the air and grabs Han Nyang by the neck. As they watch the whole scene, the two squads burst out laughing, especially Seo. Later, the whole crew settles on the shore and watches as the waves roll in. When they see the girls bringing drinks, Kim comments that the beach is, in fact, extremely pleasant. The scene shifts to a boy who picks up a ball from the sand. At that moment, he notices something in the distance. His mother tells him not to stray in the sea, but the boy asks her what that is out there. The woman also gets confused and wonders if it's smoke. Meanwhile, in the mysterious rock formation, massive predators are circling the water. Returning to the group, the girl with pink hair calls out to her friend Hugh to check out Lumi's keychain. Remember, our guy got it at that carnival, and they say he was keeping his black hair, but she just stays quiet about it. Then, a commotion breaks out when Kim and Han Yeong hassle Minjun for losing rock, scissors, or paper. Giving him the rock sign, they demand that our kid honor the bet and buy them ice cream. But E won't let it slide, crushing their rock with his scissors, defying the laws of the universe. Meanwhile, the girls are laughing in the background. Kim won't let it drop and grabs Minjun's backpack, yanking on the keychain. Our guy gets annoyed and says his wallet's not there while yanking on the straps. However, the strap breaks, leaving everyone in stunned silence. As Kim hands Marie the broken keychain, the two troublemakers make a quick exit. Han Jang yells he did nothing, but upon seeing Minju's deadly stare, he clams up and keeps running. With no other choice, the two jump into the water like seasoned pros, thinking they'll die if they get caught. Back on the beach, our kid's fuming while the pink-haired girl checks him out, saying he's all about collecting keepsakes. A short while later, the two troublemakers manage to get close to the smoldering rock formations and catch their breath. Han Jiang blames Kim for dragging him into this, but the guy starts throwing a tantrum, claiming it was an accident. The kid with the pompadour tells him he has no choice but to go back and apologize for what he did. At that moment, Hin Jong notices something in the water, which scares Kim even more. He claims he felt something hot brush past his legs. Suddenly, the monster fish starts sprinting towards them, and the two look around bewildered. The monster fish leaps out of the water, dead set on taking a chomp, catching the two off guard. Returning to the beach, Sergeant Sungo builds an imposing sandcastle, as if he'd taken art classes with Picasso. Don Jin approaches him and asks if he's seen the two troublemakers. The sergeant thinks for a moment and remembers they were making a bet with our kid over ice cream. Out of nowhere, people start gathering near the ocean, catching his eye. Kim and Han Yang emerge from the water, covered in gashes from giant monster bites. The two rush to their injured comrades. Looking at their wounds, the sergeant orders Don Jin to take Han Yong to the infirmary right now. Then he asks Kim what the hell happened there. Before the guy can even respond, he notices our kid has snuck up and is already apologizing on the spot for the keychain. However, Min Jun notices the bite marks and Kim reveals they were attacked by scarlet rat monsters. The girls from the 4th Battalion also approach them and are stunned by the news. Yoonsia recalls they appeared in Samsiak's dungeon and could have been from there. Kim says they saw too, but apologizes because they were caught off guard and couldn't take any down. As Yoonsia starts consoling him, our guy orders Sergeant Sungo to take Kim to the dock. Then he tells Yoonsia and the blonde musclehead to brief the higher-ups and start evacuating the civilians. Before she can argue, our kid asks for the lowdown on the Red Devils. Yoonsia explains they're called that way because of their red color and the lanterns hanging on their foreheads. The fish can generate a scorching heat and are extremely aggressive, like a couple that's got a toxic relationship going on. Min Jun confirms it's true, revealing they're naturally violent, so they don't fight in groups and even eat their own kind. That's weird though, that these two fish are so far apart and getting hitched. Our kid says he's gonna look into this. However, the blue-haired girl stops him, saying it's very reckless. Min Jun reminds him that time is of the essence, and that besides, it'll go smoother solo. He adds, that's the case for now, and asks him to work with him. He's wrapping it up by saying they've got no time to waste and the 3 sergeants are going into action right away. With that, our kid sprints towards the water at top speed. While the others are doing their thing, he thinks the only reason 2 fish monsters are teaming up is to raise 1,000 more. The girls head back inside to sound the alarm to the security team about the situation. NCA reports that the complex is under attack and Sergeant Kim Min-jun is doing his best to contain the threat. Even with their overwhelming strength, it'd be a tough catch for our hero to take down the cot and their row. You see, the eggs contain a lot of heat, which is released when they hatch. If too many hatch in one spot, the resulting blast could cause a nuclear wipeout and wipe the complex off the map. Minjin knows better than anyone because the cod row was used as a natural time bomb in Eastgard. Honestly, he wouldn't mind dropping a bomb on the nest to wipe it out, but the problem is that the blast would also level the complex. Instead, he tracks the warmest water source in the area. As soon as he dives beneath the surface, his suspicion of the fish being a guppy is confirmed. Unfortunately, his corruption skills are almost useless underwater. Somehow, water turns out to be the Dark Wizard's biggest weakness. To add insult to injury, the piranhas move a lot faster than he does in their natural habitat. Still, our hero smiles confidently because he can take down any foe. He charges straight at a pair of them, trying to provoke them into attacking so he can counterattack. Just as they close in, something razor-sharp whizzes past his head like a bullet. Her eyes widen in shock as she tries to process what just happened. In that instant, he realizes the guppies are hiding teeth like harpoons in their throats. The fish hide teeth like harpoons in their throats. The bone projectiles slam into their hard muscles like rocks. He dodges the hail of bullets quickly, leaving him desperate for air. With one last burst of strength, he kicks up with all his might and finally breaks the surface. He unleashes a torrent of insults at the giant mangacaps, but his anger turns to confusion when he sees Bong W walking on the nest. His loyal sidekick explains that he couldn't stay behind while his boss was in danger. Still catching his breath, Min Jun asks what made him think he was in trouble. Grinning from ear to ear, Bongwoo confirms that the pesky redhead prophesied his troubles with her vision. So, Seo-chan leaps from the shore with the spear, and Bongwoo tells Min Jun to let the rest go. When he heard that, our sergeant didn't argue because Bongwoo's the Eastgard's top fisherman, hands down. The shapeshifter skillfully transforms into a scarlet octopus, the favorite prey of the toadfish, luring them in before mercilessly finishing them off. Minjun climbs up the rocky nest and wonders what Seo-yeon saw exactly to rush to his side with such urgency. One glance at the overwhelming number of eggs inside the nest makes it obvious. If he hangs around for a few more minutes, he'll get incinerated by the blast. It still blows his mind how much his fate has changed since Seo-yeon came into the picture, even managing to strong-arm the Special Task Force commander. However, it's good news because it proves the prophesied future isn't set in stone. If the course of events can be changed once, it can be changed again. With that reckless thought in mind, she rolls the dice like never before and cracks open every egg. Meanwhile, Vangu continues to taunt the guppies, deceiving them into thinking they are just seconds away from an easy meal. Like a scarlet squid, she lures them out of the water. A far more deadly surprise awaits them above the surface. Seo-yeon launches her harpoon with a terrifying force, popping them in midair like grotesque water balloons. So, go check on Lord Minjun over the nest, casually messing with what's essentially a mountain of explosives. Terrified, nothing moves towards him at full speed, screaming at him to get out of there right away. But the crazy one refuses to budge, standing firm until the eggs finally detonate. The scene cuts to moments before on the shore. Yunsia receives a call from her father, who immediately asks if she's safe. As he starts explaining everything that's gone down, his tone suddenly turns serious. He interrupts her, ordering her to round up everyone and get out as fast as they can. Apparently, he's just received a warning from the commander of another division. That commander revealed that the Toads are far from being ordinary monsters. He confessed that many of his underlings died during a raid on a dungeon with them. That intel was never made public. As the hunters tried to clean out the eggs inside the dungeon, a massive explosion occurred. If there are eggs around, getting close to them is extremely hazardous. The moment he says that, a colossal explosion blows right where the nest was. Junsia and the others are frozen in stunned silence, gazing at the smoke rising in the aftermath. Suddenly, he recalls Minjun explaining that the Scarlet Toads are ferocious creatures that usually prey on their own kind. It doesn't make sense for them to attack humans on the shore, so he decided to investigate first. She loses all rational thought, drops her phone, and sprints towards the blast site. The horrific realization that her beloved sergeant was in that explosion shook her to the core. The others rushed to stop her, warning that there could be more blasts to come. Overwhelmed and powerless, she screams his name at the top of her lungs. Just in time, Sergeant Kim Min-jun strolls casually towards the shore as if he just dove in, almost like he hadn't just witnessed a nuclear detonation. Just as she was minding her own business, a window crasher burst in through the window an hour earlier. Without hesitation, he started pounding him for being a useless idiot, as usual. However, she was left speechless when he announced that he had successfully obtained his fake passports. With a smug grin, he told him to call him Ronald McDonald from now on. Not funny, CO. Yun said he'd keep calling him a leech, because that's what he is. He also questioned whether the passports were even legit. Suddenly, his eyes started burning intensely, and a vision flooded his mind. In the vision, he saw Minjun swimming towards the nest, shooing the fisherman just before a sudden explosion occurred. The grounds of the complex are soon littered with corpses. Grieving relatives are beside their loved ones, struggling to wrap their heads around the carnage. In her vision, Seo-yeon and Vangu are also standing next to a body, refusing to accept what's happened. As soon as she snapped out of it, she yelled at Vangu to track down her master ASAP, because she was staring down a death sentence. Now, in the present, he sees that same nightmare threatening to repeat itself right before his eyes. Before the pain consumes her, a familiar face suddenly emerges from the water behind her. She turns around and demands to know if he's okay. And our guy nonchalantly admits to having made a huge mistake by dropping a bad egg on the situation. She assures him that destroying the eggs saved countless lives. Compared to the catastrophic view she witnessed, this explosion was nothing to write home about. She feels relieved to see that she survived the explosion. However, Minjun calmly asserts that he didn't exactly make it on his own. Bangu sacrificed himself to shield him from the shockwave. The attempt to defuse the eggs wasn't fast enough, and the explosion went off right in the middle of it. In the last second, one tentacle wrapped around him and launched him out of there. After fulfilling his duty, his loyal servant and best friend gave him a goofy last smile before the explosion hit him. Seo Yun trembles, struggling to accept that Banggu's really gone and swears to honor his sacrifice forever. Then, Minjun squints his eyes towards the water beside him and spots a familiar body floating nearby. Somehow, Banggu survived the blast, but his two hands are completely gone. The two friends instantly melt into a genuine, albeit ridiculous, hug of relief. Upon seeing this, Seo Yun's respect for him deepens even further. For the first time, he calls him by his real name instead of using the diss. Just then, reinforcements arrive and the situation is quickly brought under control. Normally, survivors would be detained for a thorough investigation, but Minjun and General Sun Tae-ho share a silent mutual understanding, so he's allowed to skip out without any hassle. Despite that, the official report still gives him the lion's share of credit for neutralizing the threat. Later that afternoon, the division starts to pack up and prep for departure. The girls are bummed that their vacation ended on a sour note, especially with the early closure of the complex, until the area is deemed safe again. Standing in a hotel lobby, the sergeant asks Seo Yun where Banggu went missing to. She says he's recovering from his wounds and that his Reagan is moving at an insane pace. It's freaky that Banggu took such a light beating, considering he was right in the blast radius. He thinks the guy is made of a different cloth, then notices something off and asks Cian why she's still wearing the clothes he bought her weeks ago. When he asks if she's even washed it once, she starts sniffing it. He covers his face as soon as she explains she won't buy new clothes because it's a waste of her hard-earned cash. At that moment, a tiny demonic aura crashes into her face. After an awkward silence, he yells at the pesky little night walker to calm down. The little guy cracks a smile and lets him know a portal's gonna pop up soon, while Seo Yun's still spaced out sniffing her dirty laundry. Minjun suddenly asks if she wants to officially join the Korean hunters. She accepts without hesitation, and he briefs her on their first mission together. The next day, they head to the city, where she shows up in a new outfit that looks almost impossibly sweet on her. He asks if she's okay, and she awkwardly admits to feeling weird about wearing such expensive clothes that he paid for. He tells her to stop worrying about trivial nonsense and focus on the plan. Her harsh but direct words strangely calm her and spark her unpredictable devil's eye. Normally, the device activates on its own without warning. However, there are ways to consciously tap into your predictive ability. First, the user needs to be near the location where the event is gonna go down. You can only glimpse the near future, and the biggest limitation is the massive demonic energy it consumes. Our sergeant feels real pain every time his precious demonic energy runs out with each second that passes. Still, it's all worth it in a moment when Seo Yun finally sees what they've been waiting for. She explains that a portal will open exactly 1 minute in the future, and a wave of wolf-like monsters will emerge. Besides that, she detects a unique variant that appears to be his leader. Minjun almost starts foaming at the mouth at the idea of monopolizing the rewards, thanks to his ridiculously broken foresight. Before long, the portal materializes and they get ready to roll out. He reminds her to stick strictly to the plan he explained before. She asks him one last time if he's sure, waits for confirmation, and he nods firmly. Minjun calmly repeats the two absolute rules. First, don't harm any innocent bystanders. Second, never let anyone witness your dark magic. With that settled, the monsters start pouring out of the portal. He tells her to give it her all and promises to step in right away if things get out of hand. The first wolf leaps and lets out a thunderous roar to assert his dominance over the area. Seo Yun responds by pulling out her demonic whip, cleverly disguised as a baseball bat to conceal his dark magic. Minjun intentionally keeps himself out of direct combat, under intense public scrutiny following the 8th Complex incident. That's why she devised a strategy to farm dungeon rewards without personally entering the spotlight. The entire plan hinges on Seo Yun, one of the rare dark mages specializing in combat. The fiery redhead sets her sights and swings that bat like she's playing whack-a-mole at an arcade. As expected, the werewolf's skin is way too tough for her initial hit to pack any real punch. However, she then demonstrates her sharp instincts in combat. Slipping smoothly under the creature's claws, he closes the distance and lands a clean, powerful blow right to his jaw. The blow makes the werewolf bleed from the mouth, but just then, Seo Yun notices something's off. The giant mutt swings at her, but she dodges it and takes a step back, clutching her jaw. The monster starts growling, but the redhead simply raises the bat and tells the monster to come at her. Meanwhile, Minjun looks completely unbothered. The giant pup lets out a massive roar, and the two fighters charge at each other for another showdown. The werewolf lands another swipe, but she simply pierces him, opening up a massive hole in his body. Exhaling his last breath, the dead monster falls to the ground. Observing the situation calmly, Minjun thinks he didn't even need to step in, and figures Seo Yan will do just fine. Just then, the body of Hunters appears. In this world, anyone who unlocks abilities must be reported to the authorities. If word gets out that a big fish started bragging about his skills, it'll become the center of attention. Our guy is dead set against getting that kind of attention. When she walked away with the officer, Minjun thought she'd taken down the wolf monster with a single swing of the bat, so she's hoping no one discovers the users of special skills. The scene shifts to the fake dungeons guy, who says that, in fact, it was a skill. He's sitting in a room with Ji-jun, who looks baffled by what he just said. The brown-haired kid continues saying he's never seen anything like this before, so that's the only reasonable explanation. He repeats that he's positive Minjun employed a skill back then. The blonde gets serious and tells him not to leave anything out. The guy's sweating bullets because for some reason it's hard for him to spill the beans on this. Looking at Ji-jun's card, he finally confesses that it all started when they arrived at the fake dungeon's central chamber to clear it out. The creatures were piling up and they were in a seriously bad spot. When the orb with demonic energy started to seep in, our kid conjured up a massive dark sword out of thin air, leaving everyone stunned. Minjun then swung the sword and took care of the monsters in the area with a single swipe. Thanks to their help, everyone present made it through that day. Finally, when he smashed the orb, everyone started cheering. However, our kid told them to calm down and wait for the exit to appear. All the hunters there start singing his praises, and he loves receiving the accolades. But then he tells the group they need to pay a small price in return. They get too hyped and agree to it. He tells them they have to do everything in their power to forget anything unusual they've seen there. Everyone is taken aback by the request, but they agree to do it without hesitation, no questions asked. Ji-jun slams his hand on the table, struggling to wrap his head around it. The man asks if this will screw Minjun over. The blonde reminds him that our kid is now a first-class sergeant. Ji-jun stands up and asks if the man has told anyone else, to which he responds that she's the first to know. Everyone wants to keep the secret, so he tells her to keep her mouth shut, even about the fact that he came here today. With that, Ji-jun turns around to leave, but the man calls out to her. He asks her nervously about the deal they made, to which she responds that this information was definitely worth it. The blonde tells the guy to hit her up when he's off duty and pulls out her phone. Deep down, she doesn't care, because landing a spot in a top-tier assault unit isn't worth the intel, assuming the company survives. Remember that day when she lost her memory, and all the important documents were stolen right in front of her, leaving her as the prime suspect. All of this happened when she got involved with our guy. When the voice prompts her to leave a voicemail, she freaks out and wonders why the hell her dad isn't responding. She starts sweating as she slowly realizes she messed with the wrong person. A few days later, our kid returns with his crew. His superior, Lieutenant Chael Min, is relieved to see him in one piece. The man takes him by the shoulders and apologizes for what happened during the break. The first lieutenant informs him that there'll be a small probe for form's sake. At that moment, First Sergeant Minji calls out to Minjun. The buff soldier advances on him while our guy assures him he's okay. The meathead tries to give him a bear hug, but our hero dodges it. At that moment, the first lieutenant remembers that the quartermaster's office left another sheet. That catches them off guard, and the brown-haired one adds they'll be starting handicap training soon. The scene shifts to the entire squad marching through the forest area. A soldier complains that the suit weighs a lot more than before, and the heat is cooking them like an oven. The kid in the glasses asks how this training is called. It makes sense that it's called a handicap training, since the suit limits movement and endurance. He warns menacingly that these suits will shatter the peace of their lives. Just as they're about to move, the guide announces he's got a beat on their destination and tells his crew to keep it in check. Meanwhile, our kid thinks this enhanced suit isn't as heavy as it seems. What makes it unbearable is the lack of ventilation. When combined with the warm and humid climate, it's the perfect recipe for fatigue and dehydration. At first, the suit doesn't feel so bad, but it starts to weigh you down for real. Our kid thinks the real enemy is the environment, since it's new and can be super unpredictable. Meanwhile, back at the camp, the other squad is busy getting everything ready. Yoon Seo briefs his team, but Mary notices the second platoon closing in on them. As they glance at their sweaty and exhausted faces, they realize it's due to the handicap training. First Lieutenant Ji Jun from the 4th Division is approaching Che Alman and greeting him. In the background, our guide tells Sergeant Sungo to check them in and give them water. Mary runs towards him, but the girl with black hair holds her back and tells her she can do it later. Jae Jun also greets Min Jun, saying it's been a while. He thanks her for the help she gave him back in Hwachin. She tells them they should be thanking her and jokes that she's the MVP of their division. He's back with Xiao Min, asking if they've already told the team what their mission is. The scene shifts to the desert where the ground is littered with corpses of rat monsters. The soldiers of the 2nd Battalion clean up the remains of the monsters and load them onto trucks. As he looks at the dead rats, one of the men seems on the verge of passing out. Dongan approaches him and asks what's wrong. The soldier says he can handle the physical training, but he's not feeling right inside after dealing with these seemingly innocent rat creatures. Han Yang scolds him, saying he should be grateful they're only scrounging for scraps in this training. The kid apologizes on the spot as the buzzcut guy storms off. Dongjin tells the soldier that rats are ferocious beasts, especially when they're hungry. That makes the soldier think twice and then takes a closer look at the carnivores. Dongjin claims they're flesh eaters, which freaks the soldier out even more. In the distance, the 1st Lieutenant and our kid are tailing the 4th Battalion, which is moving faster than expected. This puts our kid in brainstorm mode, and then he claims these monster groups are pretty small, so the girls are taking them down easily. However, it's not natural for the groups to be so small. Chillmin's thinking for a second before realizing that if there's a main colony, this whole operation could get a whole lot messier real quick. Sandstorms are also getting more intense, making it a no-go for the squads to bring heavy artillery. If the 4th Battalion runs into a massive group in this environment, it'll be a real mess. Cutting to the 4th squad, Yoon Seo takes down the monsters with ease, slicing them up with her sword and dispatching them in no time. The rest of the girls aren't lagging behind, taking care of the remaining vermin. At the back, Ji Jun receives a message on his device and says they'll look into it. The blue-haired girl asks what's going on now. The 1st Lieutenant responds that the guys from the 4th Battalion say the rat monster count feels really off. The blonde and tough girl doesn't get it, but then Yoon-sia also agrees that there's really a freaking low number of these monsters. She continues saying that it's possible a huge group could be nearby, which isn't exactly a good thing. At that moment, a soldier yells that a pack of rodents is closing in on them. However, she couldn't estimate the numbers, as there are too many to count in there closing in fast. Back with our hero, Chialma says they might need to help the girls, so they should get ready. However, Min Jun is now worried that there might be a completely different reason. As the girls gear up to take down the monsters, the 1st Lieutenant asks our kid what he's getting at. Min Jun explains that there could be another predator that the rats are fleeing from. Coming back with the girls, a massive worm monster bursts out of the sand, catching everyone off guard. The CEO's eyes widen in incredulity as he realizes it's a death's harbinger. Jijin yells to his squad to fall back immediately and not engage the enemy. With that, the entire 4th Battalion turns around and sprints back to the camp at full speed. As they fall back, Lieutenant 1 calls into HQ, briefing them on the situation. She tells them she's heading straight for the rally point. Just as she can say more, the death tracker approaches them, causing the girls to focus solely on running. Meanwhile, at the Hunters HQ, Commander Ko calls the Division 110 commander, who snaps to attention. He tells the fat man, "Both recent incidents in your division were handled by outsiders." Commander Choi apologizes while Ku continues saying he needs to step up his game. After that's settled, Ku checks out the recent footage of Seo Yun taking down the werewolf. The news reports that a civilian girl took down the beast and now wants to join the hunt. The commander tells his subordinate to have the special task force look into her. With that, the meeting was almost over, except for one last thing. He drops a bombshell, revealing that General Song was recently arrested on charges of leaking sensitive intel. The investigation will take a couple of days to clear up, but there's a vacant spot. That's why General Ku appoints Brigadier Moon to the position, as he was going to be promoted anyway. Do gives the new guy a hostile once-over while Moon just flashes him a smile. It's weird that they're replacing the guy without the first phase of the investigation being wrapped up. At that moment, a guy with a scarred face walks into the room and whispers something in Cal's ear, making him smile. After that, the commander heads to General Do and asks why he didn't bring in the squad that handled the Saxo incident like he was ordered to. The bearded guy reveals they're currently training, so it would mess up their schedule. Cal claims that both battalions involved in the incident are now in the same holding cell, which he finds a big coincidence. However, what's most worrisome is that same dungeon is facing a problem right now as we speak. The evil man asks if Doug did his due diligence before greenlighting the training program and accuses him of rushing things. He's still goading him, but General Whiskers just tells him not to worry, since the investigation was thorough. The scene cuts back to the 4th Battalion, which is approaching the assembly area. The first lieutenant orders everyone to split up as they start moving in different directions. The Major General tells the guide they prepped for even the most unexpected scenarios. Rejoining the fray, both battalion commanders are geared up and ready to roll. As the Death Scout roars, the 2nd Battalion commander loads his machine gun and opens fire. The bullets slam into the beast, halting its advance and forcing it to fall back. The commander refuses to back down and unleashes a relentless hail of bullets. Meanwhile, the 4th Battalion commander grabs a metal spear and loads it with holy hell. After loading it to the brim, she launches the spear like an Olympic athlete, striking the monster right in the back. The commander doesn't back down either and keeps raining bullets down on the creature. The commander takes another lance and prepares to launch it while her soldiers manage to get to safety. June sees them fight and realizes the ranks of the superiors aren't just for show. The commander yells at her soldiers to fall back to their positions and be on maximum alert. She tells them to gear up for battle while launching another charge with her spear. The spear pierces the beast's gut, making it howl in agony. After taking enough, the tracker starts to make a break for it while the commander keeps firing. Finally, after his ammo runs out, he drops the magazine to the ground and yells for a reload. The blonde, muscular sergeant sprints right over to him with a fresh mag, slides under the gun, and slaps the new mag into place. Positioning his gun, the man keeps them covered as the commander launches another dart. Sailing high in the sky, the spear is homing in on his target. However, the beast manages to dodge the blow. The tracker starts to get back in the ring and disappears into a massive hole. The commanders finally calm down, but they're still fuming that they didn't finish him off. Since they're on solid rock, the beast can't dig underneath them, so they should be fine. The 2nd Battalion commander tells the woman that they'll have to go with the other plan now. Both of them seem on edge about it. The man smiles and orders over his radio to stick with Plan B. As soon as he hears it, a jeep leaps off the cliff and speeds down at full throttle. The guy driving it thanks the commander over the radio, and our sergeant yells at the creature to get out of wherever it's at. He's got a whole rat astrophy waiting for him. Min Yun feels totally amped up after ditching the heavy fatigues. The sensation hits him like he's transformed into a Super Saiyan. Shaken with emotion, the adrenaline rush makes him think he could take down that giant leech with his bare hands. Meanwhile, the driver gets increasingly spooked, having no idea why his sergeant isn't losing his cool. Just hours before, Min Jun had casually predicted that the biggest threat in the desert would be a large alpha predator. Minutes later, they got confirmation of a death tracker moving underground. Defying all logic, the kid told the poor driver to trust him and informed HQ that his squad would lend a hand. He explained that the giant worm usually buries itself deep each time it gets wounded, so he proposed a plan to force it out to the surface from the start. However, the battalion commander, G, firmly stated that her unit would eliminate the threat before it could retreat, so Min Jun had to stay put. As usual, our boy responded that in combat, there's always an element of surprise, and it's never a bad idea to have backup ready. Caught off guard, the battalion commander narrowed her eyes and asked what he was really cooking up. The poor driver almost had a heart attack, praying that his reckless sergeant wouldn't spout some crazy nonsense in front of her. To her surprise, she finally greenlit the unconventional surprise attack strategy. Just then, Min Jun grabbed the driver with high enthusiasm and asked if he could handle a vehicle under extreme pressure. Back to reality, the driver can't deny that using desert rat corpses as bait is a freakishly clever idea. The Jeep's constant vibrations are amplifying the bait. What really unsettles him, however, is the possibility that the death crawler could burst out directly underneath the vehicle without warning. With that, the operation kicks off. Min-jun slams the roof once as a signal, and the driver jerks the wheel sharply to the side immediately. A second hit follows, causing a sharp skid in the opposite direction. Still, the death crawler doesn't take the bait right away. Our kid wonders if the stench of those desert rats isn't reaching him. Deciding not to rely solely on the bait, he unleashes a demonic energy pulse to provoke the monster further. The ground beneath them shudders with a deafening crash almost instantly. Glance up at the squad of machine guns positioned above, signaling them to get ready to unleash everything they've got. Just as the moment seems perfect, Min-jun gives the Jeep one last whack with his fist. The driver floors it in the last possible second. They barely dodge the massive death crawler bursting out of the sand. As the driver is on the verge of passing out from fear, our sergeant seems to be on cloud 9. The poor death crawler has no idea he just walked right into a carefully laid trap. From above, the battalion commander, a carefully laid ambush. From above, Battalion Commander Yi is launching spear after spear with deadly accuracy. Despite that, the attacks fail to inflict critical damage because the javelins lose momentum at long range. Suddenly, Min-jun spots a spear lodged in the sand in front of them after she narrowly misses her mark. Her eyes sparkle like she's just struck gold. Without hesitation, he leans out the side of the Jeep at full speed and grabs the fallen spear. On the ridge, the heavy gunner informs his commander that she'll have to deliver the decisive blow herself. She can't afford to spray bullets wildly and risk friendly fire. As she hears that, Commander Gigi straightens up and readies another shot. Out of curiosity, she asks him casually what he thinks about Min-jun's personality. After a moment's reflection, the gunner admits he has no clue how to respond to that. In his opinion, no sane individual can truly grasp the crazy genius of that guy. His response cracks a faint smile as he tosses another spear, thinking he's starting to get why the CEO is a fan. Back to the battlefield, the driver begs the lunatic hanging loose to get back inside before he falls and breaks something. Showing his signature smile, Min-jun calmly asserts his intention to take you down personally. At that moment, another spear is lodged directly into the massive body of the creature. Seeking the opening, the driver yanks the Jeep hard to the left, spinning at 180 degrees. From her position, Commander Shihi and the heavy gunner stare at the sudden maneuver with total bewilderment. That confusion turns to amazement as they see the crazy guy now riding on the moving vehicle, ready to take off. The weird scene almost gives the old guy a heart attack while he's wondering what the heck is going on. Up close, the girl suggests that Min-jun might be able to take down the creature on his own. Downstairs, the driver freaks out, praying to the gods of chance to survive this madness. As he gets up close to the beast's terrifying mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, his last shred of confidence goes up in smoke. In that instant, he's regretting every move that led him to this point. Just then, our sergeant gives the final signal and the driver floors it in the Jeep. Min-jun leaps from the roof, all eyes fixed on him as his figure soars towards the sky. Channeling his rage against those ugly training suits, he overflows the spear with a crushing wave of aura. Without hesitation, he drives the spear straight into the monster's core, flooding it with magical energy. At the same time, he takes another spear and reimpales it. The massive aura wave coursing through the creature causes his body to swell before it implodes from the inside out. The battlefield falls silent as our kid hangs in midair after pulling off something utterly ridiculous. However, gravity turns his victory into a failure as he clumsily falls from the sky. In the barracks, Major General Du is visibly horrified by the new proposal on the table. Jijin insists they should revive the project and give guns to all Korean hunters. Du immediately takes offense, dismissing it as a dumb suggestion. He reminds them that the previous attempt failed because the Beekson Industries team was subpar. Growing increasingly agitated, he yells that repeating such a mistake would drain the massive body's funds dry. Smiling, Commander Ku calmly asks the Major General to chill out. He's backing Yechen's proposal, calling it a viable option. The two conspirators exchange a dirty look, making it clear they're in cahoots. Despite this, Yunseo's father firmly stands with General Du, claiming there's no reason to revive such a failed project. However, Commander Ku presents a hard-to-ignore argument. He insists that the mana arms are far from useless. Ignoring the Sergeant Minjun's astonishing achievement just a few minutes ago would make them look like fools. The news just broke that Minjun took down a Death Scout with a Mana gun, and that's no small potatoes. That ballsy comment has the General Ducey red, slams his fist on the table, and yells that the real issue is the quality of the guns. He reminds everyone about the useless batch of defective Beaksang Industries Mana swords. Arrogant, Yetchin responds that the company has promised to improve quality this time. Commander Q backs the idea, suggesting they get the troops trained up with the new gear ASAP. Once again, the tables turn against General Du, convincing him that they are cooking up something behind his back. Days later, Lieutenant Chiu-min receives a plaque for his outstanding performance in the training. Still, he thinks he doesn't deserve the praise because Min-jun had his back the whole time. As the ceremony wraps up, Chiu-min asks with genuine interest when they'll finally promote Min-jun. After everything that went down at Siaksho Complex, it's the most logical move. Moreover, his exceptional performance in training earned him a recommendation from Commander Ji-hae. Unfortunately, a promotion now seems unlikely due to the new high-ranking officer's criteria. Baffled by the sudden change, Chiu-min asks why this is happening. The answer is blunt. The most likely target is Min-jun. The High Command decided that the hunters need to up their Mana sword game. Mastering the Mana blades will officially be a new requirement for promotion. At first, this gets Chiu-min hyped because his sergeant is a total magic control freak. However, the officer quickly clarifies that pure magical control isn't the issue. His real problem is that the assigned instructor is none other than the damned Captain Song Diak. The lieutenant doesn't think some scumbag human like that was assigned as his instructor. Che Allman instinctively apologizes to a superior officer, quickly taking back his insult. Despite that, the guy downplays it, saying it's fine because Song Diak is a total piece of work. Meanwhile, in Min-jun's division, the mediocre instructor walks into the training room with an air of self-importance. He calls out to our sergeant, who immediately stops what he's doing and gives a crisp salute. The captain's paunch is almost glowing with pride as Sandiak asks him how life has been treating him. Maintaining a neutral tone, Min-jun asks the reason for his visit. The captain informs him that the 2nd Battalion will be conducting a Mana Blade training session soon. He explains with sufficient flair that the aura of a Mana sword reflects the strength of the one wielding it. His sword is a custom piece, not like the mass-produced trash the others will get. When he heard that, Min-jun remembered when Song Diak was bragging about being the best with Mana arms, right before he got crushed in the dungeon boss fight. Min-jun asks if the captain plans to bust out that definitive technique in training. Embarrassed, Song Diak insists that it only happened because he wasn't on his A game. Putting that aside, he asks if Min-jun will be participating in the session too. In the end, demonstrating swordsmanship with the Mana Blade is now a requirement for promotion. No matter how many achievements Min-jun has, it'll mean nothing if his instructor refuses to give him a fair evaluation. As soon as he hears that, Min-jun gets serious and asks the captain exactly what he's implying. Song Diak smiles and mentions when Min-jun broke his special sword with pure magical aura. He'll admit it was impressive, almost too impressive, that's the problem. The supposed #1 instructor asks if Min-jun thinks he's gonna get humiliated in front of the new recruits again. He's raising his voice, declaring that idiots who don't know their place don't belong in his unit. Thrilled to be a loser who just strong-armed someone, the captain retires. On the day of the drill, with Mana swords, the troops form up one by one to learn. Captain Song of OK begins with the demonstration, eager to show off his skills as a pro. Draws his sword, charges with the aura blazing dramatically behind him, and unleashes a powerful slash. Proudly, he claims that the reinforced steel block is twice as durable as regular metal. A regular sword would shatter before even leaving a scratch. According to him, that's proof of the overwhelming potential of Mana blades in the hands of a master like himself. The new recruits immediately start looking at him with admiration. Sandak feeds off their awestruck expressions, completely fueling his ego. However, amidst the crowd, Min-jun gets the feeling that something's off. Compared to Sandak's special leaf, the apprentice's swords are barely worth a D rank in quality. With such crummy gear, it's impossible to put up a decent fight and earn a promotion. It doesn't take long to realize this is all a setup. Smiling, the captain asks if any of the apprentices have the guts to step up and show what they're working with. The soldiers exchange hesitant glances. As always, the presumptuous Song-dak comments that not everyone can control the aura as perfectly as a master of mana like himself. Then, out of nowhere, a fiery voice breaks the silence. Min-jun steps forward with enthusiasm, volunteering himself. The captain, Sing-duk, clearly isn't stoked about this particular candidate and asks if he's sure he's down for this. Without hesitation, Min-jun confirms he's all in, ready to give it his all. The other apprentices start to hype him up, excited to see what he can do. Cornered by the crowd's enthusiasm, Song-dak begrudgingly gives the okay. As our kid walks by, the captain whispers a warning that he'd better not embarrass him in front of everyone. Our sergeant flashes a wide grin. Back in Eastgard, he witnessed corrupt superiors strong arming their underlings countless times. His long life taught him a simple truth. There's no world without trash in it, and good results rarely come from caving to intimidation. With that, he channels his aura into the magical sword at full power, almost giving him a heart attack. At Song-dak, Min-jun draws the blade in a single, smooth motion. The reinforced steel block splits in two like paper, crashing loudly to the ground. The awestruck apprentices stare at him in admiration. The self-absorbed captain is on the verge of blowing his top, but Min-jun isn't done yet. He innocently informs the captain that the sword they gave him seems to have busted, possibly due to some quality control issues. Then, he politely asks for permission to bring his personal team next time. Later, Captain Sendak watches as all the hunters practice their mana training drills, yelling at them to focus on both concentration and endurance. He goads them by saying it's only been a minute so far, as the hunters appear on the verge of collapse. As he watches them struggle, the captain thinks that's how the training is supposed to go. His phone rings, and when he sees who it is, a cold sweat breaks out. His tone completely shifts when he addresses the person asking how the plan is going so far. The captain tries to explain that he's given it his all, but our kid is just a game changer. He then looks at Min-jun, who breaks another mana blade when trying to channel his aura into her. Captain Sing-duk quickly spins around, mumbling that the kid broke 3 swords, and even managed to shatter the den stone in front of everyone. He's got no reason to reprimand him, but just then, the guy on the line loses his cool. The Major General Moon reminds him that he was chosen for the mission because he was once cocky, so he was picked for the job. Speechless, the captain can only apologize, but Major General Mun tells the piece of trash to do the one job he was sent for, which is to prevent our kid from getting promoted. Then, he threatens the captain that he could lose his own promotion, which takes all the color out of his face. Before Sendak can even react, the call gets cut off, leaving him high and dry. Looking at Min-jun, he wonders what the hell he's supposed to do in this situation. Meanwhile, Major General Mun irely pockets his phone, adjusts his attire, and then knocks on the door. Upon receiving the order, he enters and greets his superiors. There, seated is Commander Q with a grizzled old man. The old man tells him to sit down, who turns out to be Jung Dae-song, the CEO of Beekson Industries. The scene cuts to the headquarters of Division 104 to the commander's office. Min-jun enters the room and greets Major General Du, who tells him to take a seat. The kid's mind is filled with questions about why he was called here, since there's no special promotion. The bearded man tells him to open the box in front of him, which catches him off guard. He does it and finds a specially designed mana sword and picks it up. The Major General smirks and announces that it's a brand new test model manufactured by another company. It far surpasses the subpar ones that hunters have been using for training. As soon as he feels the blade, our kid comments that his weight in the amount of resistance it'll consume could be the deciding factor. The Major General concedes it's 5 times heavier, but is even better than what's issued to officers and requires more stamina. He tells the kid to give it a shot and get back to him later. Min-jun accepts the offer with a smile, thinking that this won't break when he loads it with his mojo. The Major General mocks him, asking if he came expecting a promotion, but our kid manages to steer the conversation away from it. The superior then reveals he was qualified for the promotion, but deliberately held it back. Min-jun asks the reason, to which the bearded man responds that Jun asks the reason, to which the bearded man responds that he wants to promote him to officer. By taking that route, he can be promoted to platoon second in command and instantly reach the rank of sergeant first class. This route is a hell of a lot faster than following the sergeant's path. Deep down, the Major General tells himself that this will help shift the focus from him. I need him for a while. Then he says he believes in our kid and asks if he's up to the task. Min-jun bites the hook and declares that to rise up, he only needs to prove his worth with his skills, so he's willing to give it a shot. The Major General smiles at that response and recalls that General Taeho also wanted to give him something. After the beach incident, the guy's been laying it on thick for our kid every chance he gets. Our hero's eyes widen in surprise as he opens the box and discovers a runestone. The scene cuts to the restricted zone of Chuan, now completely deserted. Min-jun navigates the deserted streets with the box, recalling that not long ago, this area was infested with monsters and abandoned, making it the perfect spot for what he's about to do. As he stops in front of a half-built apartment complex, he decides this place will do. He then heads up the stairs, pulls out the runestone while grinning like a lunatic. Our kid starts channeling his demonic energy into the rune, making it glow. This rune is a game changer that can boost your stats randomly when you use it. The runic stone is fully activated under the influence of energy, opening a portal to a growth dimension. Crushing the stones remains in his hands. Our kid thinks if he uses the same tactics that worked in Eastgard, he'll score way better rewards than just downing it. With that thought, he crosses the portal and enters a spine-tingling wooded area. This place is actually a secret dungeon that opens up when you load the runestone with demonic energy. However, since they're extremely rare, you hardly ever ran into any of them. Each stone leads to a different dungeon with a vast array of distinct monsters. Still, there's one thing that never changes. Our kid stops walking when he sees a red monkey giving him the stink eye. The beast lets out a roar, and suddenly, a whole crew of them pop out from behind the trees. That doesn't faze Min-jun one bit, who draws his sword and recalls that taking down the whole crew will guarantee him an epic level up. At that moment, the front beast lets out a roar and the entire group charges in. Our kid just keeps advancing while collecting aura and starts hacking them left and right. The monkeys don't stand a chance while he's slicing them up like a pro in Fruit Ninja mode. He's slicing them up with a perfect score in Fruit Ninja. The guy with the scar tries to sneak up on him but gets hit by a dark arrow that blows his freaking lid. The condition to clear this dungeon is simply to take down every monster that's in it. However, he has no idea how many there actually are, so he needs to be smart and conserve his demonic energy and resistance. As he flees, the monkeys group together and try to jump on him all at once. He thinks he needs to conserve his demonic energy, so instead he loads up his mana sword. Our kid then unleashes a massive barrage that sends the monsters flying. The ones behind him hesitate a bit as he starts monologuing about how he recently got a super fun toy to pass the time. Determined to put it to the test, he unleashes a fierce assault on the remaining monsters, who are paralyzed with fear. Our kid takes them down mercilessly, discovering the sword is super functional. With another massive spinning slash attack, he finds out the sword is also extremely durable and doesn't break. Then he goes haywire, reducing the monkeys to corpses until only a few are left hiding behind the trees. The one in front lets out a war cry, but our kid isn't impressed and says it's a piece of cake to take them down. Just as the monkey attacks, he detects a faint presence nearby and simply brushes the monster aside with a single swipe. He's still treating the other monkeys the same, thinking he's just tapped into some serious demonic juice. His eyes widen in shock as he feels something grab his foot. The monkey with the scar, whom he shot earlier, suddenly revives and grabs his foot. That throws him off, since he's dead sure he took him down and kicks him away. Meanwhile, the other dead monkeys also get up, making him realize that there's a necromancer nearby. Min-jun goes wild with a maniacal grin, thinking it might be due to the demonic energy he felt before. Just nearby, a wounded monkey lets out his last breath, only to get stabbed in the back. After that, the monkey unleashes demonic energy and gets back up on his feet. The dark monkey with the staff smirks at his handiwork while still controlling his dead buddy. This piques our kid's interest, who starts to load up a spell. The dark sorcerer monkey smirks at his handiwork while still controlling his dead buddy. This piques our kid's interest, who starts loading up a spell. The black monkey doesn't budge, but two of his goons step in and take the hit. The ruthless beast unleashes his dark magic, turning the two into undead minions as well. Order the zombie monkeys to attack, and they begin to close in slowly on our kid. Min-jun tosses the scabbard of his sword to the ground, and starts to charge up more demonic energy. He's not thinking it's time to hide his aces up his sleeve and focuses the energy in his hand, unleashing a torrent of corruption. That takes care of the living monsters, but it doesn't pack much punch against the undead. For that, he summons his demonic bomb ability and unleashes the mini-bosses at the enemies. Those flying creatures latch onto the undead monkeys like leeches. Min Yun smirks with malice, snaps her fingers, and makes them all blow, igniting them like fireworks. The smoldering bodies litter the ground as our kid dares the black ape with a defiant stare. Sneering at the niggermancer's face of rage, he's having a laugh at the idea that the niggermancer thought he had a shot. That infuriates the beast, who rips off his bone necklace and starts channeling demonic energy into it. The black monkey starts to grow like it just mainlined some anime steroids, while the other monkeys look on in terror. Our kid comments that he's seen many drugged monsters, but never one that could do it on his own. He wants to know how, but figures the monster isn't the type to start a conversation. At that moment, the necromancer starts growling and charges forward to attack. That snaps our kid out of his thoughts and takes the attack head-on with his sword, shattering the staff skull. The niggermancer refuses to back down and starts swinging the club at him, but he manages to dodge every single hit. Just as he was about to deliver the killing blow, Minjin sends him flying with the swipe and smirks in mockery. Loading mana on his sword, he approaches the beast, dead set on chopping his head off. However, the black monkey manages to maneuver around him and points his sword at his head. The blow hits our kid, but the dark sorcerer is surprised to see the attack get blocked at the last second. Our hero tries to wield his own weapon, but the black ape blocks his hand, leaving him in a stalemate. But that's not the only trick up Minjin's sleeve, as he activates his corruption rain again, which eats away at the staff. That forces the beast to backpedal. Meanwhile, our kid tosses the sword and declares that although it's fun to fight like a hunter, he wants to try something different. As he spots an opening, the dark sorcerer charges at full speed while our kid gets ready to run and says that at heart, he's a dark wizard. He activates his vicious rush ability and charges at the black ape, sending it flying backward. Minjun doesn't stop and uses his giant hand ability to hold the monster in midair. The monster tries to yell something, but our kid doesn't listen and channels demonic energy into his hand, drawing the monster towards him. With a maniacal grin on his face, he finally activates his dark arrow ability and blows a massive hole in the black monkey, giving it the Ren Goku treatment. The monster spits blood as it finally collapses to the ground, dead. After that, the demonic energy starts to flow towards our kid, really hyping him up, since he only came here to boost his normal stats. After absorbing a certain amount, the system tells him he's unlocked the demoniac energy of desire, which lets him boost all his stats for a short while. Ignoring the system, he turns his head towards the remaining monkeys with a menacing grin. It's time to stop messing around and collect our pay. After taking out the last one, the system announces that it's cleared the dungeon and his stats have leveled up. He checks the details on the screen and is surprised to see he got an extra reward. Because he defeated more monsters than were in the dungeon due to them returning as undead, the system counted them twice. He doesn't question the details and happily accepts the bonus. The screen tells him he can choose between the skills the necromancer monkey had. He's more stoked than ever when he sees the options laid out. The first ability, Lord of the Apes, lets him control all ape-type monsters, which is total monkey business. The King of the Undead ability lets him do necromancy, but that would get him in trouble right away in the real world. That only leaves the last option, the Perpetual Motion Machine, making him wonder if it's the same ability from back then. Minjin falls into a recollection of his days in Icegird. After taking down steroid zombies and Frankenstein, the noble barely manages to sit down, wondering how the hell they were defeated so easily. Manod removes his hood and tells the man to listen up. He demands to know if those monsters were juiced with demonic energy and how they managed it. The noble chuckles, saying that infusing demons with energy is basically poisoning them since they don't naturally possess it. Our kid repeats his question, but the blonde guy refuses to spill the beans. At that moment, Minod lays into him, narrowly missing the guy's head, and claims it doesn't matter anyway since he's planning to split anyway. However, he intends to see the mission through to his end. With that, he raises his fist and tells the man to get a good night's sleep, but stops when the noble finally decides to reveal the secret. The noble reveals that demons with energy have a skill that lets them produce it continuously. So, the faction investigated how to isolate and transfer that ability to other monsters. That makes Min-Jun deeply reflect on the fact that all the irregular monsters he faced in the past must have acquired the ability. He wonders if a dark mage would be able to get this ability, but the noble seems to be reading his mind and mentions that a human can't do it. He explains that the faction used to transplant parts of the monster's body to transfer the ability. That comment really gets our kid's goat, and he asks if the thugs experimented on the dark wizards they've kidnapped so far. As he looks at the noble's face, he refuses to answer the question, but that only makes him angrier. He claims that his refusal is already an answer. Going back to the present, he thinks that if this is the same ability the noble spoke of, then this will simply make him unstoppable. When he touches the screen, the demonic energy starts to flow into his body, causing him to tense up in agony. Min-Jun takes the worst of it, after which the system announces that the ability has successfully adapted to his body. He slams his fist into the ground, satisfied with what he's accomplished. The next day, he returns to his unit inn, asks how they fared that day. The whole squad just freezes in place, dropping whatever they're doing. Kim immediately assumes a rigid posture and greets him like a model soldier. That's got Min-Jun suspicious, and he asks if he's okay. The troublemaker smiles and says he's just being friendly, since they won't be seeing each other much from now on. He then congratulates our kid on his promotion and dramatically tells him not to forget about them. Min-Jun drops the bombshell that he wasn't promoted, leaving the soldier stunned. Hong-Jun steps forward and asks if that wasn't the real reason he came to HQ, but he denies it. Kim desperately asks if our kid doesn't want to get promoted and talks about the perks. Our guy shoots back with the joke, saying they must have really missed him while he was away. The two troublemakers burst into tears, while our guy keeps saying he gets how they feel with him in charge. Kim's mood lights up instantly, but our guy shoots him down, saying the internet is super slow there. All their progress would be lost, so he decided it's better to stay here. That line of thinking really gets both of them extremely riled up. The sergeant takes a step forward and asks why Min-Jun was their first place. He replies that the major general gave him a golden ticket. The two troublemakers look at each other, confused, then ask him how he's feeling now, since he must have been stoked about the promotion. When he sees his mood is too chill, the two assume something good went down. The two of them keep jawing while our guy cracks a smile, thinking to himself that, yeah, something totally off the chain just went down. In that moment, the loudspeaker flickers to life and announces an emergency, freezing everyone in their tracks. Our kid wonders what's up this time, since the voice sounds pretty freaked out. Later, the entire platoon is slowly clearing the woods. Our kid raises his hand and tells his squad to take a break for now. The whole crew sits down and cracks open some cold ones. Kim comments that the forest is very quiet and wonders if the others have found any leads. The kid with the ponytail responds that the area is huge, so it'll take time. It's been ages since a beast came down from the mountains, especially an ogre. Kim asks if this will be Min-Jun's first time fighting a monster like that. He's playing along, saying yes, when in reality, he's faced them several times in Eastgard. Dong-Jin drops the bombshell. The Hunter Corps has never caught a live ogre. It's like a tank. He's just rambling while our kid thinks it's like a tank. He keeps rambling while our kid comes up with the twisted idea and asks if it wouldn't be a major achievement to get it. Before Dong-Jin can respond, Hong-Jun clamps his mouth shut and says they're supposed to take him down as a team. But it's too late, as our kid starts foaming at the mouth and the squad realizes they're toast. At that moment, a deafening roar fills the entire forest and Min-Jun springs to his feet immediately. He tells his men to keep watch while he goes to take a quick look. Without waiting for an answer, he takes off running and heads straight for the noise. After walking for a few minutes, he notices something in the distance. Our kid sneaks towards the noise and finds the giant monster snacking on a deer. As he gazes at the ugly creature, he starts to grin like a lunatic, thinking his rise to power is now a done deal. While the monster is distracted by his deer snack, our kid secures his gear and calls out without a care. The ogre looks momentarily confused as he taunts him for daring to snack on this side of the mountain. Finally, snapping back to reality, the ogre starts to close in on Min-Jun, who's already scheming up a way to take him alive somehow. The ugly creature finally attacks, but our kid just uses his giant hand ability and immobilizes him. Then he sprints forward and slams his massive fist into the monster's gut. He tells the monster he'll try to limit its strength and warns it not to die so quick. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad hears the sounds of the fight and immediately spring into action. They rush to the scene only to be completely stunned as the monster flies out from the punch. Minjun relaxes his shoulder muscles as the ogre stands up and spits out a broken tooth. At that moment, Hanjun yells at him to get out of the way. That throws our hero off, who tells the guy to back off as the ogre raises his hand in the air. However, he easily dodges the blow and tells his squadmates not to fire a single bullet. Minjun yells at them not to screw up their promotion chances and declares he'll take the ogre alive. Hanjun then demands to know if he's even sharing coordinates with the other teams. Minjun immediately starts lecturing him, as that would mean losing his achievement. Even Kim confronts him, saying he's being way too reckless. Suddenly, the achievement starts to smile and takes a deep breath. Minjun recognizes what's about to go down and covers his ears as the rest of the squad looks on in confusion. The beast then lets out a deafening roar, causing the entire squad to faint instantly. Lowering his hands, our kid starts grinning like a lunatic and lands a solid punch on the monster, making it stumble back. Upon seeing the crazed look in his face, the ogre wisely decides to make a run for it. But before he can get away, a rope suddenly wraps around his neck. Minjun starts pulling on it and drags the monster to the ground, then opens his eyes just to see our kid staring at him fixedly, then delivers a demonic energy-packed punch right to the head, and finally confirms his victory. Standing up, our kid announces that the ogre was a real tank. The scene cuts to the battalion commander's office, where the guy gets the news of what went down. The guy gets too excited and tells the person on the phone to get them out here ASAP. Song quickly figures out that they've got the ogre alive. The old man then orders him to break the news to HQ that our kid pulled off this incredible feat and slams the door shut. Meanwhile, Song wonders how the kid manages to pull off these impossible tasks. The next morning, everyone's busy celebrating a victory and carrying on as usual, making a big fuss. Minjun looks on at the whole scene, happy to see everyone in such high spirits. At that moment, Lieutenant Chaeol-won approaches him and informs him that he's the reason for this party. The guy tells Minjun he really nailed it. They then talk about the bounty, which is worth around 2 million credits. That blows Chaeol-won's mind, since he never knew a single beast could be worth that much. As they walk towards the building, the first lieutenant tells him he's glad he secured the ogre, especially since the battalion commander's been in a foul mood lately. He continues to say that although the commander never lets his emotions get in the way of his work, the overall atmosphere has improved. But it seems he spoke too soon, because the commander suddenly gives them a death stare and radiates an ominous vibe. Chil Wong senses the commander's dark humor, but the man forces a smile and asks what they're talking about. The captain then starts criticizing him for acting on his own, saying it was a bad move. He's still going on about it, and Minjun's wondering what the hell he ever did to deserve this. The captain concludes that our kid just got lucky this time, but the battalion commander cuts him off at that moment. The old man asks him about the outcome of yesterday's monster raid. The captain starts sweating and responds that the squad captured the live ogre. The commander asks if that result is possible based on pure dumb luck. He's saying the captain's right, but then he starts giving him a hard time for bringing it up at a celebration party. Captain Song Diak starts apologizing on the spot, but the commander is on a roll. The old man tells him to trust his men, and that you can't always stick to the book in the trenches. He's saying that the captain would know all this if he spent more time in the trenches. Sen Hyuk starts stammering that he recently went on a mission to Japan. However, the commander then asks if it was the same mission where Minjun saved everyone. Speechless, the captain stares straight at our kid, who's laughing at him and feeling satisfied that that trash finally got what was coming to him. The commander then calls out to Minjun, telling him to take a seat while everyone around him cracks up at the scene. That realization hits him that this place actually gives a damn about him. The scene then shifts to Major General Mun at the Hunter's Corps headquarters. When he feels his phone vibrating, he takes it out to check the notification, only to have his mood ruined. Captain Song of OK sent him a message saying he tried everything he could, but still can't ruin our kid's rep. Mun starts ranting, but soon realizes he can't do anything to stop the kid's rise to power. In the end, he realizes he can't use the promotion card to force Minjun into special ops. The guy starts cursing under his breath, only for General Do to suddenly appear behind him. He clamps down on his anger and asks what this guy is doing here. The bearded general continues to needle him about what he said, but Mun quickly pretends he was just talking to himself. Major General Do steps forward and calls Mun out for not knowing that HQ summoned him here to discuss our guy's promotion. That's got Mun sweating. Realizing this situation will put him on the spot in, he starts wondering what the commander has up his sleeve. The Major General Do shakes his hand and apologizes for not congratulating him sooner on his own promotion. Mun manages a thank you just for Do. He approaches him with a serious gaze on his face. He tells the guy to do his best to serve the nation and then crosses the threshold, leaving him utterly stunned. Stepping onto the balcony, the Major General approaches the commander. After exchanging greetings, the commander assumes he's here to discuss Minjun's promotion. He's been getting regular reports on our kid's accomplishments, but he never expected him to take down the ogre solo. He accepts the promotion, but before Do can leave, he stops him and announces that he has a condition. That catches the Major General off guard, but the commander continues saying that Minjun needs to wrap up a Black Ops mission before he gets the promotion. The Major General Do starts wondering why he was called here, since before he thought the commander only wanted to take a closer look at the kid. In that instant, he suddenly gets it in, asks what kind of underground bunker requires the attention of the special task force. The commander responds calmly that they've discovered a double-layered dungeon. Meanwhile, Minjun is deep in Zen mode, meditating in the gym. Kim is casing him from behind the door while Han Jun asks what he's up to. The guy responds that our kid never misses a workout or a party, and the two wonder if this is what sets him apart from the rest. They wonder when the hell he sleeps if he's always training like this. Meanwhile, our kid is focused on honing his perpetual motion machine skills, as the production still feels sluggish. When training, he found that if he visualizes the skill as a gear turning in his body, the training is much more effective. After boosting demonic energy output, he stands up and declares that's enough for the day. He wonders how much more powerful the ability will be once he levels up even further. At that moment, he hears his subordinate calling him telepathically. Bong-gu tells him he's got some good news to share, tries to mention the demonic energy, but Minjun gets interrupted constantly, starting to get on his nerves. Later, he sits his two underlings down and gives them a piece of his mind for bickering again. The Nightwalker's got a beef with the Changeling, thinks he's getting all the credit for their joint effort. Fed up with this, our hero yells at them to knock it off and concludes that they both found the crystal together. Both start arguing again over who did what, but then Minjun menacingly repeats what he said before. They instantly agree and suddenly act like the best of friends, as if they never fought before. Despite being furious, they put their lives on the line. He thanks both of them for their hard work, making them extremely happy. Our kid then crushes the crystal and absorbs the demonic energy into his body. Suddenly, he opens his eyes to realize he's unlocked a new ability called Darksider.